Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, comprehensive manga. Starting from the Soul Society and cutting through all the worlds. Chapter 61. Like most clone-style novels, in that mysterious space, the moment the two Yoshiro came into physical contact, their memories and powers were instantly shared. The power that was already strong has become stronger now that it is shared. Moreover, after the memory sharing, the two night cities also have each other's memories. This feeling is as if the other person's experience has been experienced personally. The world you've come to is so enviable. In less than a month since you arrived there, you've met one after another, a big-breasted stepsister, a beautiful elf girl who lives with you, and now you've even arranged for a dragon lady and a beast pet. The different world with the background of swords and magic is so enviable. Although there are many beauties in the world of death, none of them can move. Quote. After sharing their memories, Yi Cheng in the death world looked at Yi Cheng in his uncle's world with envy and jealousy. After sharing this wave of power and memory, Yosuke, an uncle from another world, is almost able to walk sideways in that world. With his power soaring, even Shima Yosuke, who is the son of the world, probably has to call him now elder brother. However, in the world of death, Night City had experienced a surge in power, but in his world, such strength was far from enough to overwhelm the entire world. At most, he has grown from the little Kurami he was to the point where he can barely survive the war now. Since they can appear in this mysterious space at the same time and share their power, it means that there will definitely be many selves from other worlds entering here in the future. When I came here from the world of low martial arts, I was directly carried away by them. When I came here from the world of high martial arts, I was carried away by them. It is also for this reason that the magic power of Night City at this moment has reached such a level that even the demonic flame dragon is shocked. If it weren't for the aura on Yi Cheng's body that indeed belonged to humans, Demon Flame Dragon would even suspect that the being on his back was the legendary demon god. The terrifying magic power spread like a tide, even forming a magic tide in the sky above the sealed city. And when Yi Cheng exploded his magic power to the extreme, he began to chant the ghost spell in his mouth. O King, the mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, the feathers, the one who bears the name of man. The wall of blue fire is engraved with two lotuses, and the distant sky is waiting for the abyss of fire. Chapter 73 of Breaking the Way. Double Lotus Kangwo Pendant. Quote. As Yi Cheng's chant ended, a huge fireball made entirely of blue flames suddenly condensed in the sky above his head. The diameter of the blue flame fireball is almost an astonishing 100 meters in diameter. At this moment, hanging over the sealed city, it looks like a small blue sun. However, what shocked Demon Flame Dragon was that the blue fire emitted from this blue fireball was so hot that even she felt pain. You must know that she is a demonic flame dragon, a legendary dragon with fire attributes. Not to mention flames, she can even bathe in the magma of the volcano crater. However, at this moment, because she is too close to these blue flames, she feels the burning sensation. The pain that comes from it shows how high the temperature of these flames is. You don't want to throw this blue fireball into the group of monsters below, do you? Taking a fancy to the blue flame fireball above his head, which was at least twice the size of his own, the Demon Flame Dragon said with some uncertainty. There is no longer any need to doubt the power of Yi City. Demon Yanlong is quite lucky that he decisively chose to surrender at that time, otherwise he would probably not even be able to find his ashes now. According to her estimate of the intensity of this Kangen fireball, once Yi Cheng throws this Kangen fireball, which is as big as a small sun, down below, those legendary monsters must be out of control, and none of them will be able to escape. But if such a powerful magic is thrown away, it is estimated that not only the magical beasts will be lost, but also more than half of the sealed city called Rubidrum will be destroyed instantly and turned into a purgatory on Earth. Don't doubt the judgment of the demonic flame dragon. The temperature emitted by these blue flames is dangerous even to her as a fire attribute dragon. Let alone humans, weaker monsters will almost die if they are hit. Do I look like that impulsive guy? Hearing demonic flame dragon's inquiry, Yi Cheng showed a speechless expression. He naturally knew that if the otherworldly deluxe version of the double lotus blue fire pendant was dropped directly like this, then the sealed city would probably be finished long ago. So Yi Cheng also had some considerations when using this ghost path. If concentrated at one point and exploded, the overly strong keto power would destroy the city, so wouldn't it be fine if the power was spread out? I saw Yi Cheng's index finger and middle finger on the dragon's back together, and then pointed at the huge blue fire ball in the sky and waved downwards. A line of blue fire about 1 meter was suddenly split, and formed a blue fire drop, heading towards a monster on the ground shot away. The bull-shaped monster that was targeted also tried to avoid the attack by sprinting when it sensed danger. But the facts have proved that facing the blue fire pendant, equipped with a positioning and enemy locking system, there is no other way except hard resistance. The moment Kangwo pendant hit the opponent, the terrifying Kenyan suddenly seemed to have received a combustion accelerant and burned extremely violently. In just a few dozen seconds, this legendary blood-horned mad bull turned into ashes. It is a roasted whole beef over 80 mature. And this was just the prologue to the opening. After Yi Cheng judged that his idea was feasible, he immediately used his hands to separate the blue fire pendants from the huge blue fire ball above his head. The power that generates ghosts is essentially spiritual pressure. If you want to use high-number ghosts, you need a certain level of spiritual pressure. If you want to maintain control, you can even achieve separation and cutting like Yecheng is doing now, and not a simple matter. However, it is difficult to do, but it does not mean that it is completely impossible. Yi Cheng is very confident in his ability to control spiritual pressure. After all, he had previously aimed to join the 4th team. The return path in Ghost Path requires the highest control of spiritual pressure, so he has worked hard in this regard. As for why he let the demonic flame dragon carry him into the sky, the reason was also the same, because when he was separating and cutting his spiritual pressure, he couldn't do anything distracted, including flying. Of course, there is another reason, that is, only by flying high enough can you see far enough. There are so many magical beasts in the town and they are scattered in various locations, and his perception ability is not good enough to sense the location of each magical beast in the city. Therefore, we can only take advantage of high altitude, lock the target from the air, and carry out precise strikes. As the little blue sun in the sky became smaller and smaller, the blue firefalls suddenly shot from the sky to the ground like a meteor shower. The adventurers who were still fighting on the ground and the people who were running away in panic all stopped their movements at this moment and stopped to look at the grand scene in front of them. The meteor shower of Kenyan was very gorgeous and beautiful, but to those monsters, it was undoubtedly a call from death. Almost none of the monsters locked in the blue rain of flames could survive the terrifying blue flames. Some of those magical beasts with the ability to fly can dodge the first blue fire drop through flexible movement, but what about the second and third shots? Because the barrier magic disappeared, there were about 400 to 500 monsters that poured into the sealed city. About 100 of them died in the hands of the demonic flame dragon, and dozens of them died in the hands of adventurers in this town. Mabaloo also killed a dozen of them. As for the remaining 200 to 300 monsters, Yi Cheng killed them all by himself. Moreover, the time he spent was only less than a few minutes. Such terrifying strength made Demon Flame Dragon secretly feel that Yi Cheng might be the reincarnation of the Demon King. As for why he is not a brave, he didn't think about this, because Mo Yanlong felt that Yi Cheng's character traits had nothing to do with the so-called brave. The reason why so many monsters were killed so quickly was not only due to the upgrade of the plugin, which caused the power of Night City to skyrocket, but also because of the barrier that sealed the city. Rubidrum's barrier magic can work both internally and externally, and it can only have an effect on monsters. After the barrier was repaired by Shima Yosuke, the monsters outside could not get in, and the monsters inside naturally could not get out. With no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth, facing the righteous blue fire meteor shower from the sky in Night City, naturally he could only wait for death. Roar. When almost all the monsters in the city were wiped out by Night City, the demonic flame dragon also let out a loud roar, declaring its victory. Although the person who just showed off her skills was not herself, she was at least acting as a tool dragon, right? If she hadn't let Yi Cheng fly high into the sky, would Yi Cheng have been able to kill so many monsters so smoothly? That obviously won't work, so she, the demonic flame dragon, deserves a lot of credit this time. It's not too much to prove her presence with a roar. When he landed in the large square where he had taken refuge with Yi City on his back, the place was already crowded with people. Just now, everyone in Yecheng saw the scene where one man turned the tide and used miraculous power to wipe out all the monsters in the town. So at this moment, the people in Night City and Sealed City are not only grateful, but also have a deep sense of awe. They couldn't understand such power, which was comparable to that of a god. Even when the demonic flame dragon landed, many people in the crowd chose to bow their heads to Yi City. Where there was the first, there was the second, so soon, a large number of people were kneeling in the entire square. Looking at the people surrounding him who were bowing down to him, Yi Cheng touched his nose, his expression a little flustered and his movements a little unprepared. Although he has lived a lot of years in all his lifetimes, this is really the first time he has encountered such a battle. Compared to Yi Cheng, who was at a loss, Demon Flame Dragon showed a leisurely and contented attitude. In her opinion, these ant-like humans should have worshipped her like this. Not to mention that they had just rescued these ants, she was a proud legendary dragon. Isn't it normal to maintain a minimum of awe when seeing a higher-level creature at the top of the food chain? Thank you, Son of God, for helping us solve the disaster. Your people once again offer you our highest respect and gratitude. There is a legend about the gods in Rubidrum. It is said that such a powerful barrier magic was also left by the gods. As residents of the Sealed City, most people here firmly believe in these legends. The power that Yi Cheng has shown before has far surpassed the boundaries of human beings in every aspect. He even used the legendary demonic flame dragon as a mount. This is obviously something that even a brave cannot do. So it stands to reason that the residents of the Sealed City who remembered that legend now regard Yi Cheng as the legendary Son of God. Am I the Son of God? Are these residents too drunk? Hearing what the residents of the Sealed City said, Yi Cheng quickly waved his hands to deny it. If he had such an awesome status, he wouldn't have even borrowed living expenses from Sonia in the first place. I understand. Since the Son of God doesn't want to expose his identity to the human world, we will naturally choose to keep it secret. Upon hearing Yi City's denial, the residents of the Sealed City immediately transformed into brother understanding, saying that they would definitely abide by the oracle's instructions and would choose to remain silent no matter who asked about it. Yi Cheng gave up struggling because he felt that it would be difficult to explain to a group of idiots. The Son of the Gods is the Son of the Gods. Anyway, this vest sounds quite scary. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. The matter has been resolved, but Yi Cheng finds it very difficult to continue to stay in this city. However, just when Yi Cheng was about to find some excuse to get away from the enthusiastic residents and run away, he discovered that a little loli had appeared next to him out of nowhere and was tugging at his trouser legs. Nini, what are you doing? Don't be so rude to the Son of God. When he saw Loli running up to Yi Cheng and tugging at Yi Cheng's trouser legs, a big man in the crowd suddenly showed a panic expression on his face. Norden, what do you do for a living? You can't even look down on your own daughter. Are you prepared to be punished for committing such a disrespectful act towards the Son of God? Quote. Hearing his father's anxious shouts and the cursing of his father by other residents around him, his face was originally filled with a smile, ready to thank the loli in Night City, but now his eyes were suddenly filled with tears. Yi Cheng had an impression of the little loli who ran in front of him. The father and daughter were the ones who saved the wolf monster that Yi Cheng killed with a single blow. Seeing the tearful little girl, Yi Cheng bent over and hugged her without thinking, and said softly, "Isn't this the cute little girl from before? You didn't cry when you faced such a ferocious giant wolf monster before. Why are you crying now?" Quote. Perhaps Yi Cheng's gentle tone and good looks gave Loli a great sense of security, so at this moment Loli also raised her head and boldly asked weakly, "Sir Son of God, Nini didn't mean it. Pulling down your trouser legs. Nini just wanted to thank the Son of God for saving Nini and her father. Nini knew she was wrong, but could she not punish Nini and her father?" Quote. The little loli cried and said such words, which made me feel pity for her, not to mention that the little girl is so sensible. Yi Cheng feels that she is a royal sister, but the cute loli also represents justice, and the kind and sensible loli is an angel on earth. Who said that Nini is going to be punished? Then I will definitely not let him go. Nini did nothing wrong, and she is a very sensible child. I also like sensible children like Nini the best. Quote. Yi Cheng said these words not only to protect Nini, but also to warn the residents of the Sealed City. Through Shima Yosuke's previous work in solving the water shortage village, he also knew that there is religion in this world, and because it is sword and magic, plus the background of the Middle Ages. Many people here put their religious beliefs above everything else. The reason why Yi Cheng said such words just now was not because he was a lolicon, but because he was protecting Nini in this way. To avoid being regarded as the son of God, after he leaves this town, some extremists will do something to Nini and his son. Hearing what Yi Cheng said, the little lowly Nini in his arms suddenly broke into tears and smiled, and kissed Yi Cheng's face very happily. Because the Son of God said he liked Nini, Nini felt that if she did this, the Son of God would definitely be happy. On the contrary, Nini's behavior frightened the residents of the sealed city present. If the previous behavior of pulling down trouser legs was just rude, then Nini's current behavior is undoubtedly blasphemy to the gods. However, fortunately, Yecheng, the so-called Son of God, showed no concern for Loli's seemingly blasphemous God behavior. Instead, he showed a very gentle smile and said, "Thank you, Nini, this is what I received this time. The best gift ever. Put down the Loli in your arms and let her bounce back to her father." The brain directly filtered it out. If Loli said that she wanted to be his bride when she grew up, Yi Cheng felt that if she had done so much, Nini and her father would not be embarrassed anymore after he left. However, after being disturbed by Nini, Yi Cheng and others, who were originally preparing to leave, were persuaded by the enthusiastic residents of the sealed city to stay and watch the banquet. In this commotion, more than 30% of the entire sealed city, including buildings, was destroyed. In fact, only a small part of them were destroyed by Warcraft. The reason why most of the buildings were destroyed was basically due to the last big move of Demon Flame Dragon and Night City. To be honest, Yi Cheng felt a little uncomfortable after turning his town into this state and now sitting in the most distinguished position at the banquet. However, when he saw that the initiator of all this, Shima Yosuke, was now eating the food of the banquet with peace of mind, Yi Cheng suddenly felt that it was nothing. After the banquet, Yi Cheng, Ma Beilu and Shima Yosuke also got together again. As a wanderer, Yosuke Shima would appear in the sealed city, and Yi Cheng didn't find it strange. But Maebailu, a dead man with no door or two doors, would go all the way to the sealed city, which made Yi Cheng a little puzzled. However, the blue-haired girl soon gave the answer. She did not come to the sealed city by accident, but came here after pursuing Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke. The reason is that because the demonic flame dragon was conquered by Night City, as a descendant of the Ice Clan, she is now completely unemployed. It turned out that with her job of guarding the frozen divine sword, she could live her whole life waiting to die, just as her mother taught her. But now that the demonic flame dragon has stopped causing trouble, she has lost even the value of her final existence. Naturally, the villagers are not willing to support a lazy home girl called Maebailu. After being expelled from the village, Maebailu angrily asked the villagers to calm down for a while, and then took the frozen divine sword and prepared to find Yashura and Shima Yosuke. The plan of relying on the frozen divine sword to eat old people to death will definitely not work now, so they can only find a young man to run away with her like her mother did back then. Maebailu is an innocent otaku. She used to stay at home all the time. She rarely saw strangers, let alone young men. She quickly filtered the available options in her mind, and soon Yi Cheng's face appeared in her mind. As for why it is Yashura and not Shima Yosuke, everyone knows this. After all, compared to Yashura's handsome face, Shima Yosuke's face is equally impressive, but it is really difficult to generate ideas. The brave is young, rich, and very strong. If he follows the opponent, are he afraid of starving to death? That's right, Maebailu is not a nymphomaniac. She is not just coming to the house for free, but she only intends to join their brave team in Night City. There is nothing wrong with following a brave man. Not to mention saving the world and becoming famous, there is definitely no problem in getting enough food and clothing. Moreover, Yosuke and Shima Yosuke were so strong that even Demon Flame Dragon was defeated. If she could join their team, Maebailu intuitively felt that she wouldn't have to play at all in many cases. If one day Yojo and the others really save the world, then as a Brave's partner, with such an identity, she, Maebelle, can still live a life of eating and waiting to die. All in all, for the ultimate goal of being able to eat and die, Maebailu traveled thousands of miles to come to the door, and she spared no effort to help before, just to gain the recognition of the brave Yechung and let herself join their squad. Miss Mabel, I think you may have misunderstood. This guy is not a so-called brave, but just an adventurer. As for the orc face over there, although you saw us twice and he acted with us both times, we really only met by chance, not what you call partners. Quote. Maybailu's idea had just been raised, and Yi Cheng hadn't said anything yet, but Kui stood up and explained. It's true that Maybailu is a nerd, and her idea of eating and being lazy is quite bad, but it is undeniable that the other party is actually a beautiful girl. Sunya had given Kui quite a headache before, so she would never let more people become her opponents now. Even if Maybailu doesn't look very smart, sometimes it's a guy like this who is the most likely to be careless. I understand the reason, so the main reason why you want to come with us is because you lost your job, so now you want to find an easy job where you can also eat and die, right? But unfortunately, as you can see, our daily life is not easy. We usually either conquer dangerous mazes or fight against various powerful monsters. Even if you take an occasional vacation, something like this can happen. If you just want to hang out and wait to die, I can compensate you in other ways. Quote. Just one sway has already given Yi Cheng a lot of headaches. If another Maybailu, who clearly looks like a troubled girl, comes along, Yi City feels that his normal daily life will probably come to an end. Maybailu will lose his job, and they do have to bear a certain responsibility. After all, they were laid off because they were laid off from their comfortable jobs that would have saved them decades of detours. In addition, Maybailu did help them a lot in this matter. It would be unjustifiable if she didn't show some signs. So after thinking for a while, Yi Cheng took out a ring from the storage space and put it on Maybailu's hand. This is one of only 7 heavenly star stone rings in the world. It is one of the trophies I obtained from conquering the maze before. It can be considered as compensation for you. If you take it to a pawn shop and sell it, its value should be enough to allow you to have enough food and clothing for a lifetime, and achieve the achievement of eating and waiting to die. Quote. Yi Cheng was very fast. When Maybailu and Kui reacted, Maybailu had already discovered that there was a gem ring shining with the light of stars on her ring finger. When she saw the ring on her hand, Maybailu was stunned, and a blush soon crept onto her cheeks. As for Kui, who saw this scene from the side, he was like a powder keg, and his hair exploded instantly. Yechung, you guy, don't know what you are doing. Kui, who grabbed Yi Cheng's shoulders with both hands and began to shake back and forth, seemed to have lost the calmness before. And if you look carefully, you will find that the elf girl's ring finger also has the same style as Maybailu's hand, ring. Is there any problem with this? Although the Tianxing stone ring is precious, it doesn't have much effect on me, and I don't like wearing such a naughty gemstone ring. Wouldn't it be good to use it to compensate for Maybailu? Or are you lying to me before? In this world, giving a ring to a girl also represents a special meaning. Quote. Seeing the angry elf girl, Yi Cheng looked confused. In his opinion, apart from being expensive and beautiful, the Sky Star Stone ring has no practical use at all. Yi Cheng had wanted to sell it for a long time, but now it would be good to use it to compensate Maybailu. There are only 7 Sky Star Stone rings in the world, and Yechung obtained 3 of them, while the whereabouts of the remaining 4 are unknown. The first time he obtained such a useless prop, Yi Cheng asked the elf girl Kui next to him if he wanted it. But soon, Yi Cheng realized that putting a ring on a young unmarried woman seemed to have a special meaning. This was common sense that he had known before. After Yi Cheng realized this, his hand that was about to put the Tianxing stone ring on Kui suddenly stopped, and looked at Kui and asked, in this world, when young women put rings on them, it shouldn't be a proposal. What do you mean? Kui, who was originally full of expectations, looked at the ring shining with the light of stars in Yi Cheng's hand, and then looked at the other party's serious inquiry. Kui also felt a little entangled in her heart. Kui, who has been with Yi Cheng for a while, can confirm that Yi Cheng is a pure and straight man. If he admits that in this world, when a man puts a ring on a young woman, it also represents a marriage proposal, then this steely straight man will definitely stretch his hand back. So looking at the Sky Star Stone ring in Yi Cheng's hand, Kui could only express against her will that there was no such tradition in their world. When Yi Cheng heard what Kui said, he naturally put the Sky Star Stone ring on Kui's ring finger with a look of peace of mind. As for whether Kui lied, Yi Cheng had no doubt about it. After all, this was a different world, and the common sense in his world might not be common sense in this world. There was nothing wrong with that. As for Kui's eyes' shy and blushing expression when she put on the ring, Yi Cheng simply ignored her. The blush might have been caused by the intense battle just now. As for shyness and happiness, girls have never been able to resist gemstones and jewelry. Recalling the scene at that time, the elf girl's silver teeth were almost broken at this moment. She didn't expect that the previous wave would actually create the current situation. Is it okay to shoot myself in the foot with this operation? My lord, have you forgotten that I was one of the ones who contributed the most in this battle? That little girl from the Ice Clan has a reward, but don't I? Quote. And just when Ma Beilu was looking at the Sky Star Stone ring on her hand, still looking intoxicated, the demonic flame dragon, which had transformed from a giant dragon into a dragon mother, suddenly came over to cause trouble. Yi Cheng naturally understands the principle of not suffering from poverty but from inequality, not to mention that the demon flame dragon did contribute a lot in this battle. Just because the opponent was his younger brother, and he was cutting so hard at the front this time, Yi Cheng felt that as the boss, he had to show off. So the third Sky Star Stone ring he obtained was quickly put on the demon flame dragon's hand. Kui, who was originally trying to persuade Maybailu to sell the ring on her hand, suddenly lost her temper after seeing this scene. As for Ma Beilu, who didn't understand the situation at all, she looked at Yi Cheng as if she was looking at a scumbag. Regarding all this, Yi Cheng said without any consciousness, I originally wanted to leave one for Miss Sonia, but it seems I can only wait until I have the opportunity to get other rings in the future. Because of Kui's previous lies, Yi Cheng had no idea what it meant to put a ring on a girl, so he didn't feel there was anything wrong with his operation at the moment. And Shima Yosuke, who seemed to have heard Yi Cheng's words and had been serving as a backdrop for a long time, suddenly took out 4 rings and stood up and said, Yecheng, is this the Sky Star Stone ring you are talking about? I found this in various dungeons before. Because it has no attributes or other effects, I have always regarded it as junk equipment that can be sold for a lot of money. The trouble I caused this time was settled thanks to you. Since you want these rings, I'll give them to you. Quote. As Shima Yosuke spoke, he put all 4 Sky Star Stone rings in his hands into Yi Cheng's hands. When Kui, Maybailu, and Demon Flame Dragon saw this scene, they were dumbfounded again. Each of them had obtained a Sky Star Stone ring from Yi Cheng, and they had already imagined it. So if Shima Yosuke gave 4 to Yi Cheng, wouldn't it be? I don't want elf girls, cute otaku girls, or outsider ladies. Is the orc-faced uncle the real CP? I was wondering who had the remaining 4 Sky Star Stone rings. It turned out that you took them. Well, I'm not polite. Apart from the fact that this thing can change color, there's nothing special about it. Putting 7 of them together can't summon a dragon. Why do you think it's so expensive? Quote. Yi Cheng naturally accepted the 4 Tianxing stone rings handed over by Shima Yosuke without hesitation. The 2 of them didn't think there was anything wrong with giving each other rings. It seemed that in their eyes, the so-called Sky Star Stone rings were just props and had no special meaning at all. Even at this moment, the 2 of them were talking side by side, asking why the Sky Star Stone was so expensive, and making wild guesses. Could putting 7 Sky Star Stone rings together to summon a dragon? Later, in order to verify this, Yi Cheng once again took off the rings from Sui, Maibailu, and Mo Yanlong in the name of borrowing, and put them together, and with Shima Yosuke's second thoughts various spells were cast. However, it turns out that there are only 7 Tianxing stone rings, which are purely rare and accidental, and there is nothing special about them. It is very expensive because it is made of 7-color coral, which changes color every 3.5 hours. It is not only extremely magical, but also extremely difficult to process. Seeing that it did not improve the strength and was just a beautiful star stone ring, the 2 straight men, Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke, directly classified it as a useless junk prop. Yi Cheng even said that after returning to Mag Town, he would also give one to the counter girl Sonia. It seemed that girls had no resistance to this thing. Whether it was Kui, Maybailu, or Demon Flame Dragon, they all seemed very happy when they got the ring. Because of those words, Night City was attacked that night. Moreover, the people who attacked him were none other than Kui, Maybailu and Demon Flame Dragon. The ice seal of the frozen divine sword, the flame breath of the demon flame dragon, and the bombardment of Kui's ancient relics. Although Yi Cheng did not die directly, he shed a layer of skin that night. And when he woke up the next day, Yi Cheng, who had not slept all night, gave Shima Yosuke the second piece of life advice, which is not to get involved with too many women, because you never know what they are thinking. Obviously they were very happy when they received the Sky Star ring, but why did they suddenly get beaten? Seeing the tragic situation in Yi City, Shima Yosuke was convinced of this matter, and he also believed in Yi City extremely, because the advice Yi City had given him before seemed to have never gone wrong. The memory playback screen ended here, while Takaoka Kifumi and Fujimiya Sumika looked at each other speechless. Takacho Jingwen finally understood why Yi Cheng became close friends with his uncle, because these two people were almost both straight men without much emotional intelligence. Having too many female friends can be very troublesome. In Mr. Yi Cheng's case, he is obviously trapped in a Shira field, and he doesn't know anything about it. After watching the little theater of another world, Fujimiya Sumika also fell silent. Judging from this video, it is true that the protagonist of the memory is his uncle. But the protagonist in this memory is actually more inclined to his uncle's friend Yi Cheng. Regardless of his appearance or fighting ability, Yi Cheng can be said to be instantly attracted to him, but his character is really. If you want to call him a scumbag, he doesn't even know what scumbag he is, and he always treats the women around him with respect. But if you want to say that he is not a scumbag, he put rings on 3 women at the same time. In short, Miss Elf must be quite tired when meeting someone like Mr. Yi Cheng. However, because of the replay of this memory released by his uncle, Fujimiya Sumika has finally eliminated a certain amount of fear towards his uncle, and believes that he has come back from another world. Actually, let you watch this memory replay. In addition to letting Jingwen know that women are unpredictable and dangerous, I also asked you, can this memory be put on YouTube? My uncle has thought about it. If he wants to be an online video blogger, he must have a few good videos to act as a front. Although he can use magic, he can still shoot live now, but after all, this is no longer a different world. Using powerful magic to shoot videos is too much to spread rumors. And if you want to shoot a shocking scene, it is difficult to act as a one-man show. However, in this world, there are existences that can be called opponents, so the uncle thought of using some memories from the past to edit and act as a facade. Anyway, these are his memories in another world. Yi Cheng and Kui are not from this world, so they don't have to worry about portrait and infringement issues at all. It's really great. Uncle, can you turn these memories into videos that can be played on the internet? Hearing what his uncle said, Gaokyu Jingwen was really surprised, because he seemed to have been able to predict that a large amount of traffic and money would enter their pockets. This is real magic, dragons, and battles in another world. Compared with the Warcraft and magic battles that my uncle just remembered, the current animations and film and television works are simply inferior. Okay. Others are still playing with special effects, but they are already focusing on reality, and what they want is the immersive feeling. Theoretically, there is no problem. Yi City also asked me to use the memory elf to place memories on books before. I think the principle should be similar. After thinking for a while, my uncle thought that it would not be a big problem to turn the memory fragments into a video, so he nodded in the affirmative. Can I help too? Uncle, I studied video editing for a period of time when I was in college. I can help you. Like Takaoka Kifumi, Fujimiya Sumika is also an unemployed college student. She was still worried about finding a job, but at this moment, she suddenly came up with such an idea. Even a fool can see that once these memory fragments of my uncle are released, they will definitely become popular and become a so-called internet celebrity. The income will definitely not be less, so there is no problem in hiring yourself. What's more, if she works here, she will be able to see her crush Takaoka Kifumi every day, so for Fujimiya Sumika, she must fight for this job. The uncle himself is a nerd, and Gaochu Jingwen has never learned video processing and editing, so neither of them can do this job. Since Fujimiya Sumika has become one of the insiders, rather than trouble others, hiring them is indeed a good choice. So after hesitating for a moment, my uncle finally agreed to let Sumika Fujimiya join the team, and channeled the memory fragments just now into videos through the memory elf, and stored them in the computer. When they saw the progress bar appearing on the virtual screen in the sky, Takaoka Kifumi and Fujimiya Sumika were also stunned. After looking at each other, they simultaneously left the thought, "Magic is awesome," in their hearts. The computer with the video saved was pushed in front of Fujimiya Sumika, and the girl with glasses also flexed her fingers and started working with a very motivated look. An hour later, Fujimiya Sumika, who was sitting in front of the computer, finally stood up with a sigh of relief and said that he had completed his work. When he heard that Fujimiya Sumika had finished his work, his uncle quickly archived the Sega game he was playing, then put down the game controller and walked over. On the other side, Takaoka Jingfumi, who acted as a manager, took on shopping and cooking duties in order to prove that he was not useless. There is a certain censorship of videos on YouTube. The clips that are too long are not allowed, the edges are not allowed, and the ones that are too bloody are not allowed. Therefore, Fujimiya Sumika also spent a lot of time before trimming the current video. Moreover, in this memory fragment of the uncle, he himself is the initiator of all the chaos. This setting is really not suitable for the uncle to attract fans. So Fujimiya Sumika thoughtfully gave her uncle a setting at the beginning of the film. That is, the reason why his uncle destroyed the barrier was because he had a premonition that the barrier was in disrepair. That's why I thought of breaking and then building, first destroying and analyzing the barrier that was already on the verge of collapse, so that it could be repaired later. With this setting, the audience has a lot more favorable impressions of the uncle's suspected, villain, behavior. His uncle was also very satisfied with the settings and edited videos added by Fujimiya Sumika, and he immediately made the decision that Fujimiya Sumika became a full-time employee and became a part of their company. After filling out a lot of procedures and documents, my uncle finally sent the edited video to the internet. And after the transmission was completed, my uncle did not forget to send a link to the previous fan club. My uncle's Sega fan club was still arguing over the question, if I could do magic, what job should I do in real life? Now I suddenly saw a video link pop up in the group chat, and the person who posted it was the same brother who had brought up the topic before, so many people naturally clicked in out of curiosity. It's okay not to watch it, but after seeing the video posted by my uncle, the entire Sega fan club immediately exploded. Awesome. Brother, where did you get this video? Is this from any movie or TV series? The special effects are so awesome. Quote, holy shit, isn't this the battle in another world that I've been dreaming of? The battle scenes like those in Sega games can actually be simulated and recreated. Brother, I have something. The previous question was not just a question. Do you really know how to do magic? Come on bro, tell me you are the character in this video. Also, can you give me your contact information? I wonder if there is any chance of a guest role. It doesn't matter if I get paid or not, I can even repay it, just to fulfill my childhood dream. Quote, follow me decisively, and I will be my biggest fan from now on. The video edited by Fujimiya Sumika is not long, but the remaining highlights make everyone who has watched it say it is awesome. Especially for those two-dimensional lovers, different worlds, magic, dragons, beautiful girls and handsome guys, these elements are really too lethal. Even though it only took half a day to ferment, the memory fragment of my uncle in the sealed city has completely become famous on the internet. People who have watched this video have chosen to forward it to their gay friends or peers, and the response has been quite good. Because of this, the social account that my uncle had just created, which originally had very little attention, now suddenly has hundreds of thousands of followers and tens of thousands of subscriptions. You must know that this is just the beginning. It can be expected that as the video spreads more and more people will pay attention to my uncle. And for this reason, Gao Chu Jingwen, who had nothing to do but work as a nanny, started to get busy at this time. Because the uncle's social account has left contact information so that someone can come to seek cooperation. At first, my uncle could easily handle the number of people who came to his door. But as the video spread more and became more and more popular, more and more people came to his door. As soon as there were more people, my uncle would naturally be unable to handle them all by himself, so his agents, Takaoka Kifumi, and even Fujimiya Sumika began to get busy. Most of the people who contacted my uncle were netizens who wanted to ask him about the actors who played the roles in the video. There is no way. The average appearance of the other world, Gran Bahamar, is much higher than that of their world. And Yi Cheng, Kui, Maybailu, and even the humanized demon flame dragon who appear most in the video are all handsome men and beauties even in the other world, so it is conceivable that in this world, their appearance is so incredible. Let's not talk about the two beauties from another world, Sui and Maybiru. The scene in the video where Yashura and the demonic flame dragon kill everyone, in this world, it can be said that both male and female fans kill each other. Yi Cheng's handsome appearance is enough to attract a large number of young female fans, and the subsequent scene where he arrogantly uses the Kang Yan falling meteor shower to forcefully clear the venue is even more exciting for many passionate teenagers. As for the scene where the demonic flame dragon appeared domineeringly in the body of a giant dragon, it also attracted countless fans. After that, it was actually able to turn into a foreign girl, and the old perverts couldn't control it even more. In addition to the fans who came to the door because of the characters appearing in the short film, the other people who came to the door were major companies and commercial institutions. For example, the special effects used in my uncle's short film were so lifelike that many people in the film industry contacted them to seek cooperation. Later, many other internet celebrities wanted to take advantage of the uncle's popularity and come over to gain traffic, saying that they would conduct an exclusive interview for the uncle. After the interview, you can also sit in the other party's room. At the end of the email, a hot private photo is attached. There were even many third-rate and even second-rate starlets who came to me and said that if my uncle wanted to shoot a new short film, he could consider them and even give him a friendly discount on the remuneration. Only one day passed, and my uncle, Takaoka Kifumi, and Fujimiya Sumika were immediately paralyzed from exhaustion. The uncle even said that he had never been so tired when fighting in another world. Those who are still making online short films for them are all working behind the scenes, and they have not disclosed their address in their personal information, otherwise they may not have to go out in the future. There is no way. Mr. Yechung and Miss Kui are too perfect, especially Mr. Yechung. Apart from all kinds of flag-raising behaviors, he is really an impeccable man. Powerful, handsome, and extremely gentle, this kind of character setting is simply a proper female killer in this world. Quote. Hearing Fujimiya Sumika's impressive evaluation, Takaoka Kifumi on the side also nodded and said, "Today, Mr. Yaho accounted for almost 60% of the people who came here to ask for information about the role players in the short film. There is also a character favorite poll released on the internet around this short film, in which Mr. Night City is far ahead in first place. By the way, my uncle was voted last, and his ranking was even worse than Nini's father who only spoke a few words. Nini was thrown out even further than lowly Nini. Regarding his nephew's uprightness, his uncle showed a calm look on his face. Compared with what he experienced in the other world, these were minor disturbances. It would be better to say that he was able to get votes, which surprised his uncle. Uncle, are there any more memories like today's? It would be best if Mr. Yi Cheng is involved in them. Today alone, our income has exceeded 1 million yen. If we continue at this pace, we will actually be able to open a company in a few days." Quote. After being busy until midnight, Takaoka Kifumi simply calculated the video subscriptions and rewards received today, and found that in just one day, their income reached an astonishing 1 million yen. If they continue at this pace, it will definitely not be too difficult for them to become billionaires. Moreover, Takacho Jingwen, who had tasted the sweetness, also understood that most of the viewers who subscribed came for Yi Cheng, the male protagonist, who was both handsome and good at pretending, and good at fighting. So as long as they can grasp this wave of traffic, it is definitely not a fantasy to make money every day. I think I'd better ask my uncle to find more common memory clips to play in the future. This video has already caused such a big stir. If another more explosive video is released, someone will really come looking for it. After all, in today's era, it is not too difficult for some large groups and companies to humanize a video blogger. Quote. Compared to Takaoka Kifumi's excitement, Fujimiya Sumika believes that they should slow down and calm down now. It is undeniable that if my uncle could produce one or two more fragments of memories from another world of this quality, he would become a so-called internet celebrity. However, when that time comes, they will definitely be killed if they are too famous. Forget about them, but what about Yi Cheng, Sui, Demon Flame Dragon and Mabe Lu in the video clip. You must know that after the continuous fermentation of the previous video, Yechung's popularity is now comparable to that of a second-rate star in the world. If someone really wanted to cooperate came to their door, where would they find Yi Cheng, Kui and the others? Are the actors who shot the short video not real? Or not in this world? When the uncle comes back from another world, it will be revealed, right? Actually, there is no solution to this problem. As the uncle spoke, he suddenly reached out and pressed Fujimiya Sumika's shoulder, and when the latter showed a panicked expression, he quickly recited the Japanese version of the spell. As a burst of white light enveloped Fujimiya Chungxia, her originally bumpy figure was constantly changing in the white light. When the white light completely dissipated, Fujimiya Sumika appeared again, apparently startling Takaoka Kifumi. Jingwen, what's your expression? Hey, why did my voice become like this? Seeing the astonished expression of Takaoka Kifumi on the side, Fujimiya Sumika felt something was wrong as soon as she made a sound, because the sound coming out of her mouth turned out to be a slightly magnetic male voice. Fujimiya Senpai, you should go and look in the mirror. The bathroom is over there. Hearing Takaoka Kifumi's words, Fujimiya Sumika trotted to the bathroom, and soon after, Fujimiya Sumika's screams came from the bathroom. Because the self who appeared in the mirror was no longer her, Fujimiya Sumika, but a handsome man with a handsome appearance and a slightly lazy look. And Fujimiya Sumika also recognizes this handsome face, because she has seen it many times before when she was editing the video. As for the living room, my uncle had already begun to introduce the principles of the magic just now to Gao Chu Jingwen. Transformation magic. The spell chanted when activated is shape transformation. The effect is a magic that can change the appearance and body structure into other beings. Not only gender issues, but even non-human races can be changed. But this transformation magic also has two flaws. One is that if you change your body, your mindset and heart will gradually change, and you risk losing your own nature. It's like Ms. Fujimiya has now transformed into the appearance of Yi City. It will be fine for a short time, but over time, her personality and habits will gradually move closer to the direction of Yi City. Another flaw is that if the transformed appearance is captured by cameras and other equipment in modern times, it will not be displayed normally due to the obstruction of magic protection. Quote, Fujimiya Sumika has transformed back with the help of her uncle, and the reason why her uncle showed them this magic is to show that they can use transformation magic if it is really a last resort. As for the memory fragments that were more explosive than the battle in the sealed city. After pondering for a while, my uncle also said that there were some. He also said that it should be one of the most difficult battles they had experienced in the other world. Seeing that their uncle used the memory elf to release fragments of his own memories, Takaoka Kifumi and Fujimiya Sumika quickly found a chair and sat down, preparing to watch the small theater of another world seriously. After all, they are young boys and girls, and adventures in a fantasy world are full of infinite temptation for people of their age. As a snowflake screen flashed by, a picture began to appear on the screen projected in midair. It was the opening scene of a group of green-skinned goblins surrounding several adventurers. The three adventurers surrounded are a combination of 2 men and 1 woman. According to the setting of this different world, the 3 young adventurers with 1 woman in the past 2 years are all quite good-looking. Among them, the female adventurer is quite outstanding. However, the situation of these 3 adventurers is obviously not good now, because they are surrounded by a large number of goblins. And at this moment, they were on a mountain road, next to a cliff. The front and rear of the mountain road were blocked by a large number of goblins. They were completely in a situation where there was no way to go from heaven to earth. Just when the 3 of them were about to despair, Yi Cheng and his uncle, who formed a temporary team, happened to appear nearby. Goblins are not powerful monsters in this world, but they usually act in groups and have a certain amount of wisdom, so they are quite cunning. Having stayed in another world for several years, goblins and their like are not even considered as trash in the eyes of Yashura and Shima Yosuke. So after seeing these adventurers blocked, Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke also drew their swords and used magic respectively to clear a way for these 3 adventurers to escape. Because they didn't want to attract too much attention, neither Yi Cheng nor Shima Yosuke used too much strength this time. This group of goblins was eventually lured to the foot of a cliff by Yi Cheng as bait, and then Shima Yosuke used magic to blow up the rocks on the mountain, killing them all. The three young adventurers who were rescued quickly expressed their gratitude to Yosuke and Shima Yosuke after they escaped from trouble. And from their mouths, they also learned the names of the three people in Night City. Among them was a brown-haired girl wearing a white priest costume named Alicia. As for the two teenagers in his team, their names are Laika and Edgar. They come from the same village and have been childhood sweethearts since childhood. But because Alicia is older than the other two, she is equivalent to a sister. But as time goes by, they will be disliked by both of them. After the three people came to the town from the rural village, they registered as adventurers and dreamed of becoming powerful beings. However, although the three fledglings had developed their strength well in the village, they had almost no actual combat experience. On their first mission, they were deceived into a trap by the cunning goblin. If Yosuke and Shima Yosuke hadn't just happened to pass by, Laika and Edgar would probably have become goblin food. As for Alicia, who has a stunning figure and appearance, it would probably have turned into a restricted side story. Already. When exchanging names, Yi Cheng reported the name, Ito Makoto, and said that he was the oldest here and everyone could also call him Makoto. As for Shima Yosuke, after hearing Yi Cheng give a false name, he also made up a name called Kuroki. It's not that Yi Cheng doesn't trust Alicia and the others. Even if the three of them really have sinister intentions, with the strength of Yi City and Shima Yosuke, they are not afraid of any plot. Mainly due to the passage of several years, coupled with the 2 consecutive resolutions of the crisis caused by the dragon, and the sealing of the city, Yi Cheng is now well known as an adventurer, and he is already considered a big shot. If you tell your real name, even if the 3 people in front of you are novice adventurers, it will be somewhat troublesome if they recognize you. As for Shima Yosuke, he simply thought that Yi Cheng had an ulterior motive in giving a false name, so he followed it unconsciously. There is actually a reason why Yi Cheng will act together with Shima Yosuke this time. Shima Yosuke heard that there are shrines in other worlds. Moreover, the temple also houses the true power of the gods. Since it is the power of the gods, there may be a way to return him to the original world. However, because the target was a god, Shima Yosuke always felt that he was not safe enough to act alone, so he turned to his most trusted and reliable friend, Yi Cheng. As for why Kui and Maebailu didn't follow, it was because Kui had received clues about the ancient relics, so they went to look for them with Maebailu. Don't underestimate goblins. Although these guys are not very powerful, their cunning is sometimes even better than humans. However, I have been an adventurer for several years, and this is the first time I have heard of adventurers who fall into goblin traps. Quote. After hearing what Yi Cheng said, Alicia and the other 3 also lowered their heads in shame. As adventurers, they were real rookies. After successfully killing a few goblins at the beginning, Laika and Alicia suddenly felt that the so-called goblins were just that. So they ignored Edgar's obstruction and continued to chase the goblins. It wasn't until they were surrounded by a large number of goblins on the mountain road that they realized something was wrong, but by this time it was obviously too late. These dead goblins, you can take some of the materials from them and go back to deliver. Remember not to accept a commission beyond your ability next time. It is easy to lose your life in this job. As for us, since we have other matters, we will take our leave first. Quote. The people who saved Alicia were just doing it casually. From the fact that Yashara and Shima Yosuke gave their false names, it can be seen that Yashara and the others did not want to have too much interaction with these 3 people. However, the trio are obviously very repaying people, and saving them is just a small effort in the eyes of Night City, but for Alicia and the others, it is indeed a real life-saving grace. So in order to repay such a life-saving favor, Alicia told Night City and the others the location of a secret maze they discovered while chasing the goblins. There are many mazes in this world. There are monsters and traps in the mazes, but dangers often coexist with rewards. After clearing some mazes, you can also obtain massive treasures or rare equipment. Most of the mazes can be conquered repeatedly. Of course, the danger of such mazes is extremely low and the rewards are average. However, mazes that can only be conquered once are quite rare. In history, there are many people who have conquered such mazes and become strong or even brave. However, because this type of maze is rare, even location information is a precious treasure. And now, in order to repay Yi City and the others for saving their lives, Alicia and the others told Yi City about the location of such a maze. We also discovered this maze by accident. Originally, we thought we would attack it after we became stronger. Since Mr. Ito and Mr. Kuroki are so strong and saved us, we will leave this maze to you. Quote. Looking at the location map Alicia handed over, Yi Cheng also glanced at Shima Yosuke behind him and asked, how about it? Before looking for the shrine, do you want to download a dungeon first? For Yosuke and Shima Yosuke, mazes are no longer rare. Even most of the mazes in this world that cannot be conquered were conquered by the two of them. There are only 7 Sky Star Stone rings in the world, and they have collected them all, which shows how many mazes they have conquered. However, such one-time mazes are indeed quite rare, and they are not in a hurry to find the shrine, so the two of them are going to explore the wilderness first. And in return, Night City and the others also invited Alicia to join them. After all, they had given such precious information, but they just threw it aside. It was a bit unreasonable. After entering the labyrinth later, I hope you can obey my command. There is no problem with this, right? Of course, I don't mean to force you to give orders, but the maze is no better than the outside. Once you touch the trap due to impulse, not only will you have no chance to escape, but it will even affect other people in the team. Quote. Hearing Yi Cheng's serious instructions, Alicia and the other two swallowed hard, and then nodded quickly like chickens pecking at rice, indicating that there was no problem. You are the senior adventurers, so naturally we listen to the experienced seniors. We are very grateful for your willingness to help us gain knowledge, and naturally we will not be ignorant. Quote. Hearing the assurances from Alicia and the others, Yi Cheng couldn't help but nod silently. The three people's views were quite upright, and it would not have been in vain for him and Shima Yosuke to save people before. After entering the maze, everyone first came to an extremely long corridor. The long and narrow corridor was empty, but it connected multiple secret rooms. Even novice adventurers like Alicia and others can see that the seemingly simple passage is definitely not as simple as imagined. But they didn't know what to do at this moment, so they could only wait eagerly for the two bosses to give instructions. With the help of the micro-elves, Yosuke Shima quickly scanned the overall structure of the entire maze and analyzed most of the traps. Then he turned to Yi City and said, some trap elves cannot break and need to be triggered directly. It seems that the level of this maze is not low. There are a total of 5 traps in the aisle in front of us. 2 of them have been broken by me, but there are still 3 that can only be released by triggering. The first point is that about 100 arrows will be shot from 2 places on the wall. The second point is that a huge spherical rock with the same width as the aisle will fall from the top of the aisle. The third place is a summoning circle at the end of the corridor, which will summon a certain number of monsters to surround us from the front and back. Quote. Seeing Shima Yosuke squatting on the ground and doing a pose, and then collecting so much information, Alicia and the 3 newbies were also stunned on the spot. Are all the big guys so awesome? If they hadn't entered this maze together, Alicia and the others would even suspect that Yosuke and Shima Yosuke had been here before. It's a pretty old-fashioned triggering trap. You guys, wait for me here. I'll trigger the trap and then come back. After hearing what Yi Cheng said, Alicia and the other 2 were speechless again. Since they had detected the trap in advance, shouldn't what they have to do now be to eliminate the trap like this or how to get around it? But if they heard correctly just now, Yi Cheng seemed to be talking about triggering a trap. Mr. Kuroki, is it really okay to let Mr. Ito pass like this? Forget about the rules for summoning monsters. Didn't you just say that arrows would be shot from both sides and huge rocks would fall from above? In such a narrow passage, Mr. Ito has nowhere to hide, right? Quote. The aisle is only 10 meters long and less than 3 meters wide. If the trap is really what Kuroki said, Ito Makoto would be shot into a hornet's nest and crushed into a meat pie in an instant. So Alicia and the others really didn't understand why Kuroki didn't stop his companion from doing such a reckless move. Although it's not impossible to destroy or circumvent traps, doing so would be a waste of time. Don't worry, Yiya, with Brother Cheng's level, there is no problem with traps of this level. Quote. If the big guys said that, what else could Alicia and the others say? So at this moment, they could only keep a close eye on Yi City and be prepared to provide rescue to Yi City at any time. Boo-hoo. As soon as Yi Cheng stepped on the floor in the corridor, a large number of magic arrays suddenly appeared on the walls on both sides of the corridor, and then a series of magic arrows with different attributes suddenly shot towards Yi Cheng in the corridor. When they saw this scene, the Alicia trio, as the audience, almost felt their hearts being pulled. Because the scene that happened in front of him was obviously different from what Blackwood said before. The other party said before that there were hundreds of arrows, but there are at least hundreds here. There are also the arrows that Kuroki mentioned before. Alicia and the others thought they were ordinary arrows, but the arrows that appeared here were all elemental arrows with magic damage. And the most deadly thing is that the magic array that shoots these elements also has the characteristic of automatically locking the enemy, so there is no possibility that these elemental arrows will miss. In such a narrow space, coupled with such a large number of elemental arrows, these elemental arrows can even lock the enemy on their own. What kind of trap is there? This is just to make people die. If you want to break such a trap, there is almost no other way but to pile up human lives until all the elemental arrows on both sides of the wall are shot, then the trap will naturally be lifted. Elemental arrows. But to me, there doesn't seem to be much difference. The second form of Yagami Ryu, Yusho dance. Quote, when arrows of various elements, like a shower, burst into Yi Cheng's body, Alicia even covered her eyes and did not dare to look. On the one hand, it was because she was afraid, and on the other hand, she did not want to see her benefactor being stabbed into a hornet's nest. But soon, Alicia, who covered her eyes, heard a tinkling sound next to her ears. Laika, who was standing next to her, also exclaimed at this moment, Alicia, look, Ito Makoto, oh no, Brother Cheng is so awesome. Out of curiosity and trust in her childhood sweetheart Laika, Alicia quickly and carefully lowered her hands covering her eyes. However, the scene in front of her soon made Alicia dumbfounded. The picture of a river of blood in her imagination did not appear. Not only was Mr. Ito Makoto not shot into a hornet's nest by the elemental arrows, he even held a long black knife in his hand at this moment. Under the rain of elemental arrows, his posture was as relaxed as strolling in a garden. The rain of arrows that burst out could not even get close to him in the circle of the sword he wielded, and the previous bursts of clanking sounds were caused by Yechung's long sword hitting the arrows. Facing the shower of elemental arrows, Alicia and the others seemed to have seen an illusion. She was an ultimate warrior, dancing in the rain of arrows. The rain of arrows that is fatal to others seems to be just a stage to better showcase one's own martial arts in the other person's eyes. When the magic arrays on both sides of the wall gradually began to dim and the rain of elemental arrows gradually subsided, the three Alicias who had been so mesmerized by the sword dance had not yet completely recovered from their previous state. Is this also a martial skill? This is too gorgeous. Laika and Edgar are also warriors, so the weapons they use are one-handed swords and two-handed swords. So when he saw the martial arts displayed by Yi Cheng just now, he already had a look of fascination. If they could also learn such powerful and gorgeous martial arts, would they be afraid of not being able to pick up girls in the future? Boom, boom, boom. And just when Yi City had eliminated all the elemental arrows, and Alicia and the others were about to come over to check on Yi City's situation, a rumbling sound came from above the corridor. It was also at this time that Alicia and the others suddenly remembered that the elemental arrows were only the first trap. In addition, there were second and third traps. And this rumbling sound is undoubtedly the spherical giant rock that Kuroki said before. What should I do? Brother Cheng just used such a gorgeous sword dance. He must have consumed a lot of energy now. If this huge rock falls, Brother Cheng won't even have time to run. How about we go up and help? Now that the problem of elemental arrows has been resolved, the corridor is considered safe. The giant rock may weigh several tons, and coupled with the acceleration of falling and rolling, the impact may be quite astonishing. But as long as the five of them go together, they should be able to withstand it. Alicia is a woman, Kuroki is thin, and coupled with the magic he used before, he seems to be a magician. Therefore, Laika and Edgar in the team naturally planned to take the lead to help without any hesitation at this moment. However, just as they took their first step, they felt a sudden violent airflow in the narrow corridor. The place where the airflow gathers is where the Night City is. Before they could react to what was happening, they were shocked to find in the next second that facing the rolling rock, Yi Cheng didn't choose to turn around and run away. Instead, he kicked the ground to pieces and took the initiative to meet it. Instant coax. Yi Cheng's body exploded out, and his body seemed to turn into a bolt of lightning. Leica and Edgar behind him even just saw a stream of light flashing through the air. And the next second, Yi Cheng's figure appeared in front of the giant rock, and put his fingers together to form a hand knife, and then stabbed it towards the giant rock. The impact of a giant rock weighing several tons falling from a height coupled with the acceleration of rolling is undoubtedly staggering. Not to mention normal humans, even monsters with strong bodies would be directly crushed into meat patties in this situation. Yi Cheng's act of stabbing with a knife, in the eyes of ordinary people, is undoubtedly an act of hitting an egg against a stone. After all, how can fragile finger bones compare with tons of stubborn rock? But soon, the views of the cute Alicia trio were refreshed again. Boom! Accompanied by a huge sound of rock shattering, the scene of an egg hitting a rock really happened. It's just that the situation is completely different from what they imagined, because the positions are completely reversed. An egg hits a rock, but Night City is not the so-called egg, but the rolling rock weighing at least several tons. Under Yi Cheng's stabbing hand, the huge spherical rock was instantly shattered into pieces. If it weren't for the quality of the gravel that fell aside, Alicia and the others would even think that the huge rock before was just a piece of cake. Regarding the scene in front of him, Shima Yosuke always maintained a calm attitude, as if he had expected it. Yosuke Shima has seen Yosuke's instant coax before. It can knock out a 50-meter dragon with one punch. Now it only shatters a giant rock with a diameter of several meters. For Yosuke, it is not something lighthearted. Mr. Kuroki, are all senior adventurers as strong as you? I have to say that what I saw and heard today was really impactful to Alicia's 3 new adventurers. Originally, they thought that the level of the 3 of them was not at the top among adventurers, but at least they could reach the middle level. But it wasn't until they met Yi Cheng, Shima Yosuke and the others that the 3 of them realized firsthand what it meant to be truly powerful. Shima Yosuke didn't mention it for the moment. Although the opponent's ability to explore traps was awesome, it was not reflected in a more intuitive way. But Yi City was different. He first used his ultimate skills to brilliantly deal with all the elemental arrows, and then used his terrifying power to violently smash the rolling rocks. The 3 of Alicia even suspected that if the 3 of them had just stood in front of Yi City, the sword that Yi City used to smash the giant rock would have killed them several times. I don't know about other adventurers, but Ito Makoto is the strongest adventurer I have ever seen. Okay, he's about to trigger the last trap to summon monsters, and now we're going to get busy. Quote. Alicia and others are full of curiosity about Yi City at this moment, but Shima Yosuke is obviously unwilling to reveal too much, and Yi City has indeed triggered the last trap. Along with the magic circles that lit up on the ground, monsters appeared in the narrow corridors one after another. These monsters may be strong or weak. After discovering the intruder, they immediately roared and rushed towards Yi City and the others. Leica and Edgar immediately protected Alicia and Shima Yosuke behind them, because in their opinion, the 2 were fragile magicians who were not good at close combat. It cannot be seen from this that although the Alicia trio are newbies, they still have good combat awareness. What they lack is just experience. There are 2 big guys, Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke, and although there are a lot of monsters appearing, they cannot be their opponents. Therefore, a few people quickly cleaned up all the monsters without being injured. The level of ease even made Alicia and the 3 of them feel that the monsters in these mazes were actually better than the goblins outside before. However, in fact, when these monsters appeared, several of the powerful ones were killed by the quick-eyed Yosuke and Shima Yosuke the moment they first appeared. The 3 Alicias were dealing with all kinds of fish, and with Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke taking care of them intentionally or unintentionally, they had no worries, so the fight was naturally very easy. After solving the monsters, it is natural to enter several secret rooms at the end of the corridor. There is also a guardian monster in these secret rooms, and in the game, it should still be at the boss level. Of course, the so-called boss level is relative. If Alicia and the other 3 were the only ones who came here, the Thunder Eagle in the first secret room would probably be enough to wipe out the 3 of them. But with big bosses like Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke leading the way, the situation is naturally completely different. Chapter 71. When entering the first secret room, an eagle with a wingspan of more than 3 meters suddenly erupted with lightning all over its body, flapped its wings with a thunderous sound, and flew up from the treasure chest. The thunder eagle bathes in thunder and lightning and makes the sound of an eagle, which can be said to be full of excitement from the beginning. The cute trio of Alicia looked at the flying giant thunder eagle, and their expressions showed a look of preparation. Binding down number 63. Chain binding. However, the opening special effects animation of this majestic thunder eagle had just finished playing, and before it had time to show its true strength, a golden chain suddenly tied the opponent into a knot. At the same time as Yi Cheng took action, Shima Yosuke also made a move at the same time. An ice spear quickly condensed in his hand and was then thrown out. The thunder eagle, which was bound by the chain, had no room to dodge at all. It originally had two characteristics, thunder and flight. Speed was its biggest advantage, but it was useless at the moment. There is no doubt that this big bird, who was full of fans when he appeared, was directly stabbed by Shima Yosuke's ice spear less than a minute after his final appearance. The three Alicias, who were originally facing a formidable enemy and even prepared to fight bloody battles, were stunned on the spot when they saw the scene in front of them. When they reacted, they found that Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke had already touched the treasure chest with ease. As for the dead thunder eagle, the two of them didn't even bother to take a second look. With their current level of strength, they could no longer look down on monster materials of Thunder Eagle's level. I knew the monsters guarding the level were so useless, so the so-called treasures shouldn't be anything special. But as expected, they're all just junk. When they heard Yi Cheng's complaints, the three Alicias who came over suddenly had speechless expressions on their faces. The guard's monster dish. They have not seen the monsters in the other two secret rooms, so they will not comment. But judging from the aura erupting from the Thunder Eagle that was at its peak just now, it was obvious that it was no ordinary monster. If the three of them were allowed to deal with it alone, they might all be destroyed together, but such a powerful monster has now become so-called trash in Night City and the others. Hey, I didn't expect that besides a pile of garbage, there are actually things I can use here. After rummaging through the treasure chest, Yi Cheng, who originally thought he would find nothing, soon discovered unexpectedly that there was actually something he could use in the treasure chest. Magic scroll or a perception. Most people in this world possess magic and can use magic, but not everyone can use magic. Just like academics, people's magic also has inheritance. In addition to some general magic, some powerful and rare magic can only be learned in a few ways. One is to spend your own money to buy some rare magic books. The second is that you have a family with a deep foundation, or you have a powerful teacher. Third, just like Yi City and the others are doing now, they can obtain magic scrolls that can be learned through mazes or secret realms. Whether you are a warrior school or a magic school, it requires long-term accumulation and training. There is nothing in the world that can be gained without hard work or achieved overnight. No, Shima Yosuke seems to have never learned magic systematically, but his situation is somewhat special. To be precise, Shima Yosuke's magic is used by elves, and he just borrows the power of elves. Once he is unable to communicate with elves, or there are no elves in his environment, then Shima Yosuke will not be able to use magic even if he possesses magic power. This magic, called breath perception, is indeed useful to Yi Cheng. After mastering this ability, Yi City is equivalent to having a portable radar. Not only can it sense the surrounding life units, but it can also sense the strength of the creature's breath in order to judge the strength of the opponent. I took this thing. I don't want anything else. Can you allocate it among yourself? Shima Yosuke had no objection to what Yosuke said after taking away the magic scroll, because his magic was basically used by elves, and the magic that Shima Yosuke had that needed to be learned was useless to him. As for the three Alicias, it goes without saying that they were almost evenly matched throughout the whole process, and they didn't expect to get a share of the spoils. Now that the big boss is sharing so generously, how can they have the nerve to be picky? Of the remaining items in the treasure box, Shima Yosuke only took some money. As for the remaining equipment, Shima Yosuke didn't take any of it. No one else, because in his opinion, these things are junk, and whether they are long swords or shields, they are obviously equipment that he cannot use. As for these equipments, they ended up being cheap. Laika and Edgar. Seeing the disgusted looks on Yashara and Shima Yosuke's faces, they thought the equipment in the treasure chest was very low end. However, When they put on the equipment and checked its attributes, they were shocked to find that the level and attributes of these equipment were at least several times that of their original equipment. It turns out that it's not that the level of the equipment is not good, but that the big guys have too high standards. These sophisticated equipment are sold outside, and any piece of them can definitely be sold for more than 10 gold coins. You must know that the reward they received for the mission to eliminate the goblins was only 10 silver coins. Mr. Ito, we have done almost nothing and have not contributed much. Is it really okay to take so many valuable things? Looking at Laika and Edgar, who were showing off their new equipment with satisfied expressions, Alicia asked a little embarrassedly. Well, we can't let you guys go in vain, and if you hadn't discovered this maze, we wouldn't have been able to get here. The rule of the adventurer team is that no matter what loot is obtained, it will be distributed first to those in need in the team. If no one needs it, sell it for money and everyone will share it equally. Actually, everyone has already formed a team, so they don't care about whether they contribute more or less, and they will be evenly distributed so that there won't be too many disputes. Quote. Yi Cheng had said so, and Alicia and the three of them could only bend down to express their gratitude. In fact, the three of them were not fools. It was obvious that they also knew that Yi Cheng was deliberately taking care of them. The so-called equal distribution is used in teams with balanced combat power. In teams with huge combat power gaps like theirs, characters like the three of them will generally only be used as coolies. When dividing the spoils of war, we usually divide the leftovers that others don't want, so it can be like this. As the exploration operation continues to deepen, Alicia and the other three now have more and more trust in Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke. Although they were new adventurers, it was not like they had never seen other adventurers before. They had never encountered experienced adventurers like Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke who were so powerful, reliable, gentle and caring. When the three of them first came here from the countryside to become adventurers, they also asked other senior adventurers for help, but generally the capable adventurers were very arrogant. There are people like Mr. Makoto Ito and Mr. Kuroki who are so easy to talk to. Mr. Ito is both handsome and powerful, but also gentle and considerate, with an almost perfect personality. Although Mr. Kuroki looks a little weird, he is also a good man, strong, calm and reliable, and he is very admirable. When they searched for the second secret room, as soon as they entered the room, they triggered the mechanism in the room, and a huge monster appeared in front of them with a roar. Because he had just learned, breathe sense, when this monster appeared, Yi Cheng could clearly feel that the monster in this second room was much stronger than the first one. This is the Earth Dragon Lizard. According to the introduction of dangerous monsters in the Adventurer's Manual, this thing is an S-level dangerous monster. Because he has some dragon blood, he is rough-skinned and thick flesh, and is not something that ordinary adventurers can deal with. Quote. Compared to Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke, who were calm, the three of them were frightened when they saw the giant monster appearing in front of them. Because this thing is obviously not something that ordinary adventurers can deal with. It is not a bit stronger than the previous Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle's more advantage is its speed, but they can't hit this thing at all. Mr. Ito, why don't we leave first and wait until later? Broken Path 4, White Thunder. Seeing the Earth Rock Lizard that was roaring towards them with astonishing momentum, Alicia nervously held the staff in her hand. She turned around and was about to say something to Yi Cheng when she saw a white thunder coming from Yi Cheng's fingertips. Exploded out. The white thunder was extremely conspicuous in the slightly dark room, so when the thunder burst out from Yi Cheng's fingertips, Alicia and the others could clearly see it. The white thunderbolt, which was only as thick as a baby's forearm, penetrated directly through the Earth Rock Lizard's head and even left a deep hole in the rock wall behind it. Boom! Along with the white thunder, it gradually became thinner in the air until it finally dissipated completely. The Earth Dragon Lizard, which was several meters tall and was known as an S-class super dangerous monster with a trace of dragon blood, fell to the ground with a huge body and raised a lot of dust. Alicia and the other three were stunned. Although along the way, they thought they had a certain understanding of the strength of Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they found that their previous knowledge was still too shallow. No, it was even called ignorance. This is an S-level dangerous monster, and it was killed with just one move. And wasn't Mr. Ito a warrior who was good at swordsmanship before? His magic level is so incredible. This earth dragon lizard's death was too painful. Its strength was obviously much stronger than the previous thunder eagle, but now it didn't even finish the appearance animation, so it was killed. The earth dragon lizard has rock attributes and thick armor scales. It is highly resistant to both magic and physical attacks. It can be called a thick-skinned chariot. However, this magical beast, which is famous for its defense, also has its weakness, and that is its eyes. No matter what kind of powerful monster it is, as long as its weakness can be found, it will be much easier to deal with. Quote. Looking at the dull Alicia and the other three, Yi Cheng gave an explanation thoughtfully. However, the three Alicias who thought it made sense at first quickly realized that even if they knew the weakness of the earth rock lizard, it was too simple. Frankly speaking, if it were the three of them, even if they knew the weakness of the earth rock lizard, could the three of them defeat each other? Obviously it can't be done. Not to mention it was a one-hit kill, it was more likely that they couldn't even touch the earth rock lizard's eyes. I'm sure that Mr. Ito and Mr. Kuroki are not ordinary adventurers, Alicia said with a serious face, holding a staff in hand. And with expressions that seemed to have discovered some secret, Laika and Edgar were greeted with speechless expressions. This is why the cute Alicia has just realized it now. From the very beginning, the two of them felt that Yosuke and Shima Yosuke were not ordinary people. When ordinary people explore a dangerous maze, they will maintain a relaxed mood like an outing in the wild. Ordinary adventurers can kill S-class monsters as if they were trash, or treat such sophisticated equipment as useless garbage. Originally they thought they were just experienced adventurer bosses they met, but how could they not be considered bosses? They were simply great gods. The treasures found in the second room were some magic items and rare potions. Because they had some effect on both Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke, they were separated by the two of them. Yecheng also promised that the contents of the third room would be given to Alicia and the others first as compensation, and the three of them naturally had no objections to this. The third room is also the last room in the maze. Different from the previous two rooms, this last room is a huge hall, and in the middle stands a very awesome-looking staff. As for the existence of the guarding staff, it is no longer a monster or beast, but a huge mechanical puppet. The armor on this mechanical puppet seems to have anti-demon properties, so magic hitting it will not only have no effect, but will even reflect damage. In the end, it was Yi Cheng who contributed. This mechanical puppet had good strength, but it was obviously too weak to face Yi Cheng, whose physique could suppress the dragon. After Yi Cheng's continuous shunpo play, he was finally stabbed in the core by Yi Cheng from behind, and he collapsed to the ground without any movement. It seems that this thing is the most valuable treasure in this maze. In the last room, except for this staff, there is nothing else. The Wand of Salvation. This name is a bit awesome, it seems to be no ordinary equipment. But I don't need a wand to use magic, so you can allocate this among yourself. Quote. Any fool can see that this so-called Wand of Salvation must be the most precious and awesome thing in the entire maze. But as Yi Cheng himself said, he wasn't too keen on the wand, so he withdrew from the competition. I'm not used to using a wand either. I only need the help of elves to use magic, so I don't want one either. Alicia didn't take anything before, and we said we would make it up to you in the last room, so just take this wand. Quote. Hey, do you want to give me this wand? Is that really okay, Mr. Ito, Mr. Kuroki? In fact, Alicia fell in love with this gorgeous wand when she first saw it. But for such a valuable thing, Alicia felt that she had done nothing along the way and was not enough to get such a spoil, so she felt a little uneasy at the moment. It's okay, just take it, otherwise we will just sell it outside. After all, Dao, Kuroki and I are both special beings who can use magic without a staff. Ah, why do you want to sell such a beautiful staff? Hearing that Yi City and the others planned to sell the Wand of Salvation, Alicia stopped refusing and directly grabbed the gorgeous staff. Although it took Yi Cheng and the others half a day to complete this trip to the maze, overall, it was not without gain. At least from Yi Cheng's point of view, the magic of breath perception is quite effective for him. When they were finally leaving, the mechanical puppet with its core destroyed was also packed up and taken away by Yi Cheng. This kind of gadget with technological attributes is somewhat different from the style of this world. Yi Cheng wants to take it back and ask the well-informed elf girl to see if she knows anything. Mr. Ito, and Mr. Kuroki, thank you very much for taking us to explore the maze this time, and for sharing the loot with us so generously. In order to thank you and to rest, why don't I invite you to go to the hot springs? I remember that not far from here, there was a very famous hotel called Purgatory Hot Spring. In the evening, Yosuke, Shima Yosuke, and Alicia finally arrived at the hotel called Purgatory Hot Spring. The reason was that after conquering the underground maze, it was already dusk. Since they had a choice, Yechung and the others did not want to sleep in the wilderness. At the same time, when Alicia talked about the hotel called Purgatory Hot Spring, the other party actually said that according to legend, this hotel was actually built by travelers from another world. After hearing such words, Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke, who were originally indifferent, naturally became interested. There are so many travelers who have come to this world. Previously, Yi Cheng thought that Shima Yosuke was the only time traveler, so he decided that he was the son of the world. But now it seems that the situation is not necessarily like this, because Shima Yosuke is not the only existence, so Yechung is naturally very curious about the owner of this hot spring hotel at this moment. As for Shima Yosuke, after hearing that the hot spring owner also came from another world, he wanted to meet him at this moment and asked him if he had found a way to return to the original world after living in the other world for many years. Unfortunately, when a group of 5 people came to the Purgatory Hot Spring, they were greeted by a young couple who said that the person who built the hot spring was their elder and had been dead for many years. Soaking in the hot spring, because there were Laika and Edgar around, it was not easy for Yichung and Shima Yosuke to talk too much, but Yichung could see that Shima Yosuke was full of questions now. Discuss with Yi City. As for the women's hot springs, Alicia originally thought she would be bathing alone, but when she entered the hot springs, she found that there were already 2 people enjoying the hot springs in the smoke. And what surprised her was that the 2 people who soaked in the hot spring here first were not only girls, but also very beautiful girls. Alicia is actually quite confident about her appearance, but compared to the orange-haired elf girl and the blue-haired 3-no girl in front of her at this moment, she is still slightly inferior. The only advantage he could gain from the 2 people in front of him was probably his extremely proud figure. Because they didn't know each other yet, Alicia just nodded awkwardly with the 2 of them, and then found a corner to soak quietly. As for Alicia's appearance, Kui and Maybailu didn't find it strange. After all, this was a famous hot spring hotel, and it was normal for people to come to take a bath in the hot springs. Mabel, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, I might not have found the ancient relics so easily. Kui had previously heard that there was an ancient relic that was left on a nearby mountain, so she hoped that Yi Cheng would accompany her to search for it, but who knew that Yi Cheng had agreed to Shima Yosuke in advance. So in the end, Kui had no choice but to find Maybailu for help, because it would take at least 2 people to lift the seal of the ancient relic. After successfully obtaining the ancient relics, in order to thank Maybailu for helping, Sui invited Maybailu to come to this Purgatory Hot Spring, to enjoy the hot springs and have a feast. I don't know how the matter between Yi Cheng and that Shima Yosuke is going. What's so good about that wooden guy in Yechung and that orc face? He always cares about the other party's affairs. Quote. Kui felt inexplicably angry when she thought of Shima Yosuke. She had always regarded Sonia, Maybailu, and even Demon Flame Dragon as her potential enemies. But it wasn't until later that she discovered that her biggest obstacle was Yosuke Shima's beastly face. Every time she was about to take action to warm up her relationship with Yashara, Shima Yosuke would always appear at the right time and take Yashara away. If it's Mr. Yi Cheng and Mr. Shima, I think there should be no problem with them. After all, they are the strongest adventurers I have ever seen. The adventurers I met before could not even carry their shoes. Quote. Maybailu said this very rudely, but it is indeed a fact. Regardless of Yosuke, even if Sui has many opinions about Shima Yosuke, she has to admit that the beast face is also the strongest human being she has ever seen. 1. Shima Yosuke, who can communicate with micro-elves and use magic of various attributes, and Yosuke, who is superb in swordsmanship and can suppress giant dragons with his physique, can at least give them a 50-50 fight even if they really meet the Demon King. No, maybe even the Demon King would be defeated in their hands. Although I don't know who Mr. Yaho and Mr. Yosuke Shima you are talking about are, but in order to elevate your friends and thereby belittle their behavior, it is too much. There are many powerful adventurers in the world, such as Mr. Ito and Mr. Kuroki. I don't know the Yosuke and Shima Yosuke you are talking about, but I think Mr. Ito and Mr. Kuroki must be stronger than the two adventurers you mentioned. Quote, for such a matter, under normal circumstances, the weak Alicia would not dare to argue. But today, they were first rescued by Yi Cheng and the others, and then received so many favors from others. Now that she heard such words, she really couldn't pretend not to hear them. In Alicia's eyes, Mr. Ito Yoshiro is handsome, gentle and strong. Not only is he attentive and considerate, but he even teaches them adventurers' experiences from time to time. Mr. Kuroki, Shima Yosuke, although relatively taciturn, is extremely calm and reliable. Although he looks a bit weird, this does not prevent him from being a good person. Moreover, neither Mr. Ito nor Mr. Kuroki, despite being powerful, have any arrogance at all, and can even be considered approachable and kind. In Alicia's opinion, the two of them were the most perfect adventurers they had ever seen. But such excellent Mr. Ito and Mr. Kuroki are now being devalued as worthless by others in front of her. Alicia will naturally feel angry. I'm really sorry, my companion was a bit arrogant. Is this lady also an adventurer? As an elf royal, Kui is quite decent in all aspects of etiquette and etiquette under normal circumstances. When she realized that what Ma Beilu just said had a broad impact, she immediately apologized. When seeing the elf girl actually apologizing to herself so solemnly, Alicia panicked and quickly waved her hands to show that it didn't matter. I am indeed an adventurer, but I am just a fledgling adventurer. Today I was almost killed by a group of goblins. Otherwise, Mr. Ito. Alicia didn't have any scheming intentions, and Kui and Maebailu didn't look like bad people, so the girls gradually became familiar with each other as they chatted. I see, that's why you had such a big reaction, Alicia, when Mabel said bad things about other adventurers. So let me guess, Alicia, are you in love with Mr. Ito who saved you? Or that Mr. Kuroki? Quote. As they began to get acquainted with each other, Kui also began to tease the weak girl he had just met. No, I have only known Mr. Ito for less than a day. How could it be possible? Oh, it seems the answer has come out. Compared to Mr. Kuroki, Alicia seems to prefer Mr. Ito. Sui here was still teasing Alicia, while Maebailu on the other side was sitting quietly, and then suddenly said thoughtfully, why do I think the Mr. Ito and Mr. Kuroki you mentioned, it's somewhat similar to someone we know. After hearing Maebailu's sudden words, Kui, who was still joking with Alicia, was obviously stunned for a moment. Then when she recalled what Alicia had just described, the fighting methods of Mr. Ito and Mr. Kuroki were indeed somewhat similar to the two figures in her memory. I didn't react just now. On the one hand, Alicia's cognition was limited, so her description of the battle was not too clear. On the other hand, Kui knew that Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke were out on business, and it was impossible to run away to conquer the maze, so she didn't think about them. Alicia, could you please tell me about the physical characteristics of Mr. Ito and Mr. Kuroki? Don't get me wrong, we don't mean anything else, but Mr. Ito and Mr. Kuroki you mentioned seem a bit like people we know. Quote. After Maebailu's reminder, Kui also realized that she had left her hometown and traveled here for so long. She had seen countless adventurers. Are there many adventurers who could kill the Earth Dragon Lizard in one move? No, so far, Kui has only seen two adventurers with this kind of strength, one of whom is Yi Cheng and the other is Shima Yosuke. Well, Mr. Ito is a handsome young man about the same age as us with white hair. As for Mr. Kuroki, he looks a bit older and looks like an orc, doesn't he? Yes, do Miss Sui and Miss Maybell also know Mr. Ito and Mr. Kuroki? What a coincidence. In fact, when she heard that the so-called Makoto Ito was a handsome white-haired guy who was good at swordsmanship, Kui had already roughly confirmed in his heart that the so-called Makoto Ito was Yi Cheng. And now with the addition of Shima Yosuke, who looks like a half-orc, it is almost a certain fact. After all, there is absolutely no other pair in the entire continent that has such a powerful combination of a handsome white-haired swordsman and an orc-faced elf magician. That fool in Night City told me that he had something important to do, but it turned out that the so-called important thing was to take his hot and beautiful sister to conquer the maze and soak in the hot spring. They should be right across the street, I'll go find them to settle the score. Quote. After confirming the identities of Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke, Kui wrapped herself in a bath towel without thinking and prepared to go to the men's hot spring to settle the score with Yi Cheng. However, as luck would have it, at this very moment, the Purgatory Hot Spring hotel where they were located was suddenly attacked by monsters. It stands to reason that the Purgatory Hot Spring is built here, and there is a barrier outside the hotel. It has been peaceful all these years, so this shouldn't happen. Because he learned the ability of breath perception, when the monster approached the hot spring hotel, Yi Cheng had already discovered it in advance. Didn't you say before that this hotel has a barrier to protect against monsters and will not be attacked by monsters? Why do I sense the presence of many magical beasts approaching here? Quote. Hearing Yi Cheng's sudden words, Laika and Edgar were obviously stunned for a moment, and then showed puzzled expressions. However, when Yi Cheng's eyes shifted to Shima Yosuke on the side, his uncle waved his hand to express that this time he did not destroy the barrier with any cunning. Although he did want to study it after soaking in the hot spring, he didn't have time to take action yet. Put on your clothes and go outside to take a look. Really, it's not easy to relax in a hot spring. When several people came outside the hot spring wearing bathrobes and carrying weapons, they discovered that many monsters had entered the hotel and started wreaking havoc. Fortunately, there are not many guests in the hotel recently, and at this moment, the hotel owner's family of 3 are blocked in a room, and a wild boar-like monster is constantly hitting the door. Yechung, it seems I can't use magic anymore. Shima Yosuke originally wanted to take action to deal with this monster, but soon he was shocked to find that he could no longer communicate with the tiny elves in the air. They must be those birds in the sky. My breath perception can't detect their existence. When the magic comes to them, they seem to disappear directly. The reason why these monsters can enter this hot spring hotel is probably because of these bird monsters. Quote. After hearing what Shima Yosuke said, Yi Cheng looked at the strange bird monsters in the sky and replied. They are magic sealing birds, a very rare kind of magical beast. As long as they exist in the area, they can hinder everything related to magic. Whether it's enchantment, magic, or even magic items, they will lose their effect in front of them. But why would a magical beast like the sealed demonic bird appear in a place like this? Quote. After hearing the noise, Kui, Maybailu and Alicia ran out wearing women's bathrobes. And Kui, who was the most knowledgeable and well-informed, also told the names of those strange birds and monsters in the sky. There were 7 people present. Among them, Shima Yosuke and Alicia were both pure magicians, and Mayburu also relied on the artifact Frozen Divine Sword to fight. In other words, as long as the sealing demon bird is present, these 3 people are almost useless scum. As for Laika and Edgar, without magic power to strengthen their bodies, their strength is at the scum level. It is quite difficult to deal with ordinary monsters, let alone the flying demon sealing bird. Kui's situation is actually not much better. Although she has a certain level of swordsmanship, she is not proficient. Kui usually uses magic and ancient relics in battle, which means that now under the influence of the demon sealing bird, her strength is definitely less than 10% of her original strength. Leave those miscellaneous fish monsters to you, and let me take care of those demon sealing birds. Yi Cheng and Kui, who had been getting along for several years, already had a tacit understanding. With just a simple eye contact, both parties already understood and started taking action at the same time. The demon sealing bird is not a very weak monster, and it also has the ability to seal magic power. Therefore, when encountering groups of demon sealing birds, even a team of experienced adventurers will easily attack them. It turns out that the Wand of Salvation in Alicia's hand has more advanced dispelling magic than the demon sealing bird. However, by the time she figured out the correct way to use the wand and opened the sanctuary to restore everyone's magic power, Yechung had already put away her sword and was surrounded by the corpses of demon-sealed birds. It's strange, don't the demon-sealing birds usually only appear in some ancient ruins or lost forests? Why are there so many demon-sealing birds here? Demon-sealing birds are very rare, even rarer than Yulong. They rarely appear in groups in certain places, so Kui feels very strange about this. Could it be because we took away ancient relics from the ruins before? Hearing Kui's words, Maybailu on the side couldn't help but remind him. Coincidentally, the mountain where Kui and Maebailu went to find ancient relics was not far from here. The changeable long sword in Kui's hand is the ancient relic they found this time. Could it be that the demon-sealed bird flew out of that ancient relic, followed the scent of the ancient relic, and chased them to the purgatory hot spring? This is not completely impossible, but the demon-sealing bird is very special. Even if it comes from the ruins they explored, it should not be so attractive to them as an ancient relic. Are there any other ancient ruins or other buildings nearby? Kui thought of a possibility, then turned to look at the hotel owner aside and asked. I have never heard of ruins or ancient ruins, but there is a temple of gods nearby. It is said that it has been here for a long time. Upon hearing Kui's question, the hotel owner also answered honestly. He has taken over the hotel from his elders in the family for so many years, and nothing like this has ever happened before. After learning that the demon-sealing birds and magical beasts may have come because of Yi Cheng and the others, I just want to get rid of all these scoundrels as soon as possible, without even paying for them. Temple of the Gods. Isn't that what we want to find this time? Where is that place? Regarding the so-called shrine, not only Shima Yosuke, but also Yi Cheng was quite interested. Let's not mention whether there is a demon king in this world, but gods should indeed exist. After all, when he and Shima Yosuke first came to this world, they both received cheats given by the god of another world. Since the other party has the ability to bring them to this world, he might also have the ability to send Shima Yosuke back. According to the direction pointed by the hotel owner, the Yechung group, who were ready to go, finally found the so-called Shrine of the Gods on a nearby hilltop after spending several hours. From the appearance alone, this temple looks quite ordinary, that is, it has no luxurious decoration, and it is not even a decent building. It is just a simple building made of some stones. But although the sparrow is small and has all the internal organs, and although the temple is simple, it has both statues and tables for worship. After looking around and around the so-called Shrine of Gods, Yashara and Shima Yosuke didn't find anything special. Finally, they suggested that they try destroying the Shrine of Gods. But the two people's speech shocked the trio of Kui and Alicia on the side. You two are crazy. No matter how simple this Temple of Gods is, the power of God resides in the temple. Your behavior will be punished by God. Destroying the Shrine of the Gods is something that ordinary people would never dare to think about, but Yashara and Shima Yosuke actually want to try to destroy it. What the hell is the difference between destroying a place dedicated to a god and directly provoking a god? The temple houses the power of God. Wouldn't that be better? Perhaps using the powerful power of God, we can be sent back to our original world. The power of God. So far, except for the so-called god of another world, I have not seen other gods in this world. How about calling him out and giving it a try? If it were an ordinary person, most of them would be intimidated by what Kui just said. However, the point of the problem is that the two human beings in front of her cannot be classified as ordinary people at all. When they heard that destroying the Shrine of the Gods would attract the wrath of the gods, and face the attack of the violent god's power, not only were Yosuke and Shima Yosuke not afraid, but they became even more excited. Shima Yosuke wanted to use the powerful power of God to see if he could find a way to go back. As for Yi Cheng, he wanted to see how much the so-called power of gods weighed. To be honest, since his plug-in was upgraded and power sharing was realized, he really couldn't find many targets in this world that he could fight with. The Demon King has not yet appeared, so they can only try their luck with the so-called gods, and even if they fail, with their current strength, it is more than enough to retreat safely. The shrine houses only the power of God, not the god himself. He is also called the Son of God. There is absolutely no reason to be cowardly. Kui and Alicia were still thinking about persuading Yashara and Shima Yosuke, but in line with the principle that ruthless people don't talk much, they had already taken action against the Shrine of the Gods. Under the bombardment of sword energy and magic, the originally crude Shrine of the Gods was instantly blown to pieces. And a breath so powerful that it was suffocating almost enveloped the surroundings at the moment the temple was destroyed. They didn't know what kind of god this shrine was enshrined in, but when the shrine was destroyed, wisps of divine power gathered in the air and gradually condensed into a phantom. Boom 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 boom. When the huge blue human-shaped shadow appeared in the air, the other party also glanced at the group of people in Yi City with a cold and scornful gaze, and then stretched out his hand to spread a wisp of divine power on the ground. As soon as the power of God entered the ground, the entire mountain began to shake violently, and then figures of different sizes emerged from the waves of shaking. These figures that emerged from the ground include monsters, and humans, but without exception, they do not have the aura of the living. This is a large number of corpses resurrected by the power of God using the power of divine magic. At this moment, these corpses were like loyal guards, all surrounding them in Yi City. Is this a god? Why do I think his abilities are more like the villain boss? But judging from the intensity of its aura and the abilities it currently uses, it doesn't seem to be anything remarkable. Quote, although the aura of the phantom transformed by the power of God is very strong, from Yi Cheng's point of view, it is not so strong that it cannot be defeated. As for the corpses resurrected by sacred magic, their strength is mediocre. Apart from adding a layer of special effects, their level is not much different from ordinary warcraft and adventurers. Still, according to the old rules, Kui and Maibailu clean up the trash, Shima Yosuke and I are responsible for the phantom of God's power. As for Alicia and you three, just find a safe place to hide so as not to be affected. Quote, Yi Cheng pulled out the black knife from the storage space, and with one blow, he cut the several resurrected corpses surrounding him in two instantly. However, just when he was about to hand over these corpses to Kui and Maibailu, and go directly to the rear to clear the wasteland boss, past the miscellaneous fish, Maibailu behind him reminded him to get away quickly with an anxious tone. A chill suddenly hit him from behind, and Yi Cheng, whose heart was ringing with alarm, immediately used Shunpo to leave the place where he was standing after being reminded by Ma Beilu. Almost as soon as Yi Cheng's front foot left, the next second where he was standing was already covered by a thick layer of ice. And the person who took action was none other than Maibailu, who had just reminded him. Ma Belle, what are you doing? Before Yi Cheng could finish his words, his sharp intuition suddenly felt that there was a strong sense of crisis coming from both sides of him. Without any time to think, Yi Cheng immediately held the long knife in his hand horizontally, and then with the other hand he pulled out another long knife from the storage space at an extremely fast speed. Ding! By 2 inches. 2 crisp sounds of gold and iron clashing echoed in the air almost at the same time. Along with the sparks flying from Yi Cheng's 2 blades, Yi Cheng's expression began to become serious at this moment. With both hands holding the sword strong, Yi Cheng rotated his body in a 2-sword style posture, and used stronger force to bounce away the people who had just attacked him from the left and right. And when he landed again, looking at the 3 people in front of him, his expression suddenly became a little ugly. I'm sorry, Yi Cheng, my body is out of control. This should also be the manipulation magic of God's power. Although our brains are awake, our bodies cannot be controlled freely. Ever since Maybelle suddenly used the ice seal on his back with the frozen divine sword, Yi Cheng felt that something was wrong. It's just that he didn't expect that the opponent's control skills were so awesome, and they were actually group control. Not only Maibailu, but Sui and Shima Yosuke were also affected. The power of God and those resurrected corpses were already quite troublesome, and now that his allies suddenly became the opponent's help, the difficulty level naturally skyrocketed again. If Yi Cheng were to do it alone, facing the power of God and these resurrected corpses, although he would find it quite difficult, he would not be completely helpless. But now with the addition of Shima Yosuke, Sui, and Mabiru, Yi City is really under a lot of pressure. Maibailu's frozen divine sword can cast an ice seal. Apart from dodging, there is no option to block it. And if you keep dodging, there will inevitably be a time when a flaw is revealed. At this time, Kui will use the big sword she recently obtained. God knows why the long sword, known as an ancient relic, can change like a Gundam, and even burst out with laser light. But after seeing the laser instantly plowing a several kilometer-long ravine on the ground and completely turning the surface into lava, Yi Cheng instantly gave up the idea of a frontal location. In addition to the 2 girls, Shima Yosuke's existence is even more troublesome, as the other party has various powerful magics emerging one after another. His body was obviously under control, but he used the obscene kite style to the extreme. Shima Yosuke, who knew the level of Yashura's swordsmanship, did not hastily choose the magic sword to fight Yashura in close combat. Instead, he used various long-range magic to attack Yashura. As soon as Yosuke got close to Shima Yosuke, the opponent used the wind attribute magic, Wind Drive, to move at a super high speed to distance himself from Yosuke again. In a 1-on-3 situation, Yi Cheng had no energy left to attack the opponent's shadow of divine power. Because Shima Yosuke, Sui, and Mabiru are not ordinary characters, it is already quite difficult for Yoshiro to deal with the violent coordinated attacks of the three of them. And because they are all controlled by the power of God, Yi Cheng cannot directly kill them, so in this situation of being restricted everywhere, it is naturally difficult for Yi Cheng to break through their encirclement. There is light in this world, with spirits as chains and souls as chains. All things bound are sin. The 63 of the Tao of Binding Chain Binding. Quote, in the successive fierce battles, Yecheng deliberately exposed a flaw, and Mabilu, who was closest to Yecheng, was also under the control of the power of God at this moment, waving the frozen divine sword in his hand, trying to use the ice seal to seal the enemy. Yi Cheng's body seal. However, at this moment, a golden luminous chain suddenly shot out from Yi Cheng's hand, binding Shima Yosuke's ankles at a speed that could not be heard. Before Shima Yosuke could break free of the luminous chain on his ankle, a huge force from the chain tore his body off irresistibly. With himself as the fulcrum and the chain as the axis, Yashira directly used Shima Yosuke as a meteor hammer and threw him directly in front of him. At the same time, the ice released by Mabilu wielding the frozen divine sword was also freezing along the ground towards him. But before the ice seal could touch Yi Cheng's body, someone had already made a scapegoat in advance. Needless to say, this scapegoat was naturally Shima Yosuke, who was dragged in front of him by Yashiro using chain binding. Because the timing was perfect, Shima Yosuke didn't even have time to make a response plan before he was frozen by the ice seal of the frozen divine sword. This was the second time he had been frozen by the ice seal, and both times it was because of this guy Yi Cheng. When Shima Yosuke was frozen by the ice seal, Mabiru had just used the ability of the freeze divine sword, so her body was still in a state of stiffness at the moment, so she could not continue to attack Yoshiro. But at this moment, Kui, who was in the air using flying magic, took out her big sword again, and the blade underwent another mechanical change. The two sides of the sword blade actually spread out to the left and right, and in the middle of the sword blade, a purple magic pillar with lightning appeared, and it was exuding an extremely terrifying aura at the moment. The proud son of heaven, the city wall built of iron, dragons roam, lions roar, tigers roar, and wolves run, cutting off the heaven and earth before they collapse. The 81 of the Binding Tao breaking the sky. Quote, a magic beam comparable to a laser burst out from the ancient relic sword in Kui's hand. Its huge recoil even caused Kui in the air to retreat by more than half a meter. And almost at the moment when he was locked by Kui, Yi Cheng also chanted the incantation of Ghost Path at the same time, and a huge transparent defensive wall suddenly stood up in front of Yi Cheng. Boom! The purple-pink magic beam impacted on the empty sky in Night City. Since the barrier formed by the empty sky was transparent, it was like a huge beam of light at this moment, hitting the air directly and like a stone falling into the water, causing violent ripples. After upgrading the plugin, Yi Cheng's current magic power is absolutely astonishing. The Duan Kong he chanted before was enough to withstand the close-range poisonous mist breath of the poisonous dragon. Now after the magic power surges, the Duan Kong has natural defense. Even more extraordinary. The magic beam, which was comparable to a laser, hit the invisible transparent barrier. Apart from making a muffled sound like a drum beat and causing huge ripples, it soon gradually calmed down. Before Kui's eye could make another move, Yi Cheng, who was behind the transparent barrier, had quickly chanted another ghost spell again. The gap between the thundering carriage and the spinning wheel, this thing has light and is divided into 6. 61 of the Tao of Binding, 6 stand light prison. Quote, as a ray of light flashed past Yi Cheng's fingertips, 6 pieces of light bloomed, suddenly gathering from different directions towards the center point of Kui, and instantly fixed it in the air. After doing all this, Yi Cheng started to use Shunpo again, and at an astonishing speed, he appeared behind Mabilu who was about to make another move. I'm sorry, Mabilu, please lie down on the ground and sleep for a while. Before Mabilu could react, Yi Cheng's hand knife had already hit her neck, and the former's eyes went black and she fainted on the ground. The battle process seemed long, but in fact, Yi Cheng completed this series of operations in less than a minute. Today, Yosuke Shima is frozen to the ground by the ice seal of the frozen divine sword, Sui is fixed in the air by the six-staff light prison, and Maeboru is in a coma. No one can stop Yi City anymore. But Yi Cheng also knew very well that neither the ice seal nor the six-stick light prison could stop Shima Yosuke and Sui for long, so he did not waste time at this moment. The shunpo under his feet was used at full power. Because of the tight time, Yi Cheng didn't even have time to deal with the resurrected corpses. Instead, he passed directly over the miscellaneous fish at an astonishing speed, rushed to the shadow of God's power at the rear, and clenched a long knife in his hand. Yakami Ryu first style breaking waterfall. The figure sprinted to the night city where the power of God was phantom. The original movement of holding the knife with one hand was changed to holding the knife with both hands, and the knife was raised high above the head. The next second, a seemingly simple sword slashed out, and the sharp sword slash flew out vertically in an instant, and its height even reached nearly 100 meters. Such an outrageous sword light naturally enveloped the phantom of God's power easily, and cut the opponent's figure into two pieces just like cutting a watermelon. After the slashing attack split the phantom of God's power in half, it even hit the rear with unabated force, instantly cutting the entire mountain in half from the middle. Originally, Yi Cheng thought that the battle should be over, but soon he was shocked to find that the aura of the shadow of God's power that he had broken into two parts had not been weakened at all. And the next second, his body that was originally divided into two halves by the sword light actually came together again at an astonishing speed, and he raised his hand to give Yecheng a counterattack with the magic of baptism of light. Although Yi Cheng used his long knife to resist in time, the white beam of light still impacted his body dozens of meters away. The impact of his retreat also caused his feet to plow two parallel paths on the ground. Gully. I see, because it is a shadow formed by the power of God, does this thing have no substance? If there is no entity, no matter whether it is slashing or magic, it should not be able to harm him. How is this thing going to defeat him? Quote. While being repelled, Yi Cheng figured out why the slash he had just struck had no effect on the shadow of God's power. They are pure energy bodies. To put it simply, they are elemental creatures without entities. However, their constituent elements are of higher quality and are the so-called God's power. Faced with this kind of incorporeal existence, it is difficult to have an effect on it, whether it is slashing, magic or ghost. Yi Cheng had a headache. With his current methods, it was not difficult to deal with this type of thing. The only way he can think of now is to use the ice seal of the frozen divine sword to seal the phantom of the god. The frozen divine sword is extremely powerful and is an anti-god weapon, and the ice seal should be able to seal it even if it faces the phantom of the god. However, when Yi Cheng turned to look at a girl from the Ice Clan, he was annoyed to find that she seemed to have been knocked down by him just now. Forget it, if that's the case then let me do it myself. The Ice Clan can exert the power of the frozen divine sword to its limit. After all, they are the ones who have guarded the frozen divine sword for generations. If Yi Cheng uses the frozen divine sword, its power will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. However, in the current situation, he seems to have no other option. But when Yi Cheng ran to the unconscious Maeboru and picked up the frozen divine sword, he found that Shima Yosuke and Sui had also been released from their restraints under the sacred magic of the shadow of God's power. What's the point of this? The two big troublemakers who had managed to be sealed and restrained before were finally released again. Yi Cheng had done a lot of tricks before and was able to temporarily eliminate the two troubles of Shima Yosuke and Sui. Now the two of them broke free again under the sacred magic and purification of the shadow of God's power, which also made Yi Cheng look ugly. Although it is a phantom transformed by the power of God, the opponent does not seem to be without wisdom. The previous method may not be effective the second time. Leica, Edgar, don't chase me, I'm Alicia. We know you are Alicia, but our bodies are out of control. Now you can only hope to run faster. Just when Yi Cheng felt like he was in trouble and was thinking hard about countermeasures, the noise caused by Alicia's cute trio not far away caught Yi Cheng's attention. Leica and Edgar were chasing their childhood sweethearts, who were like sisters, with weapons in hand. Seeing that Alicia, who had a huge burden on her chest, was about to be caught up by her two childhood sweethearts, Leica and Edgar, Yi Cheng did not choose to continue to stand there and watch the game. Instead, he appeared in front of Alicia in a flash and easily knocked down Laika and Edgar. Compared to Shima Yosuke and Sui, it is too easy for Yoshiro to defeat cute newcomers like Laika and Edgar. What Yi Cheng is curious about now is other things. The Alicia trio were far away from the battlefield just now, but they were still affected by the magic of the shadow of God's power. The state of Laika and Edgar just now was obviously the same as Shima Yosuke and others, they were both manipulated by the phantom of the power of God. So the question is, why is Alicia, who is staying with Laika and Edgar, completely unaffected by the power of God? Yecheng is immune to the influence of God's power because of its magic immunity ability. Therefore, he is probably directly immune to the manipulation magic of God's power. But what about Alicia? Does the opponent also have an ability similar to magic immunity? It must have something to do with the wand, right? I seem to be affected again just now, but it suddenly lit up with the wand, and then my brain quickly came to my senses again. Hearing Yi Cheng's inquiry, Alicia was stunned for a moment, then thought about it for a while and then spoke quickly. I see, that means this wand of salvation can purify or relieve their abnormal conditions, right? Alicia, can I ask you for a favor? If you don't want to find a way to release the control of the island, Kuroki and Kui, it will be extremely difficult to defeat the phantom of divine power. Quote. But I still can't fully grasp the correct way to use this wand. Suddenly being entrusted with an important task, the weak busty girl was also panicked. She was a new adventurer, and she didn't expect that she would have to play such a high-end game when she just started her adventure career. It's okay, you can master it slowly. I will buy you enough time next. Yi Cheng, who held the poison dragon black sword in one hand and the frozen divine sword in the other, protected Alicia behind him, allowing the girl to study the wand of salvation with peace of mind. Before that, Night City will find ways to eliminate all risks. Although there are many Mazai with phantoms of divine power, the only ones that are troublesome are Shima Yosuke and Sui. As for those resurrected corpses, they may be troublesome undead monsters to ordinary adventurers, but to Yi City, they are just trash fish that can be smashed to pieces by ghosts. 73 of the Binding Tao, overturning the mountain crystal. After using Kido to summon a triangular pyramid crystal to protect Alicia, Yi Cheng took the initiative to attack the army of corpses with a sword in hand. Facing a large number of enemies, he originally wanted to summon the demonic flame dragon to help out, but considering that the demonic flame dragon appeared on the scene, he might be controlled like Shima Yosuke and the others. At that time, the helper failed to succeed, but instead had a difficult opponent, so Yi Cheng gave up on it. Yecheng, why don't you run away by yourself and leave us alone? In this situation, no matter how strong you are, your magic power and physical strength will always be exhausted. Quote. Because Shima Yosuke and Sui were under control, Yi Cheng could not kill them. However, because the two of them were controlled by the shadow of the power of God, every time they struck, they were directly killed. Those corpses restored by divine magic are just like locusts, unable to be killed at all, and even if they are cut into several pieces, they can eventually get up again under the influence of God's power. Faced with such a situation where the enemy is outnumbered and we need to keep our hands at all times, no matter how strong Yi Cheng is, he will inevitably suffer a lot of injuries. And looking at Yi Cheng, who was constantly injured under the watch of herself and the orc face, the elf girl Kui's eyes were filled with tears at this moment, and she kept asking Yi Cheng to leave. On the other side, Alicia, who was in the inverted mountain crystal, was facing many corpses outside the barrier, and she felt terrified inside. Those resurrected corpses kept hitting and attacking the golden barrier, making a bang 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 sound that made Alicia uneasy every time. However, when she saw Yi Cheng fighting bravely not far away, and his spirit that was unwilling to abandon his companions and friends until the last moment, Alicia was also infected. And he forcibly calmed his mind, and began to slowly realize the true power of the wand of salvation in his hand. As time passed, the calm Alicia completely ignored the surrounding environment until her mind was completely integrated into the wand of salvation in her hand. As Alicia's magic power flowed into the wand unconsciously, a ray of holy light suddenly broke through the clouds and shone on her. And this holy light is centered on it and continues to spread around it. All entities that were illuminated by the holy light, not only the ghosts and mountain crystals in Night City, but also the corpses that had besieged Alicia before, were all like melting snow in the spring, and the particles turned into light continued to disperse. The holy light is still spreading until it covers Yi City, as well as Shima Yosuke and Sui who are fighting with it. Under the illumination of the holy light, Shima Yosuke and Sui finally regained control of their bodies. As for Yi City, the holy light had no effect on him, it just made him feel warm. So is this the real power of the Wand of Salvation? It should be said that it is the most precious thing in any maze. This should be a hero-level equipment, right? Can it actually eliminate the effects of magic itself? Quote, the holy light released by Alicia should not only allow Shima Yosuke and Sui to regain control of their bodies, but also invalidate magic within a certain range, and the priority level seems to be quite high. Because under the shining of the holy light, not only Shima Yosuke and Sui escaped from control. Even the inverted mountain crystal that protected Alicia in Night City, as well as the surrounding corpses, all collapsed under the holy light. This means that under the power of the Wand of Salvation, both the ghosts in Night City and the sacred magic of the Shadow of God have been invalidated by Alicia. However, such invalidation seems to have no effect on Yi Chang. It is probably because his magic immunity ability has a higher level and priority than the Wand of Salvation. I'm sorry, Mr. Ito, my magic power is exhausted. I may not be able to help in the next battle. Under a wave of holy light, Alicia's magic power was instantly drained by the Wand of Salvation, and she collapsed weakly on the ground. It doesn't matter, just leave the rest to us, you've done a good enough job. If you win this battle, you will definitely be the MVP of the game. Quote, Alicia didn't know what MVP meant, but she could be praised by people she admired, and a blush appeared on her face. Although you were controlled before, you guys should have seen the situation when I was fighting the phantom of God's power, right? It has no entity, so it is difficult to cause effective damage to it regardless of physical attacks or magic. Quote, if I want to solve it, there are only two ways I can think of right now. One chooses to fight a war of attrition. The power of the gods lodged in the temple is ultimately limited, and it is not the true arrival of the gods. The power of Wuzhen's will be exhausted sooner or later over time. As for another way, that is to find a way to transform the phantom of God's power into reality. Quote, after hearing what Yi Cheng said, Kui also answered at this moment, waging a war of attrition would be quite disadvantageous for us. The previous battles have consumed us a lot of magic power and physical strength, and we don't know the limits of God's power. So I prefer the second method, which is to convert it into an entity, but what should we do? Quote, the power of God can reside in the temple, which means that as long as there is a medium that can be used as a support, the power of God can reside or be integrated with it. Of course, such a substance or creature must be powerful enough, otherwise it cannot serve as a container of God's power. Quote, Yi Cheng expressed his guess, and then looked at Shima Yosuke and Sui next to him, obviously asking with his eyes if they had any props that met the requirements. I don't have props of this level. Kui first thought about the collection she owned, then hugged the big sword in her hand tightly, and warned Yi Cheng not to focus on the ancient relics she finally obtained. Why don't you try to summon the demonic flame dragon? It is said that the dragon acts as the carrier of God's power, so there should be no problem, right? After hearing Kui's suggestion, Yi Cheng suddenly showed a speechless expression and said, you are not an elf, but a devil, right? After all, she is now my thug. Doesn't this mean that I will betray my little brother? Quote, seeing that the plan that could not only turn the power of God into reality but also reduce one competitor was rejected, Kui clicked her tongue in disappointment. Is it a prop or object that serves as a source of God's power? Yi Cheng, do you think you can give this thing a try? While Yi Cheng and Sui were talking, Shima Yosuke suddenly intervened in their conversation and took out a glass bottle with purple gas. This thing is the poisonous mist we collected when we killed the poisonous dragon. Even if the bodies of legendary dragons such as the demonic poison dragon and the demonic flame dragon are destroyed, as long as certain core elements are retained, they can gradually recover in an environment with abundant magic power. So I think this poisonous mist may be a carrier of God's power. Quote, seeing Yi Cheng taking the bottle of poisonous mist in his hand, Shima Yosuke also expressed his guess. If that's the case, let's try it. There is no other way now anyway. But you have to be prepared. Obtaining the power of God based on the carrier may transform the entities that can be attacked. There is nothing wrong with it, but its strength will undoubtedly increase dramatically. Quote. Seeing Shima Yosuke and Sui nodding together, Yi Cheng didn't hesitate and directly threw the glass bottle containing the poisonous dragon's poisonous mist in his hand towards the shadow of God's power. Crack. As the glass bottle shattered, purple poisonous mist instantly filled the surrounding area. And just as Yecheng and the others expected, the poisonous mist of the demonic poison dragon was spreading towards the insubstantial power of the God Shadow Master. At this moment, the two forces were like paint that painted each other, gradually merging together. Although the original shadow of God's power was tangible, it did not have a real entity. But now, after gradually merging with the purple poisonous mist, a huge silhouette gradually took shape under the envelope of poisonous mist and God's power. Roar! The poisonous dragon is resurrected. And today's demonic poison dragon, not only its body shape, but also its magic power and appearance have changed greatly from before. The previous demonic poison dragon was only over 10 meters in size. Compared with the predecessor demonic flame dragon, it was basically the difference between an adult and a child. But now, after merging with the power of God, the size of the demonic poison dragon has not only directly increased to the same size as the demonic flame dragon, but even the magic power content in its body has increased several times more than before. With the power of God, the originally purple-black body of the demonic poison dragon is now coated with a blue halo, which is the power of God's power. When his signature skill sprayed out poisonous mist, the ground in front of him was almost instantly enveloped in blue-purple poisonous mist. Although the poisonous mist of the demonic poison dragon was powerful in the past, it was enough to kill animals and plants. But now, the deified demonic poison dragon has integrated the power of God. The blue-purple poisonous mist spewed out from its mouth has even affected the earth. All kinds of organic matter can corrode. The moment the deified demonic poison dragon sprayed out poisonous mist, both Shima Yosuke and Sui reacted in an instant and used magic to defend themselves. But when their defensive magic came into contact with the poisonous mist, it was completely dissolved by the poisonous mist in an instant. Seeing the wave of poisonous mist rushing towards them like a mad tide, the three people in Yecheng quickly retreated. When the fully resurrected deified demonic poison dragon saw this scene, he was naturally not willing to let his prey escape in front of him, so he let out a roar at this moment and chased after the three people who retreated separately. Although it was resurrected and deified by the power of God, the demonic poison dragon still had the memory of being killed before. Among the three people present, although it did not recognize Shima Yosuke, it would never forget the other two. Chapter 81. As a proud dragon clan, the demonic poison dragon originally wanted to find a suitable place to live, so it would go outside to find some humans or monsters to use as spicy food. But I didn't expect that such an honest dragon would one day have his peaceful life interrupted by an elf and a human, and be killed by them. The elf that appeared at the beginning fought with it for a long time, and was about to be killed by it, but it managed to survive and another human came. And that human being was so powerful that the poisonous dragon at that time even suspected that the other person was a brave. It was originally ready to run away, but it didn't expect that it was killed by the other person in the end. Now, the demonic poison dragon is resurrected again. Although it doesn't know how it was resurrected, the surging power in its body at this moment seems to be inexhaustible, making the demonic poison dragon feel very wonderful. Not only was he successfully resurrected, but he also became stronger, and even his biggest enemy appeared in front of him. The demonic poison dragon instantly felt that today must be the luckiest day in his life. Kill your own Yi Cheng and Kui, and even if they turn into ashes, the demonic poison dragon will still be able to recognize them. So when the three people in Yecheng separated and retreated, the deified demonic poison dragon spread its wings on its back and locked onto the elf girl Kui first. The reason for focusing on Sui is simple. Shima Yosuke only appeared after the demon poison dragon was killed, so the deified demon poison dragon did not recognize Shima Yosuke as a half-orc at all. As for Yi City, it is undeniable that this brave man is very powerful, and the other party is the culprit who killed him last time, so he naturally has to stay at the end to take care of it. Now, let's deal with this elf Dada Yaji first. and vent his previous dissatisfaction by the way, and then slowly deal with the human braves and orcs. This is what the deified demonic poison dragon is thinking now. Kui can use flying magic, and the ancient relic armor on her body also has the effect of consuming magic power to achieve short-term acceleration. However, the now deified demonic poison dragon is no longer what it used to be. Its huge size already has an advantage during flight. At this moment, under the amplitude of God's power, its speed is far faster than the previous demonic flame dragon. In just a few seconds, the retreating Kui was caught up by the deified demonic poison dragon, and the opponent also took a picture of Kui's dragon claws that could cover the sky and the sun in an instant. Seeing that there was no way to hide, Kui stopped casually and gathered all the few magic powers in his body into the ancient relic sword in his hand. The magic armor on his body suddenly burst out with white flames under the injection of magic power. Seeing that the sharp claws of the deified demonic poisonous dragon were about to be torn off, Kui also bit it, preparing to take the big sword that had changed its shape in his hand and fight against the opponent head-on. Looking at the elf girl who took the initiative to step forward, the demonic poison dragon's face showed a trace of human mockery. The elf girl in front of it did look much stronger than the first time it met her. But unfortunately, it is now even stronger. There is light in this world, with spirits as chains and souls as chains. All things bound are sin. The 63 of the Tao of Binding Chain Binding. Quote, just when the deified demonic poison dragon was about to use its purple poisonous claws to tear apart the elf girl in front of it, a large number of chains suddenly shot out from behind and tightly wrapped around the arm it was about to swing down. As for the other end of these glowing chains, it was naturally Yi Cheng who was holding the other end of the chains tightly with both hands at the moment. When he saw Yi Cheng actually trying to use his strength to compete with himself as a giant dragon, the face of the deified demonic poison dragon suddenly showed an even more disdainful look. However, just when it was about to use its force again to pull Yi Cheng over, including the man and the chain, he was shocked to find that the arm it waved down with force had great resistance. At this moment, Yi Cheng was holding the other end of the chain with both hands. His feet had already dug a deep dent in the ground, and many veins appeared on his forehead and arms. It can be seen that in order to stop the deified demonic poison dragon, Yi Cheng not only did not take it easy, but even worked hard. What kind of monster is this, brave? How can he actually be evenly matched against me in my deified state? It felt like his arms couldn't move forward at all. This was the surprising thought that came to the mind of the deified demonic poison dragon at that moment. Regarding Yi Cheng's terrifying physical strength, the demonic poison dragon was not only surprised, but also extremely horrified. You must know that now, its powerful and surging power even makes the demonic poison dragon feel that it can compete for the position of Dragon King. But with such a powerful and explosive force, it was now evenly matched against a human being. Are you sure this is a human being and not an ancient monster in human skin? And if this happened in the past, without the power of God, wouldn't it be like a child being punched by the current Yi City? Brave, has your strength become so much stronger since you killed me last time? But if you want to stop me, this is not enough. You must first watch me kill your companions, and then be killed by me in the final desperate and helpless situation. Quote, perhaps under the influence of the power of God, the race of the demonic poison dragon has been sublimated, and now it actually has the ability to speak human words. And at the same time as he finished speaking, the deified demonic poison dragon opened his mouth again. Powerful magic power merged with the power of God, and a huge energy gas suddenly gathered rapidly in his mouth. Giant dragons all attack with breath. Since they can't tear the opponent apart with their claws, they can use their breath to completely destroy the opponent. The result will be the same. If it were the previous demonic poison dragon breath, the magic shield condensed with green would be enough to sustain it for a period of time. But today's deified demonic poison dragon is much stronger than the previous demonic poison dragon. Judging from the intensity of the poisonous mist released when it first appeared, even if Kui defended with all his strength, the protective wall formed by its magic power would be corroded and penetrated almost instantly. The flame phoenix is annihilated. Explosive breath of fire. However, just when the breath of the deified demonic poison dragon was ejected, two figures, one large and one small, appeared behind Kui at the same time, and they simultaneously used fire attribute magic to attack. There were two figures, one and the other. The smaller figure was Shima Yosuke. The fire magic he used at this moment directly transformed into a huge fire phoenix. As for that huge figure, it was naturally the demonic flame dragon summoned by Night City, and it was also spitting out a breath of high-temperature dragon breath at this moment. The fire phoenix was bathed in the flames of the dragon's breath, becoming a larger divine horse. The magic and breath, both of the fire attribute, were superimposed at this moment, directly forming the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The fire phoenix, whose power had skyrocketed, also let out a cry in the air at this moment, and crashed directly into the poisonous mist breath of the deified demonic poison dragon. Boom! One side is the poisonous mist breath strengthened by the power of God, and the other side is a fusion version of high-level fire attribute magic and the dragon's flame breath. The two powerful forces collided together, immediately forming a violent elemental explosion in the air. The aftermath of the impact caused the entire mountain to begin to shake violently. The blue-purple poisonous mist can corrode everything, whether it's magic or fire. But the high-temperature flames, which were enough to instantly turn rocks into magma, did not dare to show weakness at this moment. The red flames formed by the fire phoenix continued to completely burn out the poisonous mist. The two elemental impacts continued to erode each other in the air and gradually offset each other. However, before the deified demonic poison dragon could make its next attack, a slim figure wearing magic armor and holding a magic sword rushed out from the aftermath of the two attacks, and threw the magic giant into the air. The tip of the sword was aimed at the head of the deified demonic poison dragon at close range. Magic Charge Beam Max. There was not much magic left in Kui Yang's body before, and all of it was gathered in the ancient relic sword in his hand. He was originally prepared to make a desperate move. But she didn't expect that Yi Cheng and Shima Yosuke's successive attacks not only resolved the crisis for her, but also created such a good opportunity for her to attack, so now she would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. The ancient relic sword that gathered all the magic power in Kui's body, the magic beam that burst out at this moment was far greater than any before. Boom! As this huge beam of light impacted on the head of the deified demonic poison dragon, the opponent's huge body was also impacted hundreds of meters away in an instant. When the super-large magic beam hit the body of the deified demonic poison dragon, it even pinned it to the ground and plowed out a huge ravine several kilometers long. After the magic beam plowed the body of the deified demonic poison dragon several kilometers away on the ground, it finally exploded in an extremely distant area, and instantly formed a huge hemispherical energy halo on the ground. Kui, whose magic power was exhausted, fell from the air and was caught by the demon flame dragon on the side with its claws. However, just when everyone thought that the super powerful magic beam just now should definitely kill the poisonous dragon, the ground began to shake violently again. Roar! And with a huge dragon roar coming from the deep pit, spider web-like cracks began to appear in the surrounding area within a few kilometers. A large amount of poisonous mist spurted out from the cracks in the ground, and soon the entire mountain was completely enveloped in this poisonous swamp. The poisonous dragon that has been strengthened by the power of God, how strong is the poisonous mist now? Have you ever seen a poison that can gradually corrode and melt rocks on the surface? The poisonous mist spraying out from the cracks on the surface is originally in a gaseous state, but in this high-density poisonous mist environment, both vegetation and rocks on the ground are beginning to melt and gradually turn into a bubbling purple color, venom. In just a few seconds, Kui, who had exhausted her magic power, and Maebailu, who fainted on the ground beside her, were already affected by the poisonous mist, and large areas of toxin plaques began to appear on their fair skin. And almost at the moment when he realized that something was wrong, Yi Cheng picked up the fainted Maebailu at a very fast speed, and hugged the exhausted Sui, using Shun Step to move as fast as possible, escaped from the area blocked by the poisonous fog. Seeing that his two main enemies were about to run away, the deified demonic poison dragon immediately let out an angry dragon roar and flew out of the pit. At this moment, a lot of the dragon scales on its forehead have been missing, and there are even a lot of blood stains on it, and its posture is quite embarrassing. Although Kui's compressed magic beam failed to kill it directly, it obviously caused considerable damage to it. However, the deified demonic poison dragon, which had just spread its wings and was about to pursue Yecheng, had no time to make a move. Two equally huge figures were holding down its shoulders on both sides at the same time. The behemoths holding down the shoulders of the deified demonic poison dragon are also two giant dragons. The demonic flame dragon is naturally one of them, and the other giant dragon has the same shape and size as the demonic flame dragon. This is not that the demonic flame dragon has the ability to clone, nor is it that the demonic flame dragon has siblings, but this second demonic flame dragon was transformed by Shima Yosuke's transformation magic and appearance. Shima Yosuke's transformation magic is not an ordinary magic that has no shape, but a special magic that can perfectly copy the opponent's figure, ability and even personality after transformation. Of course, this transformation magic also has an upper limit, that is, although this magic can possess the power of the person it transforms, the intensity of its ability cannot exceed its own upper limit. To put it simply, my uncle transformed Fujimiya Sumika into the appearance of Yojo. Although in terms of appearance and thoughts, Fujimiya Sumika might deviate in the direction of Yojo. But it doesn't mean that Fujimiya Sumika can achieve the same level of strength as Yi Chang. If you give a sword to Sumika Fujimiya, she may be able to use Yojo's moves, but the upper limit of her strength is the strength of Sumika Fujimiya herself. Another example is that now my uncle has become the demon flame dragon. Because his strength and magic power are not weaker than the demon flame dragon, so after turning into the demon flame dragon, the uncle can fully exert the power of the demon flame dragon. All strength. In essence, he is no different from the second demonic flame dragon now. At this moment, Shima Yosuke, who has transformed into the demonic flame dragon, not only has the size of a giant dragon, but also has the terrifying physical strength of a giant dragon. But even so, in a situation of 2 against 1, the two demon flame dragons were almost able to suppress more than one deified demonic poison dragon. Because he felt that his own power could no longer suppress the opponent, his uncle transformed into a demonic flame dragon. He was so anxious that he bit him directly. After seeing Shima Yosuke's actions, the genuine demonic flame dragon on the other side was stunned for a moment, and sighed that after the transformation, Shima Yosuke looked more like a dragon than himself, and then opened his big mouth and bit into it. The other side of the deified demonic poison dragon. Facing the bites of the two legendary dragons, the deified demonic poison dragon roared in pain and shouted angrily, "You are a traitor to the dragon clan, you are actually willing to be a lackey for humans. Our proud dragon clan, you have lost all face. I used to hear that you were a hero among the dragon clan, but now it seems that you are just a scum." Quote. The demonic poison dragon naturally knew the demonic flame dragon. After all, as a senior of the dragon clan, the other party had become famous on the mainland earlier than it did. It's just that the demonic poison dragon didn't expect that a dragon as powerful as the demonic flame dragon would be willing to become a lackey of human beings, and even signed a contract with the ant-like human beings that was no different from slaves. What a dragon traitor! I call it a man who knows the current affairs and is a hero. What kind of strength is that human being? You don't have any skills. If I hadn't known how to evaluate the situation, would I have been able to survive until now? You are just lucky enough to be resurrected and have the power of God, otherwise you would still be one of their collections. Quote. Demonic flame dragon showed no concern for the ridicule of the deified demonic poison dragon, and even felt very lucky for the choice he had made before. The giant dragon has become a slave of human beings. For the dragon clan, this is indeed something that has been left to grandma's house. But everything cannot be generalized. It would be quite embarrassing to sign a contract with a weak human being. But if the person signing the contract is a being whose strength is equal to or even far stronger than his own, then the situation will be different. Since the battle in the sealed city, the current demonic flame dragon has completely obeyed Yi City and will not even have the slightest thought of resistance. After all, after seeing such power, it is really difficult for the demonic flame dragon to have the idea of killing his master. There were hundreds of legendary monsters. She exhausted her magic power and fought until she was exhausted, but she could barely kill less than 100 of them. And her cheap master just took a nap and wiped out all those hundreds of legendary monsters in an instant. She has seen the so-called brave demon flame dragon who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but it is true that she has never heard of a demon flame dragon who is so awesome. She even felt that all the so-called braves in the past combined could not reach a finger in Yi City. Only the stupid demonic poison dragon still thinks that he has obtained the power of God and can kill all directions and become invincible in the whole world. Little did he know that his ability to be resurrected and gain the power of God was entirely deliberate by the people in Yi City. The power of God without an object of possession is in a state of incorporeality, so it cannot be killed. Now the resurrected demonic poison dragon is regarded as the object of possession. Although its strength has skyrocketed, the demonic flame dragon also admits that the opponent's current strength is even much stronger than itself. But that's of no use, her cheap master hasn't shown his true strength yet. In the past, there were too many hindrances, so that the cheap owner of his family was restrained. When he started to take action, even the deified demonic poison dragon was not enough to watch. After taking Maybailu and Kui with the antidote and placing them in a safe place, Yi Cheng returned to the battlefield again. Now the area within a few kilometers has completely turned into a poisonous swamp. The amount of toxins emitted in the air is enough to kill even large monsters that enter here instantly. However, neither the poisonous mist in the air nor the venom emerging from the ground had any impact on Night City at this moment. Because whether it is the poisonous mist around or the venom under the feet, it is all caused by the magic power of the deified demonic poison dragon, and Yi Cheng, who has the ability of magic immunity, can completely ignore these effects. When he entered the area blocked and shrouded by poisonous fog again, Yi Cheng saw 3 giant dragons, 2 red and 1 blue, fighting each other. The 3 giant dragons are all over 50 meters in size. Among them, the demonic poison dragon exudes a blue halo of divine power, while the 2 demonic flame dragons are wrapped in outer flame coats. This is not because Demon Yanlong and Shima Yosuke are trying to show off, but because they have to do this. The poisonous mist it spits out from the demonic poison dragon, which has been strengthened by the power of God, is already quite astonishing in its lethality and corrosiveness. Although the giant dragon has extremely strong abnormal resistance, if it fights in such an environment for a long time, its body will be poisoned sooner or later. Neither Demon Flame Dragon nor Shima Yosuke has the same magic immunity ability as Yojo, so naturally they can only consume magic power to wrap a layer of flame coat on the surface of their bodies, and use high temperature to burn away all the poisonous mist that permeates the surroundings. However, because of the additional consumption of magic power, even in a 2 versus 1 situation, Demon Flame Dragon and Shima Yosuke could not gain any advantage from the deified demonic poison dragon, and were even in a situation of being suppressed. When the sharp teeth and claws of demonic flame dragon and Shima Yosuke bit into the deified demonic poison dragon, their teeth and claws could only create a large number of sparks on the scales of the deified demonic poison dragon. However, the poisonous sharp teeth of the deified demonic poison dragon, strengthened by the power of God, can easily break through the defenses of demonic flame dragon and Shima Yosuke. Not only did it easily break through the dragon scales on their bodies, it even caused damage to them while leaving toxins in their blood. Due to the accumulation of toxins in the blood, which flowed to the whole body through fierce fighting, and the consumption of magic power, the demonic flame dragon's body suddenly became paralyzed for a short time. The deified demonic poison dragon seized the opportunity and knocked it down with 1 claw. Having trampled the once invincible demonic flame dragon under his feet, the face of the deified demonic poison dragon now revealed even more humane unruliness and arrogance. Shima Yosuke, who was soaring in the air, saw the demon flame dragon being charged at this moment. He quickly mobilized most of the magic power in his body, and then sprayed the opponent with a breath of flame dragon breath. As for the deified demonic poison dragon, who had become accustomed to the cooperation between demonic flame dragon and Shima Yosuke, when he saw the pillar of flames falling from the sky, he seemed to have expected it, and the same dragon's breath shot out from his mouth. The 2 dragon breaths collided with the air, and soon formed a stalemate in which they faced each other. But when the dragon breath was exchanged with the demonic flame dragon transformed by Shima Yosuke, the movement of the deified demonic poison dragon did not stop. It was seen that it was about to step on the neck and claws of the demonic flame dragon, causing its huge body to sink even more into the venom on the ground. Then he swung the 10-meter-long dragon tail behind him, turning it into a venomous spear. With a sound of piercing the air, it stabbed directly into the head of the demonic flame dragon. Judging from the fact that the deified demonic poison dragon could easily break through the defenses of demonic poison dragon and Shima Yosuke, if the demonic poison dragon were to eat the dragon's tail thrust head-on, it would definitely die. Chang, however, just as the dragon tail of the deified demonic poison dragon transformed into a venom spear, and stabbed at the head of the demonic flame dragon, a white-haired figure holding a long knife suddenly appeared in front of the dragon's tail, and clenched the long knife in his hand and slashed. Cut it down. A large amount of Martian slag exploded in the air in an instant, and the powerful aftermath of the impact also instantly discharged the poisonous mist and venom on the ground to the surrounding areas. Under a violent tremor of the air, the white-haired figure holding the knife was bounced several meters away. However, the deified demonic poisonous dragon that stabbed out the dragon's tail did not take advantage at this moment. The dragon tail, which was also repelled, almost stumbled due to its inertia. It was also because of the unstable center of gravity of the deified demonic poison dragon that the demonic flame dragon, which was originally trampled under its feet, used its strength to break free from the opponent's restraints and got up again. It's you human again. This time I'll kill you first and then deal with the other guys slowly. Seeing that the demonic flame dragon that could have been killed was once again rescued by Yi Chang, who disrupted the situation, the deified demonic poison dragon, who was extremely angry at this moment, also directly left the demonic flame dragon, which had no fighting power, and the island that had consumed most of its magic power. Yosuke rushed directly to Yi City. Although I don't know why my poison doesn't work on you, in addition to my innate talents, I also have a powerful dragon body. This time I will use my claws and teeth to tear you apart with my own hands to avenge the last time I was killed. Quote. Whether it was the first time he met Yi Chang or this time, enhanced by the power of God, the demonic poison dragon was also quite puzzled as to why Yi Chang was immune to its various poison abilities. But for now, the deified demonic poison dragon doesn't care about all this. Even if its various poison abilities are useless, with its current powerful body, crushing a human to death will not be much different from crushing an ant to death. The deified demonic poison dragon admitted that Yi Chang's physical fitness as a human being was indeed quite outrageous. Even before, if he encountered a being like Yi Chang, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. However, today is different from the past. The demonic poison dragon has now become a god. It has just defeated 2 demonic flame dragons 1 against 2. At this moment, its heart is extremely swollen, and it seems that it does not take the little Kurami like Yechung into consideration at all. Covering his minions with thick poison, although he knew that his poison could not affect the humans in front of him, the poison could also corrode Yi Chang's armor. Yakami style 3 styles, Mad Butterfly. The long black knife left criss-crossing slashes in the air. The deified demonic poison dragon that had just swooped down from a distance obviously didn't pay attention to Yi Chang's attack at first, and just wanted to exchange injuries for injuries, completely tearing Yi Chang's body apart. The deified demonic poison dragon has absolute confidence in its current defense power. After all, the demonic flame dragon and the orc transformed into another demonic flame dragon. Even if he wields his claws with his huge body power, he cannot completely break his defense. What can a mere human do with a long knife that is no different from a toothpick to him? However, when the deified demonic poison dragon really rushed in front of Yi Chang and tore at Yi Chang's body with his sharp claws, he was stunned for a moment. The humans who were still in his sight before were actually scattered like phantoms by its sharp claws. To be more precise, it should be said that its sharp claws only tore apart the afterimage of the opponent left in place. And when the deified demonic poison dragon was wondering where Yi Chang had gone, a sense of crisis suddenly came from behind him that made him feel dangerous. Unfortunately, just when the deified demonic poison dragon was alert, the frantically exploding sword light had already exploded directly on its back. The dragon scales that the deified demonic poison dragon was proud of before did not produce the expected effect under Yi Chang's attack this time. Instead, the sharp sword energy directly broke through the defense. Although the current deified demonic poison dragon has an entity, it can no longer be measured as a living thing. Because it no longer has a real body, the structure that appears in the form of the poisonous dragon is a fusion of its original poisonous mist and divine power. Although Yi Chang's knife broke through the opponent's defense, what flowed from the wound of the deified demonic poison dragon was not blood, but magic and divine power. Sure enough, after the power of God has a supporting entity, although it has become a lot stronger in terms of strength, it has become easier to deal with. Injured on its own back, the deified demonic poison dragon immediately swung its tail, trying to fly away Yi Cheng, who originally appeared on its back. Unfortunately, its powerful dragon tail strike was still thrown away. Yi Cheng dodged again at an alarming speed, and when the figure fell to the ground again, the person was already standing in front of the deified demonic poison dragon. Face straight forward. Human, aren't you the strongest warrior the demonic flame dragon calls you? Does your so-called strength mean that you can only jump up and down like a mouse like you are now? Quote. After 2 close combats in a row, he didn't even touch the opponent's hair, and he was even seriously injured by breaking his defense. At this moment, the deified demonic poison dragon was naturally furious. There is no need to use clumsy provocations against me. I think you should be quite clear about the racial differences between humans and dragons. Knowing how to use one's own advantages to fight is the difference between humans and animals. Although you have been deified by the power of God, you have not changed much from before. You are a stupid dragon who only wants to crush everything with the powerful power of the dragon clan. Quote. Although Yi Cheng's words undoubtedly stimulated the fragile nerves of the deified demonic poison dragon, the enraged opponent in the next second also directly used his own secret ability. The Poison God Realm. With the explosion of magic power from the deified demonic poison dragon, a huge magic circle appeared at the opponent's feet. At the same time as this magic circle appeared, a powerful suction force struck instantly. The powerful suction force not only sucked all the surrounding gravel and other objects into the magic circle, but also pulled all the poisonous mist that originally enveloped the surroundings and the venom spreading on the ground. The poisonous mist and venom were briefly processed in the magic circle at the feet of the deified demonic poison dragon, and soon formed a purple barrier, which rose from the ground and gradually completely enveloped the surrounding area. The original area covered by the poisonous mist and venom was enough to cover the surrounding area for several kilometers, but after some compression by the deified demonic poison dragon, the surrounding purple barrier has become only a few hundred meters in radius area. The purple barrier continued to rise from the ground, eventually forming the shape of a sphere, enveloping Night City and the deified demonic poison dragon. In this spherical space, which is about several hundred meters in diameter, the toxin content is far 10 times higher than outside. Even a legendary monster cannot survive here for a minute. Not only that, the deified demonic poison dragon can also control poison attacks at will in this space, and use the venom to create elemental creations. This is the strongest ability I have after gaining the power of God. Although I don't know why my poison doesn't work on you, let's just regard it as your own blessing ability as a hero. But in my divine realm, I am the real dragon, and in such a limited space, the speed you are proud of is useless. This space is now dominated by me. Not only can you not escape, but no matter where you appear, I can immediately detect where you are. Quote. In order to prove that what he said was true, and as if to prove how awesome his abilities were, in an attempt to regain confidence from the recent failure. This time, the deified demonic poison dragon once again took the initiative to attack Yi Cheng. However, unfortunately, the deified demonic poison dragon's huge size did not have any advantage in front of Yi Cheng, who mastered Shun Step. Of course, this time the attack of the deified demonic poisonous dragon failed. But just as the demonic poison dragon's claws were swung empty again, this time there was a trace of human cunning on its face. And at the same moment, he thrust out his javelin-like dragon tail towards Yi Xiangkong again. Ding! A crisp sound of gold and iron clashing echoed in the air, and then a white-haired figure was knocked away by the protruding tail of the deified demonic poison dragon. The reason why there was a sound of gold and iron clashing was because at the moment when he sensed the danger, Yi Cheng crossed the long knife in his hand in time to resist the dragon tail thrust of the deified demonic poison dragon. It's a pity that Ye Cheng made a hasty defense, while the deified demonic poisonous dragon made a surprise attack in advance, so under this wave of impact, it was Ye Cheng's side that suffered the loss. Yi Cheng was hit by a strong wind, and his body flew out at high speed. With such a strong impact, he would have to fly at least several kilometers. But this time, it only flew upside down for more than a few hundred meters before hitting the surrounding purple barriers, causing the entire poison god realm to shake slightly. Seeing it fall directly from the impact barrier to the ground, the deified demonic poison dragon continued to rush towards the opponent, with a very proud look on its face. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Show me how arrogant you are now, a human like an ant. I've said it before, in this space, you have nowhere to escape, and besides these, I'm going to show you something more interesting. Quote. After sending Yi Cheng flying, the deified demonic poison dragon once again pursued Yi City. Instead of rushing to deal damage to Yi City, he began to mock Yi City and show off his power. In addition to the villain's attribute of talking too much, the reason why the current deified demon poison dragon behaves like this in front of Yi City is actually very simple. Because the previous demonic poison dragon was killed by Yi Cheng, but now it was resurrected by chance and gained even more power. How could he let his former enemy die so easily when he faced him again? Even if you want to kill the other party, you must at least let the other party realize how powerful you are, and then die in despair. The accompanying deified demonic poison dragon flapped its wings and flew into the air. Now it was waving its dragon claws in the air, and the poisonous elements of this poison god realm were gathered again as if they were being pulled. The jelly-like venom quickly gathered under the control of the deified demonic poison dragon, and then two huge figures gradually became clear in front of Yi Cheng. And when these two figures gradually took shape, two giant dragons that were no different from the deified demonic poison dragon suddenly appeared in the originally small space. Feel the fear, this is the power I have now. My poison has no effect on you, but my claws can still tear your body apart, and my sharp teeth can also bite you into pieces. You may still have room to struggle when facing one me, but now you are facing three me, how should you deal with it? Quote. As mentioned before, in this environment called the poison god realm, the deified demonic poison dragon can create elemental creations. The other two deified demonic poisonous dragons that appear on the field now are objects created from elements formed in this divine realm. Although these two deified demonic poisonous dragons created by elements do not have as high an IQ as the main body, they have the ability to attack independently, and their strength is 80% as strong as the main body. As for why more are not summoned, it is because creating two such physical clones is already the current limit of the deified demonic poison dragon. How to deal with it? There used to be only one target that needed to be killed, but now there are only three. But as you said, this area is indeed a bit small, which seriously affects my performance, so I decided to break this Lao Shizi god's domain first. Quote. Yi Cheng got up again, gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the three-headed behemoth in front of him, but his face did not show the look of fear that the deified demonic poison dragon wanted to see, which made the deified demonic poison dragon feel quite dissatisfied. You are still talking shamelessly even when you are about to die. Human beings are such creatures. They are obviously insignificant, except for the large number of inferior creatures that have no merit. But you have a character that is even more arrogant and greedy than our dragons, and a life that is as tenacious as a stone. This is probably your only saving grace. Quote. Now I have the advantage. The demonic flame dragon is still poisoned and unconscious, and the orc's magic power has also been exhausted. Not only does he have plenty of magic power, but he also occupies a geographical advantage. In this inescapable space, Yi Cheng needs to face his own body alone, and two clones whose strength is only slightly inferior to his own. The deified demonic poison dragon is really I can't imagine how I could lose. Because he felt that the flying dragon was riding on his face, the deified demonic poison dragon felt that Yi Cheng was talking shamelessly. If you want to break its poison god realm, this is not something that can be done through fast speed, but requires extremely powerful magic and strength. Just a human being. Seeing the shameless Yi Cheng, the deified demonic poison dragon wanted to taunt him again, but when the words reached his mouth, the words got stuck in his throat and he couldn't speak out at all. Because at this moment, the deified demonic poison dragon felt an extremely powerful magic power. This magic power is as vast as the sea, and the fluctuations and breadth of magic power are like floods that burst the embankments, rushing towards it. And when the deified demonic poison dragon was surprised and horrified, the person who burst out this powerful and unparalleled magic power was none other than the mere human it was mocking just now. This is simply impossible. Even if you are a brave, it stands to reason that you cannot have such a level of magic power. This obviously still exceeds the limits of the human race. Who are you? As the magic power on Yi Cheng's body was released from his body like a flood, the deified demonic poison dragon's originally extremely calm expression began to become anxious and uneasy. Because the magic power in Yi Cheng's body is constantly rising as if there is no limit at all, and soon reaches a level comparable to it. But this is not the limit, the powerful magic power is still rising, and finally forms a substantial magic power column, which directly penetrates and crushes the poison god realm of the deified demonic poison dragon. When the purple barrier that enveloped the surroundings was shattered like glass by Yi Cheng's substantial magic power, the magic power content of Yi Cheng's body at this moment had far exceeded that of the deified demonic poison dragon. You know nothing about the power of human beings. Human beings are the most extreme creatures. They think they have the two most powerful powers, the dragon clan and the power of gods. They think you are invincible, but you are just a frog in the well. No, you are just a dragon in the well. Quote, a massive amount of magic power hit the location of the deified demonic poison dragon like a wave. Seeing the venomous god realm penetrated by the opponent's magic power, the deified demonic poison dragon quickly repaired the realm. However, this was of no use, because the massive amount of materialized magic power in Yi Cheng's body at this moment was enough to prove that it was too easy for him to destroy this so-called poison god realm. Just the substantial fluctuation of magic power is enough to poke a big hole in the opponent's field skills, let alone the use of magic and other powers. This is impossible. It should be impossible for human beings to have this level of magical power. Even if they are a brave or a sage, it should be impossible. When he looked at the body in front of him at this moment, which was like an ant in his eyes, but the magic power contained in it was far stronger than his own in Yi City, the absolute confidence that had previously filled the face of the deified demonic poison dragon began to collapse rapidly. At the same time, it is now beginning to understand what the demonic flame dragon said before. Yes, after all, he is also a giant dragon that has been running rampant in the mainland for many years. Why does he suddenly surrender like a human being? Previously, the deified demonic poison dragon believed that the demonic flame dragon was completely the scum of the dragon clan. But now it seems that in the face of this inhuman existence, even if they are the proud and powerful dragon clan, besides dying in battle or bowing their heads to save their lives, is there a second way? The wall of iron sand and the monk-shaped tower are scorching iron and glowing because of their determination until they become silent. 75 of the Binding Tao, 5 Pillars of Iron. Quote, the deified demonic poison dragon is still surprised about what kind of existence Yi City is and why it possesses such incredible magical power. However, on the other side, Yi Cheng had already begun to chant the ghost's incantation quickly. When a rumbling sound came from the sky, the poison god realm that the deified demonic poison dragon had finally repaired was penetrated again. And the one that penetrated the divine realm this time was not an attack that destroyed it from within, but a forcible breakthrough from outside the divine realm. 5 huge hexagonal iron pillars with iron chains thrust straight down from the air like needles that fix the sea. The so-called signature skill of the deified demonic poison dragon only persisted for a few seconds before it was shattered and penetrated like glass. Located directly under the iron pillar, the body of a deified demonic poisonous dragon was completely unresponsive at this moment. Its limbs and neck were nailed to the ground by the 5 iron pillars that fell from the sky. Roar! The deified demonic poison dragon, which was nailed to the ground, split its body and tried to break free. However, even if it used all the dragon power in its body, the 5 giant iron pillars remained motionless like steel nails. After using the 5-pillar iron piercer to suppress the opponent, the next second in Night City, the figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, the person had already appeared in front of the suppressed deified demon poison dragon. Before the body, along with a bright silver light flashing across the air, a dragon head, at least several meters in size, suddenly flew into the sky. Because it is not the original body, but merely a creation of the poison element, after the body and head were separated, the body of the deified demon poison dragon whose body was suppressed, as well as its chopped-off head, quickly turned into 2 pools of venom and disappeared. Destroy one first. There is still a fake and the original one left. It seems that the battle should be over before dawn. Looking at his own body that was instantly decapitated by a knife, the deified demonic poisonous dragon was dumbfounded for a moment, because it discovered that not only did Yi Cheng's magic power surge, but his speed was now much faster than before. He was clearly in his own domain. No matter how fast Yi Cheng was, he should be able to feel Yi Cheng's aura in advance. But just when it noticed the aura of Yi City coming to its side, the clone next to it had already separated its head. It seems that you have somewhat figured it out. Even if you can judge my foothold by sensing the breath, so what? Your own consciousness feels it, but your body speed may not be able to keep up. The speed of Shunpo, in addition to one's own usage level, spiritual pressure, oh no, the strength of magic power is also one of the important factors. Now that I have unlocked the magic seal on my body, Shunpo is much faster than before. Isn't that a matter of course? Quote. The deified demonic poison dragon didn't understand what the so-called Shunpo was, but he was quite clear about one thing, that was, if he continued like this, he would die in the hands of the man in front of him for the second time after finally being resurrected. It's not okay to sit still and wait for death, because you will only be tricked by Night City's extreme speed and defeated one by one. Only by taking the initiative now can you gain the first opportunity. Realizing this, the deified demonic poison dragon immediately calmed down and ordered his clone to rush forward with him. Facing the two giant dragons attacking from the left and right, Yi Cheng not only showed no fear, but actually took the initiative to greet them. Even though the two deified demonic poisonous dragons in front of him were exactly the same, he could easily tell which one was the original one and which one was a fake due to his breath perception ability. If the main body is eliminated, the clone, which is a fake, will actually destroy itself. But at the moment, Yi Cheng obviously has no intention of deliberately choosing to do this, because for him now, there is actually not much difference between the main body and the clone of the deified demonic poison dragon. Faced with the deified demonic poison dragon that was besieging him from both sides and swooping down towards him, Yi Cheng first used his long knife to resist the sharp claws of the first demonic poison dragon. Ding! With the sound of gold and iron clashing reverberating in the air, surprisingly, the dive attack of the deified demonic poison dragon, which was over 50 meters long, was not only received steadily by Yi Cheng. Even when this 50-meter behemoth collided with Yi Cheng, who was only 1.8 meters tall, it was unable to make Yi Cheng, who was far smaller than his opponent, take a step back. Through the ability to sense breath, Yi Cheng could easily judge that the deified demonic poisonous dragon that swooped towards him first was just a separate body. After realizing the true strength of Yi City, the deified demonic poison dragon began to become cunning. He first used his clone body to attack Yi City, while the main body waited for opportunities to find loopholes. Almost when Yi Cheng blocked the swooping attack of the split-body demonic poison dragon, the deified demonic poison dragon, as its main body, also flashed and appeared behind Yi Cheng. And he opened his bloody mouth directly towards Yi Cheng, his sharp teeth exuding a stench of poisonous gas, and flashing with cold light at this moment, trying to chew Yi Cheng into pieces in one bite. Instantly open. Knee attack. The deified demonic poison dragon originally thought that Yi Cheng, who was holding a knife with both hands to block the attack of his own body, was already weak. Faced with a sneak attack from behind, even if you can use powerful magic to defend yourself, you will at least be seriously injured in this wave. Unfortunately, what the deified demonic poison dragon didn't know was that almost as soon as he appeared behind Yi Cheng's aura sensed it and responded immediately. Instant Kai is a superb combat technique that combines Bai Da and Kido. The principle is to gather the spiritual pressure to a point, and then release it through Bai Da. Therefore, the way to use Instant Open is naturally not only issued by the arms, but also the limbs of the body, and the legs can also be used as the explosive path of Instant Open. As for why Broken Bee and the others don't like to use their feet, but prefer to use their hands, Yi Cheng thinks that there must be a reason. As we all know, when using Instant Open, the explosive spiritual pressure will blow up the clothes on the shoulders and armpits, and that is the result of the spiritual pressure concentrated on the arms. So the question is, if all the accumulated spiritual pressure is in the legs, which part of the clothes will be shattered by the bursting spiritual pressure? The bloody mouth of the deified demonic poison dragon had just approached Yi City, and it was about to bite Yi City in front of him into pieces. However, it did not expect that Yi Cheng suddenly turned around and smiled ghostly at it at this moment, and then a powerful airflow burst out from his body, and he kicked its sharp teeth directly with a roundhouse kick. Crack! With an extremely crisp cracking sound, the demonic poison dragon found that its proud teeth were directly kicked off by someone. Not only were the teeth broken by violent kicks, but as the subsequent impact of the instant open hit, the deified demonic poison dragon felt a powerful impact directly acting on itself, and then its huge body flew upside down irresistibly. Out. Layer after layer of circular air waves appeared from the back of the deified demonic poison dragon, accompanied by sonic booms. The deified demonic poison dragon was actually kicked nearly 10 kilometers away this time. And this was the result of hitting a mountain on its back as a buffer. Because the deified demonic poison dragon had previously used the poison god realm to recover the poisonous mist that enveloped the surrounding area. The demonic flame dragon, who had just woken up, saw the deified demonic poison dragon being kicked away as soon as he opened his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but secretly gasp. No matter how many times she saw it, she still found it quite outrageous. Yi Cheng was obviously a human being, and judging from various physical characteristics, there was nothing wrong with him at all. But these dragons, who are known for their powerful bodies, are as ridiculous as toys in front of this so-called human being. 50 meters or so, a few bodies weighing tens or hundreds of tons were just punched away one by one. Look at the kick that the deified demonic poison dragon received. At this moment, the demonic flame dragon couldn't help but feel the pain on his face. Good guy, the punch I received before could only fly a few kilometers at most, but now the deified demonic poison dragon not only had all the sharp teeth in its mouth shattered, but the kick just now probably even shattered its skull. Cracked. When my lord fought with me before, he was obviously merciful. Otherwise, with the same kick, would I still have a chance to surrender? As expected, my previous decision was correct. It was simply the stupidest thing to go against such a terrifying lord. Quote, demonic flame dragon has no doubt about Yi City's victory, because she who has felt the magic of Yi City at close range in the sealed city knows best how strong Yi City is. After kicking away the main body of the deified demonic poison dragon, Yi Cheng then used a knife to open the clone in front of him, and then a star bite directly penetrated the opponent's heart, directly causing the clone of the giant demonic poison dragon to transform back. Venom. After killing the second demonic poisonous dragon's body, Yi Cheng's body quickly reached the sky above the demonic poisonous dragon's body in a series of continuous steps, and chanted the ghost spell again. The waves of filth, the ship of madness, boiling, numb, flickering, sleepless, the princess of steel also erodes, and the clay doll collapses, rally. Confront the enemy, flood the ground and let them know their powerlessness. The 90-90 of Broken Dao Black Coffin. Quote, accompanied by the incantation of Night City, the deified demonic poison dragon, who was trapped in the rock wall, suddenly felt a strong sense of death crisis rushing into his heart. But when it was about to react, it found that a huge black barrier appeared around its body, including the surrounding area. The black barriers that appeared from all sides were like a big black coffin, directly sealing the body of the deified demonic poison dragon before it could react. And no matter whether the deified demonic poison dragon tears it apart with its claws or bombards it with magic, it can't shake the big black coffin at all. As the aura of danger became stronger and stronger, the deified demonic poison dragon was also filled with a strong sense of fear at this moment, and began to try to beg for mercy. There is nothing wrong with the dragon clan being arrogant and powerful, but they only have one life. The poisonous dragon finally resurrected and became so powerful. How could it be willing to die like this now? As long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to surrender. I am stronger than the demon flame dragon. Since you are willing to subdue her, there is no reason to give up on me who is stronger than him. In the huge black coffin, the deified demonic poison dragon roared with all its strength, trying to fight for the possibility of continuing to live in this way. As for Yi City, did the deified demonic poison dragon really choose to surrender? That is naturally impossible. When the demonic flame dragon was first subdued by Yecheng, it had been wishing that Yecheng would die early so that it could regain its freedom. The demonic poison dragon, which had a murderous hatred against Yecheng, would not need to be more said. Contracts have a binding effect on ordinary magical beasts, even powerful dragons. However, the deified demonic poison dragon has the power of God, so it is not impossible to break free from the shackles of the contract. The idea of deifying the demonic poison dragon is very simple. The most important thing at the moment is to save his own life first, and then seek opportunities to break away from the shackles of Night City and take revenge. He already possesses the power of God, but he is still unable to defeat the human monster. This may be because there is too little power of God residing in his body. And what if I find a few more shrines and let the power of the gods in the shrines rest on me? Although he was defeated this time, the deified demonic poison dragon had already thought of a new revenge plan in his heart. However, what it didn't expect was that even though he had already begged for mercy and even said that he would surrender, the human being still had no intention of stopping. Why, haven't I already surrendered? Why are you willing to let me go, who is weaker than me, but not willing to let me go? I'm afraid you think I'm a fool. I don't have any grudges against you before I become the demon flame dragon, but I have a murderous grudge against you. Will I believe that you are sincerely surrendering? God's power is too dangerous and full of uncertainty. I don't like the little brother who wants to stab the boss in the back all the time, so please die again. Quote. Yi Cheng said expressionless words that made the deified demonic poison dragon despair, while continuously injecting magic power to quickly form the black coffin. The black coffin of number 90 was actually unusable at Yi City's previous level. But with the upgrade of the plugin, he has shared power with himself in the death world. Now he can barely use this number of ghosts through full chanting. Human being, I curse you. Curse you to be broken into pieces. Curse your soul to be turned into pieces. Hearing the hysterical roar of the deified demonic poison dragon before his death, Yi Cheng was obviously stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his lips and said, if this is the last curse before death, then I would suggest that you change to another one. Oh. Because whether it's a body broken into pieces or a soul turned into pieces, I seem to have unlocked this achievement, and I'm still alive and kicking now. Quote. The deified demonic poisonous dragon trapped in the black coffin had not yet understood what Yi Cheng's words meant. However, in the next second, it was torn to pieces by the black sharp blade that burst out from the black coffin. Got it. When the huge black coffin dissipated in the air like a phantom, the demon flame dragon who was still lying weakly on the ground, including Alicia and the others in the distance, looked at the scene in front of them with shocked expressions. Because in the dissipated black coffin, not to mention the remains of the body of the deified demonic poison dragon, even the entire mountaintop that the deified demonic poison dragon hit was completely obliterated and disappeared at this moment. You know that the previous mountain, which was at least 200 to 300 meters high, just completely disappeared from the map. Shima Yosuke and Sui were quite familiar with Yi Cheng, so although they were quite surprised by the scene in front of them, they were not really surprised. But Alicia's cute trio are different. No matter how stupid they are now, they still know that Yosuke and Shima Yosuke are not called Ito Makoto and Kuroki at all. That eye-catching white hair, coupled with the summoned legendary giant dragon demon flame dragon, isn't the opponent the son of God, who is rumored to be very popular in the adventurer circle. In the modern world, the uncle's memory fragments have ended here. However, Takaoka Kifumi and Fujimiya Sumika, who had finished watching the Little Theater of Another World, were still in a state of unfinished business. For young girls and boys, the magical and adventurous life in another world is really full of temptation for them. Although they don't have the opportunity like their uncle to live in another world on their own, it's not bad to have an eye addiction. Mr. Yechung is really strong. Obviously these memory fragments belong to my uncle, but I always feel that Mr. Yechung is the protagonist every time. Gaokyu Jingwen pushed his eyes and expressed his inner thoughts without caring about his uncle's feelings. After watching so many small theaters in another world, he now has some understanding of his uncle's inner ability to withstand blows. If he knows this level, he will not even be able to have the slightest impact on his uncle. Indeed, this memory fragment and the battle are indeed more shocking than the previous fragments of the sealed city. After all, existences similar to gods have appeared, and there are fights between giant dragons. This country advocates the concept of the strong who defeats the superior. This wave of Mr. Yechung should explode the entire internet again. Quote. After reading the memory fragments of his uncle, Fujimiya Sumika gave his most objective evaluation. But from a female perspective, Mr. Yi Cheng's conditions in all aspects have reached impeccable standards for women. Today's top male stars are completely incomparable. If this memory clip is cut into a video and released, the impact can be imagined. Then should we cut this memory fragment into a video and put it on the internet? Takaoka Kifumi really wanted to do this, but he was also worried that, as his uncle and Fujimiya Sumika said before, as Mr. Yahoo and their influence grew, there was no guarantee that they would reveal their secrets in the end. This memory fragment of uncle is very long. How about combining it with some fragmented memory fragments of uncle's past and cutting it into multiple videos? Do you mean to cut it into a TV series and divide it into episodes? Regarding Fujimiya Sumika's suggestion, my uncle rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before finally agreeing to do it. Originally, my uncle wanted to use magic to make some short films when he became an online blogger. After all, although he had many memories of 17 years of experience in another world, there were not many usable memories of combat adventures. If something like the internet cannot remain popular, it will soon disappear from the public eye. When finding a suitable venue and idea to shoot a new online short film, I can only temporarily rely on the previous memory fragments to fill the scene. Time has passed again for a month, and it has been more than a month since my uncle woke up in modern society. In just over a month, my uncle has transformed from an unknown homeless person to one of the top internet celebrities on the internet. Each of the short films he released on the internet has received over 100 million views, and his uncle, Takaoka Kifumi and Fujimiya Sumika have now established a small company. The three of them are the senior executives of the studio, and they later hired many young ladies who were recent college students to do customer service work. Of course, things like video editing have always been done by the three of them themselves. It's not that they don't want to spend the money and hire more experts in this field, but the videos are all edited from Uncle's memory fragments. This kind of thing is really not suitable for outsiders to do. My uncle and his company had just been established, and they had won many awards because of their well-produced short films and awesome special effects. There are many movie directors and TV series producers in the industry who have wanted to cooperate with my uncle and his company many times, either to borrow a special effects team or to find high-quality actors like Yi Cheng and Kui to increase their popularity, but in the end they all failed. I was rejected by my uncle and others. Because of the popularity of my uncle's online short film, characters such as the white-haired son of God, Yi Cheng, the elf girl Kui, etc. have become completely popular in this world. And the audience group is not only extremely broad, whether it is in the two-dimensional circle or the film and television circle, many people have now become fans of Night City. At comic conventions across the country this month, there were even many cosplay enthusiasts like Yi Cheng and Kui showing up, which shows how popular they are. There is no way. My uncle's short film is well made, not only in line with the passionate feelings of teenagers, but also has the beauty and love plot that girls long for. So in this world, it can be said that men, women, old and young are all killed. And just when the uncle and the others were busy, on a street in Tokyo district, two figures, a man and a woman, suddenly walked out of a light door. Among them, the man has white hair and a sword on his waist, while the woman has orange hair and ears that are much longer than ordinary people. It is not difficult to tell that the other person does not look like a normal human, but more like a legendary elf. Is this the world where Beastface lives? The air here smells so bad, and there are many things I haven't seen before. But is this really the kingdom of humans? Why do many of the people walking here look like orcs? Could it be said that this is a characteristic of this world? Quote. Kui, who had just walked out of the light door, coughed violently because of the poor air environment in modern society, then glanced around and spoke. For Gran Bahamel, who has a very high level of appearance, the level of appearance in the world where her uncle lives is naturally incomparable. In Sui's opinion, the people here are almost all orcs, on the same level as Shima Yosuke, but Yi Cheng knows that this is the normal level of appearance that humans have. Kui, didn't I teach you a lot of common sense before coming here? If you talk like this, you will get beaten up too. Yecheng and Kui were able to come to this world because Yecheng used his own knowledge of the death world and combined it with the technology of the mechanical puppet in the maze. It took more than 10 years to develop the righteous skeleton. Unlike Shima Yosuke's situation, Yashira and Sui do not have their original bodies in this world. The method of time travel discovered by them in Shima Yosuke seems to be through soul travel, so to move around in this world, they need a righteous skeleton. Yi City, look at the painting on that building, it should be correct, right? Didn't you say before that you and Beastface are not from the same world? So why are there your paintings in this world? No, why are there also those of me and Mabel? Quote. Looking in the direction of Qui's finger, Yi Cheng also looked at the promotional poster on a commercial building not far away, and above the huge advertisement was a man holding a long knife and flying on a demonic flame dragon. Own. Hey, is this an officially invited cosplay? It's amazing, the level of restoration is so high. What kind of cosplay? Look at how natural their hair and makeup are. This is the real deal. The son of the white-haired god, Yi Cheng, and the elf queen, Kui appeared. Quote. What a big deal. Is that company finally willing to let Yi Cheng and Kui show their faces? I always thought they were virtual characters. This is the most prosperous street in Tokyo. Yi Cheng and Sui are known for their fancy clothes. Coupled with their superb looks and Sui's actions, many people's attention immediately focused on them. On both bodies. It was a good thing that they didn't look at it. After looking at it, everyone discovered that the most popular, Yi City, and Kui, in recent times actually appeared in front of them alive. Names like Yi Cheng, Kui, Maybailu, and Alicia are very popular among people in this world. With the popularity of his uncle's short films, Yi Cheng and the others, who are extremely good-looking and powerful, have naturally attracted countless fans in this world. It's just that for the actors of these online short films, my uncle and his company have always done a very good job of maintaining confidentiality. It is said that many paparazzi and talent scouts have thought about gossiping or poaching about Yi Cheng and the others, but after trying for a long time, they couldn't find any clues. Because of this, there was a saying on the internet at that time, that is, the short film actors, such as Yi Cheng and Kui, may be computer-generated virtual characters, and such perfect people do not exist in the world. When this public opinion came out, there were many echoing voices on the internet. After all, my uncle's company can produce such amazing, special effects. With such technology, it doesn't seem impossible to fabricate some virtual characters. Seeing that things are getting worse and worse, even my uncle's personal website is about to be destroyed by trolls. In the end, the uncle had no choice but to use transformation magic to turn himself into Yojo, Fujimiya Sumika into Sui, and his nephew Takaoka Kifumi into Alicia, and appeared in front of the video at the same time. Night City, and the others appeared in the video for the first time, which naturally aroused the excitement of the majority of netizens, but as time passed again, more than half a month passed. People on the internet began to suspect that the Yi City and others in the video were not the real people who appeared in front of them. Maybe they were fictional characters like the characters in the short film. However, when the living Yi City and Kui appeared in front of everyone present no longer believed in the trolls on the internet. The moment Yi Cheng and Kui appeared, the rumors on the internet were self-defeating. Yecheng, what should I do now? Can I take action to repel these people? Looking at the people who were constantly surrounding him, Kui's face actually showed a slightly frightened expression at this moment. Although she could not sense any malice from the people who gathered around her, the slightly crazy expressions on their faces made Kui feel that they were as fanatical as some heretics. Don't take action. They are not Shima Yosuke. If you take action, the situation will get worse. And have you forgotten the common sense I told you before? In this world, we cannot use the power of magic in front of others. Quote. Just when Kui was about to take action to push back the people who were about to surround him, he was stopped by Yi Cheng, who was on the side. Just kidding, the physical fitness of people in modern society cannot be compared to that of people in other worlds. Even if Kui doesn't kill people, it is very likely to seriously injure people. In addition, there are too many people here, causing a stampede. Not to mention the stampede, their magic is exposed, which is also a big trouble. The speed of information dissemination in modern society is extremely fast. Yi Cheng and Kui have just appeared in the streets of Tokyo. The media and many fans who were called friends soon heard about it. The place is completely surrounded. Out of helplessness, Yi Cheng finally had no choice but to bend down and pick up Kui, and then jump directly onto the car beside him. The ones who followed immediately burst out with stronger physical strength than ordinary people, jumped out of the encirclement one after another, and fled with Kui. The Tokyo citizens who saw this scene were not surprised, but even more excited. Because this further proved that the Yi city that appeared in front of them was the real deal. Because as early as when Night City became famous, my uncle announced to the public that the actor who played Yan Cheng was the inheritor of the swordsmanship of Yagami style. The so-called no permission is passed on is undoubtedly the master level, so everyone present was not surprised that Yi Cheng could achieve this level. On the contrary, they are very excited now because their uncle, a blogger, is really not messing around. Yi Cheng, who is so young, is actually a strong man who is not allowed to pass away. Not only does he look young and handsome, but he is also a real strong man in reality. Watching the princess hugging Kui and jumping away from Yi City, everyone present even had the illusion that they were in a movie. Uncle, come and look over here, something big has happened. At the studio, Takacho Jingfumi, who has been paying attention to the latest news on the internet because of public opinion, was suddenly shocked and screamed when he saw a hot news on the internet. Upon hearing his shout, his uncle and Fujimiya Sumika also looked at the computer screen. The video shown above is exactly the picture of Princess Yecheng hugging Kui and jumping away on the car. Above this hot news, there is also a very eye-catching headline: the most mysterious and popular son of God and elf princess are suddenly discovered in the streets of Tokyo. And when he saw the pictures captured by the camera, and saw the clothes and skills of Yi Cheng and Kui, his uncle was almost certain that the two people who appeared in the news were definitely genuine. I'm going out for a trip. If anything else happens on the network, remember to call me. Hearing what their uncle said, Takaoka Kifumi and Fujimiya Sumika were obviously stunned for a moment, because if their uncle was so excited, it meant that Mr. Yuchi and Miss Sui in the news were the real ones. Uncle, that is to say, Mr. Yi Cheng and Miss Kui in the news, are they both the same person? It should be correct. Where is the temperament of Yi City? And do ordinary cosplay enthusiasts have their looks? After their uncle's confirmation, Takaoka Kifumi and Fujimiya Sumika were stunned for a brief moment, and then they soon became extremely excited. They had watched too many small theaters in other worlds before, which led them to admire Yi Cheng and Kui quite a lot. And now these two people have come to their world. These are real visitors from another world. How can we not make them excited? Because there are not many people with magic power in this world. Not long after his uncle came to the place where Yi Cheng and the others were found, he was quickly found by Yi Cheng, who had breath perception. Although my uncle has facial paralysis, he was quite excited and happy to see his best friend in his own world after a long absence. And just when the other party was about to come up and express his excitement and joy with a hug, Yi Cheng pushed his uncle away with a look of disgust and pointed at the huge poster on the commercial building nearby to indicate what was going on. When asked about this matter, the uncle also showed an embarrassed look, and then explained what happened after he returned to this world. So that means that because you don't have a job, you become a video blogger, and you also rely on the memory fragments of life in another world to become a big internet celebrity. Hearing Yi Cheng's reconfirmation, Shima Yosuke nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. No, I can understand that you want to become an internet celebrity and make a living, but why did Mao evolve into this state? Kui and I didn't do anything. Why did Mao suddenly become a big star in our world? I'm afraid you haven't seen the previous formation. Good guy, the inner and outer three circles are full of people. If I hadn't stopped Kui in time, she would have been ready to use magic. Quote. When Yi Cheng and Sui Wei came to Shima Yosuke's world, they originally planned to come here for a vacation, test the completion of the Yi skeleton, and see if they could bring back some specialties. Because there were only two Yi skeletons prepared, Kui and Maebailu had been fighting for it before. For Kui, taking a trip to another world alone with Yi Cheng is almost like a honeymoon trip. For Maebailu, the so-called different world has many comic books, which are good things that she, a home girl, longs for. I never thought that this would happen. Before, my uncle just wanted to attract attention with his unique battles in another world, but he never thought that most people in this world were superficial. Yi Cheng, Kui and the others are strong and handsome, so it's only natural that they can attract fans. You guy, you actually make money in our name casually, do you give us a share? Forget it, I have to go back. I am not interested in being viewed as a monkey by others. Quote. Life in modern society is not that new to Yi Cheng. Now that the feasibility of the artificial body has been proved, Yi Cheng naturally plans to leave now and come back when the storm subsides. Wait a minute, you finally came here with great difficulty, are you just leaving like this? My uncle traveled through time when he was 17 years old. Because of his withdrawn personality and being a deadbeat, he didn't have many friends. After that, he stayed in another world for 17 years. Now in this world, let alone friends, he doesn't even know anyone except his own relatives. On the contrary, in the 17 years in another world, Shima Yosuke has gained a friendship that he had not gained in the previous 17 years. After returning to this world, Shima Yosuke's only regret was that he would probably never see his good friends like Yi Cheng again. But now that Yashara and the others actually appeared in their own world and met him again, Shima Yosuke naturally didn't want Yashara to leave again after chatting for a few words. What can we do if we don't leave? You've made us all look like big stars with your saucy moves. Is it possible that when we go shopping in your world in the future, we have to dress up? Quote. 10 minutes later, in the rental cabin that Shima Yosuke and Takaoka Kifumi had rented before, the three figures of Yi Cheng appeared here together. 10 minutes ago, under Shima Yosuke's persuasion, Yi Cheng finally reluctantly agreed to stay temporarily, and Kui played a big role in it. On the one hand, Kui is very curious about this different world whose style is completely different from Grand Bahamar. On the other hand, it was also because I had finally won the competition from Maybailu and successfully won this honeymoon trip. If it ended hastily like this, wouldn't he have to regret it for the rest of his life? In this world, the only one who stays with Yechung is herself. There is no cute Maybailu, no alien goddess demon flame dragon, and no busty Sonia and Alicia. Without these annoying guys, there are not many opportunities like this. If the trip ends in such a hasty way, she deserves to be unable to conquer Night City. It's the real Mr. Yi Cheng and Miss Kui. Hello, my name is Fujimiya Sumika. I am the childhood sweetheart of my uncle and nephew, Takaoka Kifumi. Seeing Yi Cheng and Sui alive, Takaoka Kifumi and Fujimiya Sumika were also very excited. However, after getting to know each other, Takaoka Kifumi and Fujimiya Sumika understood why the other could even become friends with someone like their uncle. The other party's personality is too easygoing. He obviously has super strength, but he doesn't have the arrogance of a strong man. Even when facing ordinary people like them, he has a very kind attitude. Chapter 91. In the world of death, high in the sky above Yukio Town, a classic wooden sliding door suddenly appeared. As a death soul butterfly flew out of the door, a figure with white hair, wearing a black death tyrant uniform, straw sandals, and a zanpakuto at his waist also slowly came out of the door. Get out. I shouldn't have been plotted by Hairspray Man, right? It was Mao's first time on Earth to perform a mission, and he almost died. That's right, the god of death appearing in the sky above Yukio Town at this moment is naturally Yashara, who was killed in the world. When Jutsu hit him, his system was officially activated. After that, Yi Cheng entered a mysterious space and met another version of himself there. For me, it was just a flash of skill, but the other party claimed that it had been several months since he had arrived at another place. And when they came into contact with each other, Yi Cheng was surprised to find that their memories and abilities were actually shared. After being able to share power and memory, Yi City left that mysterious space and returned to the broken world again, and finally passed through the broken world and arrived in the current world. Appearing in the present Night City, he held his hands and felt the spiritual pressure in his body. The activation of the plug-in this time directly caused his strength to more than triple in an instant. Although his uncle's abilities in another world are very similar to his own, the magic power he possesses has now been transformed into an equal amount of spiritual pressure and superimposed on his body. As we all know, the Shinigami determines their combat power based on the strength of their spiritual pressure. The stronger the spiritual pressure, the more powerful they are. Although the Zanpakuto's abilities are all kinds of weird, as long as the spiritual pressure is strong enough, all the fancy abilities will become useless. If we continue at this pace, when there are a few more boss-level versions of myself in that mysterious space, it will no longer be a luxury to hope for a swastika. If a Saiyan or a saint comes to that dimension one day, the Hairspray hand can press him to the ground and rub him. Quote. In addition to the surge in power, Yi Cheng was in a good mood for a while, and then began to sense the spiritual pressure in his city. The Shinigami himself has the ability to perceive spiritual pressure, but the range and intensity of perception are very limited. But because of power sharing, Yi City also has Uncle World's own, breath sensing, ability. With the superposition of the two, Yi City's current sensing ability is enough to cover even a small city. Found it. It seems that although it was delayed for a while in the world, it's not too late. Yi Cheng, who closed his eyes and waited for a moment, soon opened his eyes, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared from its original position. On a street in Yukio Town, a female Shinigami who looked about 20 years old was holding a Zanpakuto at the moment, looking at Daxu Killian in front of her as if she was facing a formidable enemy. The so-called Killian is also a type of hollow, but it is not an ordinary hollow, but the so-called Great Hollow, which is produced by 100 hollows devouring each other. Generally, the emptiness that appears in this world is caused by the resentment of human souls after death. The newly born hollows are also low-level hollows. As long as members of the Gote 13 team have a little combat experience, they are capable of killing hollows of this level. Maintaining peace in the world and stationing Shinigami in every city are the duties of the Purification Team of the 13th Division of the Gote 13 divisions. Because the hollows who appear in the real world are generally more attractive than the hollows in Hueco Mundo, so strictly speaking, the work of the Purification Team is not dangerous. The possibility of a great void like Killian appearing in the real world is extremely low, because it is not easy to open the black cavity from Hueco Mundo and enter the real world. That requires various spirit sun conversion mechanisms and other steps. In short, if you are not engaged in scientific research, you generally can't play with that kind of thing. Although it is possible for a great void to be born in this world, the probability of that is extremely low, because the conditions for the creation of Killian require 100 voids to devour each other and be born. Generally speaking, in a city where the god of death is stationed, it is impossible for 100 hollows to devour each other, or even the possibility of Killian appearing. But in the city of Yukio-cho, such an existence happened to appear. The reason is that there is a lower-level hollow that is extremely talented and possesses the special ability to hide spiritual pressure. Therefore, while it is constantly devouring other hollows, it has been using this ability to avoid the search and pursuit of the god of death in this city. When the god of death in Yukio Town discovered this hollow, the other party had already devoured the 100th hollow and transformed into the current Great Hollow Killian. The Shinigami stationed in real-life cities are generally those with rich combat experience but relatively average strength. Because it is not a difficult task to enlighten wandering souls and clean up some lower-level voids caused by resentment. When Daxu Killian appeared, the Shinigami stationed in this Yukio town, also a female Shinigami named Asakusa Aikika, quickly contacted the 13th Division where he was. Because of the appearance of Daxu Jillian, this was obviously beyond her ability, and this was no longer an opponent she could handle. After she reported the matter, her 13th Division quickly responded and said that they had sent 5 members of the team to handle the matter. Those who can become the chief officer in the 13th Division are usually elite Shinigami who have mastered the first solution. It should not be a big problem to deal with a big void Killian. However, just as Asakusa Aikika was eagerly waiting for the arrival of the 5th seat, there was another message from Soul Society that the 5th seat in the team had an accident. Due to an accident during the transmission, it has now entered a disconnected world and has completely lost contact. Although things like this are extremely rare, they have not never happened. Because he has never met the so-called Goki, Asakusa Aikika could only mourn for him in his heart, and then applied for assistance again. 2 days passed again, and this time the Shinigami who came to Yukio Town was the 6th seat of the 13th Division, and he did not encounter the same unexpected situation as the previous one. However, this 6th seat was a very arrogant and extremely arrogant man. The first time he met Asakusa Aikika, he was very dissatisfied with the way Asakusa called him, saying that he should be the 5th seat in the team now, not the so-called 6th seat. The reason is that if Yi Cheng, who was originally the 5th seat, died in the world, then he would naturally become the 5th seat. The 6th member of the team did not take Killian seriously, and did not even listen to Asakusa Aikika's advice. I think that is the 6th seat in the team. Oh no, the 5th seat, an elite Shinigami who masters the first interpretation. Killing a low-level Daxu is not something that can be done just by having the skills. The sixth seat believes that Ikika Asakusa thinks Daxu is powerful simply because he is too weak. But he himself is different. Unlike the miscellaneous fish who were sent to guard the pond, he will become a man at the level of deputy captain in the future. And the final result was also obvious. The sixth seat in the 13th division, who had his eyes high above his head, jumped on the street, and even his soul was completely devoured by this big virtual Killian. Generally speaking, although this sixth seat has an arrogant tone, as the seat officer who masters the first interpretation, he is indeed capable of killing Daxu Jillian. But the point of the problem is that the Killian that appeared in Yukio Town is not an ordinary Killian at all. Killian is a lower-level Daxu. Generally, the characteristics of this kind of Daxu are large size and low intelligence. Almost 99.9% of Killian will not have independent consciousness. Among these Killians, there are some very few special individuals who have conscious instincts and will devour the Great Void Killians of the same level until they evolve into a stronger Great Void, Yachukas. The action pattern of this Daikyu that appeared in Yukio Town is obviously different from that of ordinary Daikyu with low intelligence. Not only does it have the ability to hide spiritual pressure before, but even the face of the Kion on its face is slightly different from that of ordinary Daikyu. The difference. Asakusa Ikika originally wanted to remind the sixth seat who came to support in this world, but the other party did not pay attention to her warning at all. He even said that no matter how special the subordinate Daxu is, he is also Killian. He is an elite god of death who masters the first solution. It was also because of this carelessness and underestimation of the enemy that the sixth seat of the 13th division was suddenly attacked by Daxu, who was approaching with hidden spiritual pressure even before the initial solution was carried out. In the end, with a false flash in his body, this so-called elite god of death was swallowed by this Killian without even being able to use the first solution. After devouring the soul of a Shinigami whose spiritual pressure was not weak, this Killian's spiritual pressure also skyrocketed again, and his intelligence became higher, which directly led to the current situation that was out of control. Although he is only a lower-level Daxu, in the current environment, Jillian is basically at the level of King Za. This Killian is a special individual, and now it has swallowed up 6 members of the Gote 13th division. Its danger can be imagined. After devouring the soul of a god of death, this Killian could clearly feel the surge in his spiritual pressure. With his intelligence improved, he began to instinctively hunt the second god of death in the city, Asakusa Ichi, Summer. It can feel that if it eats 1 or 2 more death gods, it will undergo another transformation. The essence of death is also a soul, but compared to ordinary souls, death's soul and spiritual pressure are more powerful. Eating an ordinary god of death is even comparable to eating 100 ordinary souls. Originally, the god of death was attacking the hollows in this world, but in this Yukio town, a scene was now being staged in which the great hollows were chasing the god of death. Compared with the ordinary slow-moving Daxu, this special individual that appeared in Yukio Town had a special ability of atomization after devouring the 6th seat. This special ability of atomization seems to be an evolved version of the Daxu's original ability to hide spiritual pressure. After entering the atomized state, this Killian's own spiritual pressure will completely disappear, and his body will also transform into mist, allowing him to move quickly. The 6th seat of the 13th division was successfully attacked from behind because of this ability of the opponent. Today, Ikika Asakusa uses Shunpo to run quickly in Yukio Town, but a thick black fog behind him is still chasing after him. While running for his life, Asakusa Ikika kept greeting the 6th seat in the previous team. Although she couldn't handle the previous Killian, his intelligence was not high enough. At first, he just wandered around the city and instinctively swallowed some souls. But because of the arrogant 6th seat, not only did he not help at all, but he also used himself as an experience bag and gave it to the other party for nothing. This directly led to this Killian evolving such a high IQ. Even though Asakusa Ikika immediately contacted his 13th division when the 6th seat was swallowed up. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Captain Yukitaki also dispatched Vice Captain Shiba and Sanchi Suzukawa to the living world to support him. But in the current situation, can he really hold on until Vice Captain Shiba and Suzuka Sanchi arrive? As a burst of black mist enveloped Asakusa Ikika, the fogged Killian finally stopped Asakusa Ikika, and gradually recovered his body in front of him. Howl. Accompanied by a howl of unknown meaning, this Killian directly used its huge body to knock Asakusa Aikika away in front of him. Killian has a huge body, but short limbs. Oh no, this thing seems to have no hands. All in all, this thing not only has low intelligence, but also has very few attack methods due to its body shape. In addition to using the huge body to crush directly, and biting with the mouth, the only other attack method is false flash. Asakusa Aikika's body was knocked away, and his body flew directly backwards. Not only did it break a telephone pole beside the road, but his body also sunk deeply into the wall nearby. Seeing that the Daxu Jillian in front of him opened his mouth wide after knocking him away, and a red spiritual pressure began to condense and compress in his mouth, Asakusa Aikika also showed a look of despair. Void Flash is a unique attack method of Shu. It requires a certain amount of charging time, but is very powerful. However, it can only be used by Daxu level. Not to mention that I am just an ordinary Shinigami who is assigned to be stationed in the real world, even those officers in the 13th Division, without the initial solution. If he was hit head-on by Killian's false flash, he would probably be seriously injured. So when a huge red beam of light burst out from in front of Killian's mouth and approached him at an alarming speed, Aikika Asakusa, whose body was embedded in the wall, even closed his eyes in despair at this moment. Yakami Ryu style, breaking waterfall. The sharp sword light flashed through the night, and the bright blue stream of light was like a sharp blade that split mountains and seas. In an instant, it split the red beam of light in front of it into two directly from the middle. Boom! The virtual flash explosion was like a river being split in half, instantly turning the entire street into a devastated place. At this moment, the girl Shinigami, who was stuck in the wall with her eyes closed tightly, heard the explosion sound next to her ears, but her body could not feel the unexpected pain, so she opened her eyes in confusion. What a critical moment. Girl, if my shunpo is a little later, I might have to collect your body. Aikika Asakusa opened his eyes in confusion. What he saw was a head of white hair that was extremely bright under the moonlight, and a back that looked very reliable. Looking at the opponent's back, Asakusa Aikika did not recognize the Shinigami who appeared in front of him, but the dazzling white hair and the armband on the opponent's Death Overlord uniform made him recognize the identity of the person. The 5th seed of the 13th Division, Nan Yi Cheng, is a young Shinigami who is not as good as Vice Captain Shiba, but is also known as a genius in their 13th Division. As for why Aikika Asakusa doesn't know Yaho despite being in the same squad, the main reason is that she looks less than 20 years old despite her appearance. But before joining the 13th Division in Yi City, she was stationed in this city as the death god of the 13th Division. The other party called her a girl, but she didn't know that she was the real senior. Although Yi Cheng was the 5th member of the team, when she became the god of death, she really had no parents. If I remember correctly, the mission I received before was to go to Yukio Town and kill a newly born lower-level Daxu Killian, right? Can you please tell me now, what is going on with this Killian? I have never heard that Killian, who has low intelligence, not only knows how to hide spiritual pressure, but also has the ability to even actively hunt the Shinigami. Quote. When he saw Killian in front of him and felt his spiritual pressure, an ugly look suddenly appeared on Yi Cheng's face. Although he has not had formal contact with Killian, it does not mean that he has not seen or heard of him before. The Killian in front of him now was completely different from the subordinate Daxu he knew before. Except for the similarity in appearance, other aspects were completely different. Seeing this special Killian, Yi Cheng's first thought was, could the Killian in front of him be another experimental subject of some hairspray master? And if this is the case, what is the purpose of the other party releasing such an experimental product? If you kill such an experiment yourself, will it attract the other party's attention in advance? Although his plug-in has now arrived, it is still impossible to rival Aizen in a short time. Are you the 5th seed of Night City? Didn't Soul Society say that you encountered an accident while crossing the world? Why now? Well, when I came to the present world, I did have some accidents and ended up in the world, so I was delayed for some time. But these are not important anymore. What I am more concerned about now is what is going on with the Killian in front of me. This is completely inconsistent with the intelligence. Why does such an individual Jillian appear in this world? The spiritual pressure of the 5th and lower seats is even worse than it. Quote. Before, Yi Cheng thought that it was an accident that he mistakenly entered the world, but when he first arrived in the real world, he encountered such a special Daxu, which made Yi Cheng seriously doubt whether he had been arranged by someone. No, Night City 5, although this Killian is a bit special at first, it is not much better than the average Killian. Mainly because after you mistakenly entered the boundary, the team sent a 6th seat over, and then that 6th seat. Faced with Yi Cheng's inquiry, Asakusa Aikika briefly explained the situation at that time and explained the reason for the transformation of Killian in front of him. After hearing the cause and effect of the incident, Yi Cheng's originally rather solemn expression slowly relaxed at this moment. I see. Speaking of which, I remember that Rokuchi's Zanpakudo's Haikai ability is indeed to atomize the Zanpakudo. If you put it this way, it should be that this Killian's own abilities are extremely consistent with those of the 6 seats. So when his soul was devoured, did his abilities also evolve? Quote, if it's not Aizen's experiment, then Yi Cheng doesn't need to worry too much. No matter how special Killian is, it's just Killian. For him now, there is no pressure at all. 5th seat in Night City, you have to be careful. This Killian's ability is very special, and after devouring the previous 6 seats, its spiritual pressure is far stronger than that of ordinary Killian. If it had swallowed me up just now, it might have evolved into Akuka's now. Quote, the captains of the Gotei 13th Division are ranked based on their strength. Those with seats above 3 are the vice captain and captain. Although the strength of the 5 seats is stronger than that of the 6 seats, it is only too strong. The 6 seats in the previous team had become the experience bag of the big virtual Killian in front of him because of their negligence. Now that Killian has devoured 6 seats, his strength is completely different from before. When Asakusa first appeared, Asakusa was shocked by his ability to split the opponent's virtual flash into 2, but she also knew that Yoro's experience in becoming a Shinigami was not long. So at this moment, she is also worried that this genius junior will be careless and follow in the footsteps of the 6th seat just now, becoming the nourishment for this Killian to evolve into Yachuka's. It doesn't matter, its spiritual pressure is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary Killian, but its attack method is still single. Girl, please go aside and take a rest. I will end the battle soon. Quote, hearing what Yashara said, Asakusa Aikika had a look of uneasiness on her face, because Yashara's attitude made her very uneasy. The 6th seat before also said similar words, but now it has become Killian's nourishment. The white-haired boy in front of her now had only been promoted to the 5th position after joining the team for just a few years. He was young and frivolous and might underestimate the enemy even more. Compared to the stranger in the 6th seat before, Asakusa Aikika saw Yi Cheng for the first time, but he didn't want anything unexpected to happen to Yi Cheng. After all, the other party had just saved his life. Because of this, Asakusa Aikika couldn't help but raise his voice and shout loudly, Yu Cheng 5 seats, why don't you just use Hygeia? The 6th seat before was swallowed by this Killian before he even had time to use the beginning solution, because he was too careless. Quote, in Asakusa Aikika's view, this Killian's spiritual pressure level was already comparable to that of a former deputy officer in the Gotei 13. If Yi Cheng didn't use first solution to fight with him, he would probably die in the opponent's hands. And if you use Haiji, even if you are still not an opponent, as long as you delay enough, the supporting Vice Captain Shiba and Suzukawa will arrive here. It will be easy for 2 chief officers and a vice captain to deal with this special individual Killian. Although the 5th seat of Yi City is a genius and has become a seat officer at a young age, in terms of experience in fighting Shu, he definitely does not have as much experience as his senior. Hearing Asakusa Aikika's shout, Yashara was also stunned for a moment. Although it was true that he had mastered the initial solution, facing an opponent of Killian's level, Yi Cheng felt that there was really no need to use his ultimate move, even if the opponent was a special individual. Yi Cheng also knew what Aikika Asakusa was thinking. The 6th seat who came to help him not only did not help in any way, but was even silenced. It is estimated that this directly destroyed the girl's mentality. Now she is worried that she will follow in the footsteps of Lu Shi and become the evolutionary material of this Killian. Although it's not impossible to use the Hygeia, once the spiritual pressure exceeds the vice captain level, it will have a certain impact on the present world. It is because of this that when Shinigami above the vice captain level come to this world, their spiritual pressure is limited and they are only allowed to use 1/5 of their power. Quote. Hearing what Yashara said, Ikika Asakusa was also confused. As a senior Shinigami stationed in the present world, he naturally knew the rules that Yashara said. However, what does this have to do with Yashara? The only thing that can affect the present world is the spiritual pressure of the deputy captain or above. Yecheng is only 5 seats. No, since Yi Cheng said that, it means that once he performs initial release, his spiritual pressure will surpass the vice captain's in an instant. After the first release, can a 5-seat man's spiritual pressure surpass that of the death god deputy captain? Hearing such arrogant words, Asakusa Ikika instinctively didn't believe it, but when she recalled the false flash of Yashara's knife before slashing the opponent, she suddenly felt that if it were the man in front of her, he might not have this possible. Seat 5 of Night City, please fight with peace of mind. I will contact Soul Society on your behalf and submit an application to use over-limit spiritual pressure. Even if there is no limit on spiritual pressure before coming to this world, once one uses too strong spiritual pressure in this world and affects the stability of this world, he will eventually be held accountable by the 46th chamber. Asakusa Ikika thought that Yi Cheng was concerned about this issue, so she took the initiative to speak at this moment. There is no need to contact Soul Society, I was not planning to carry out the first interpretation. Although this Killian is somewhat special, with my current spiritual pressure and strength, it is more than enough to defeat him. Quote. As if to verify that what Yi Cheng said was true, as soon as Yi Cheng finished speaking, his figure had suddenly appeared in front of this special Killian, and he slashed it down with a single sword. But Killian, who already had a certain IQ, actually used his atomization ability directly when he sensed danger. Large swaths of blood fell from the sky like heavy rain. Although Yi Cheng's slash just now hit the opponent, it was not complete. Because just when he was about to completely cut the opponent in two, Killian actually used the atomization ability at the end. This caused gas to form in his own body, and Yi Cheng also directly passed through the opponent's body with a knife. After using the atomization ability, this special individual Jillian did not choose to run away. Instead, he condensed his figure behind Yecheng again at an extremely fast speed. And at the moment when his huge figure appeared, the huge spiritual pressure also continuously condensed a red flash in his mouth. Asakusa Ikika, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw the scene in front of him, and his heart immediately rose to his throat. Because not long ago, the 6th seat in the team who came to support was killed by the opponent in this way. It can only be said that this Killian's own ability to hide spiritual pressure is too tricky to combine with atomization. If it is atomized into gas, it can make up for Killian's shortcomings such as its large size and slow movement. Coupled with the ability to hide spiritual pressure, it is enough to allow the opponent to appear behind the opponent quickly and silently and complete a sneak attack. 5 seats in Night City, behind you. Seeing Killian gradually forming behind Yashara, Ikika Asakusa was about to warn Yashara, but he was shocked to find that the 5th member of their team had already noticed Killian's sneak attack and responded immediately. No, it should be said that the reaction of the 5 seats in Night City was even faster than that of Killian. Almost at the moment when Killian atomized, the 5 seats in Night City seemed to have predicted that the other party would appear behind them. A red flash of light erupted from Killian's mouth, turning into a crimson beam of light in the dark night and shooting towards Night City. This time's false flash was much stronger than the previous one. It was probably because of Ji Lian's modest IQ that he could feel that Yishiro and Asakusa Ikika were not the same level of Shinigami. Crescent Moon Chong. Seeing the red virtual flash coming, Yi Cheng turned around and slashed directly in front of him with the Zanpakudo in his hand. Although his Zanpakudo is not Zanjetsu, Getsuga Tensho is not Zanjetsu's exclusive move. Zanjetsu's ability is to compress the spirit sun, and finally form a high-density slash. As long as the spiritual pressure is properly controlled, even other Zanpakudos and even shallow strikes can complete such a move. Urahara Kazuki once used the same move with his Zanpakudo, Benihime, to resist a chirping Getsuga Tensho. The high-density spirit sun was compressed and finally burst out from the Zanpakudo in Yi Cheng's hand, forming a huge blue crescent that swelled into the wind and hit Killian's virtual flash. The battle between Shinigami is determined by the strength of spiritual pressure, and the same is true for Shinigami and Hollows. The virtual flash is also a compressed body of spiritual pressure. Now it collides with the high-density spirit sun slash, and immediately there is a fierce energy collision. However, this stalemate did not last long. Soon, the seemingly larger virtual flash shattered like glass under the impact of the blue crescent. The red flash is like a rushing torrent, but the moonlight and crescent moon at this moment is like a fish swimming upstream, dividing the red torrent into two halves with great force. Seeing his own virtual flash gradually shattering under the attack of the opponent's spirit sun, he saw the huge blue crescent gradually approaching him. Just when this special individual Killian was about to use his atomization ability to dodge again, glowing chains suddenly shot out from all directions and tied his figure tightly. Your atomization ability after devouring 6 seats is quite troublesome, so for now you'd better just be obedient and stay like this. The opponent would use atomization to dodge the attack, which Yi Cheng had long expected, so when Killian's body began to atomize, chains bound his body first. Is this the number 63 binding Dao, chain binding? It actually restrained Daxu easily without chanting. Looking at Daxu, Jillian, who was instantly tied up by Gokudai, Aikika Asakusa, who was watching the battle, also showed a surprised expression at this moment. Although this special individual Jillian, Yi Cheng didn't know what the opponent's atomization ability was. But it can be judged that this ability belongs to the ghost system, and since it is a ghost system ability, it can naturally be restricted by using the ghost system. Facts also proved that Yi Cheng's guess was not wrong. When he used chain binding to restrain the opponent, this Killian could not use his previous atomization ability. Even the abilities of the ghost system are mutually reinforcing, and Yechung's spiritual pressure is stronger than this special individual's Killian, so it is restrained by Yechung. If the opponent's spiritual pressure is stronger, then the situation will be reversed. Even if Yechung uses chain binding to bind the opponent whose spiritual pressure is stronger than Yechung can still use the atomization ability. This is the rules of power in the world of death. Obviously, the current strength of the special Killian spiritual pressure is far less than that of Yi City, so it cannot break away from Yi City's chain, and can only watch the blue crescent moon constantly approaching it. The void flash was split into two, and his body was bound by the binding Dao. The final fate of this special Killian was self-evident. The huge blue crescent moon that remained unabated, after completely crushing the opponent's red flash, directly cut the opponent's huge body in half from the middle like a watermelon, and finally disappeared into the sky. As Killian's huge body gradually turned into black particles and disappeared, Aikika Asakusa, who was watching the battle, was still confused. She admitted that she was not very strong, otherwise she would not have been sent to this world to be the resident Shinigami. But this does not mean that she has no knowledge, because she kills various lower-level hollows every day. In terms of combat experience and knowledge, Asakusa Aikika is much better than many members of the Gotei 13 now. But it was precisely because of this that she knew how strong the special individual Jillian was. Even though an ordinary Killian is a low-level Daxu, an ordinary Shinigami is no match for him. Just like Vastad in the Great Hollow, the captain of the Gotei 13, and the vice-captain of Achukas in the Shinigami. Although Killian is the weakest among the Daxu, it still takes the chief officer of the Gotei 13 to be able to kill him. The previous Killian, after devouring a 6-seat Shinigami, not only had his spiritual pressure much stronger than the ordinary Killian, but he even had the troublesome ability of atomization. But now he was killed so easily by a 5-seat member of their team. Asakusa Aikika had thought before that Yoroki might have a fierce battle with the opponent, and even be at a disadvantage. The battle could not end until Vice-Captain Shiba and Suzukawa Sanchi arrived. But the result now is that the 5 seats of Night City in front of her didn't even have their Zanpakuto freed, and in just 3 or 2 moves, they killed that special individual Killian. Your body seems to be injured. Let me help you treat it. When Asakusa Aikika reacted again, Yi Shiro's figure had already come to her side, and a green halo gathered on his hands, and he began to treat her body. Is this a reply? Have you mastered the reply to healing and recovery at Seat 5 in Night City? The ghost path is divided into broken path, bound path, and return path, and the return path is undoubtedly the most difficult system in the ghost path. And even the members of the 4th Division who were responsible for treatment may not have mastered the reply method. Now a member of the 13th Division in Night City is actually so proficient in using it. Actually, when I graduated from the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, the Division 1 initially wanted to choose was the 4th Division, and I put a lot of effort into this. But because something happened later, he accidentally joined the 13th Division as the purification team. Well, these things don't matter anymore. Now that special individual Killian has been eliminated, it's almost time for me to report back to Soul Society. Quote, Yechung's level of recovery is quite good. In less than a few minutes, the injuries sustained by Killian on the girl's death god years ago were quickly completely healed. Originally, with his level of return, he could have been able to work as a bench officer in the 4th Division, but unfortunately he ended up in the 13th Division by some strange combination of circumstances. Yoroki said that he wanted to return to Soul Society, but he was actually fooling Aikika Asakusa. From Asakusa Aikika's mouth, Yoroki also learned that he had mistakenly entered the broken world and had been judged missing by Soul Society. And since they were all missing, and he finally managed to come back to the real world, he was planning to go to Karakura town next door to see if he could get familiar with Urata Kazuki and other bosses. However, just when Yi Cheng was about to neglect his duties, a boundary-breaking gate suddenly appeared in front of Yi Cheng. As 2 dead soul butterflies flew out of the door, a man with a spiky head and a curvy lady also slowly walked out of the boundary-piercing door. Night City, Zibo Heian, _winking face. There is no doubt that the black hedgehog-headed man who walked out of the boundary gate was Shiba Heian, the vice-captain of the 13th Division and a good old man. It was because of Captain Yukitaki's order that he and his sister Suzukawa Sanchi, the god of death, came to Yukio town to eliminate the so-called mutated Killian. But what they never expected was that the special individual Jillian was not seen. When the world-traveling gate opened, what they saw was actually Yi Cheng who had disappeared in the world. Great, Yi Cheng, I knew this guy wouldn't die so easily. After hearing that you were missing, Captain Yukitaki made a special trip to the broken world, but he only found the remnants of spiritual pressure you left during the battle there. Originally, Captain Yukitaki was lost for a long time because he was the one who sent you to this world, so he always believed that he was responsible for this matter. It's great that you are okay now. Quote, after the 2 men and 2 women looked at each other for a short period of time, Ziba Heian suddenly showed a happy face after reacting, and stepped forward to give Yi Cheng a bear hug. Shiba Heian takes good care of everyone in the 13th Division, and is a role similar to a close brother. However, what has to be said is that since Yi Cheng joined the team, unlike others, Shiba Heian has always regarded Yi Cheng as a close friend. In terms of qualifications as a Shinigami, compared to those team members who have been Shinigami for decades, Yi Cheng is actually still relatively new. However, many times, Shiba Heian felt that Yi Cheng's character was very mature, and even the other party knew him very well, so it was very easy to chat with him. When he learned that Yi Cheng was missing in the broken world, Shiba Heian was also the first to apply to go to the broken world to investigate. Unfortunately, he was finally organized by Captain Yukitaki. Because the broken world is quite dangerous even for the deputy captain, Shiba Heian was allowed to appear in the world, and he went to the broken world to find Yi City. Being hugged by Shiba Heian, Yi Cheng could also feel the other party's sincere concern. However, at this moment, he still said harshly, compared with your concern, Vice Captain Heian, I actually want to be embraced by Suzukawa Sanchi over there. Such concern. I know I'm handsome, but don't think too much of me. Even if you hug me like this, I will never be broken by you. Quote. Yi Cheng, who was hugged, pushed away the excited Shiba Heian with a look of disgust on his face, and then opened his hands with a smile on his face, trying to hug Suzukawa Sanchi who was standing next to him in the style of a royal sister. Unfortunately, the aloof royal sister Death, with a faint smile, avoided Yi Cheng's obvious attempt to eat her. The 5 seats in Night City are still in the same spirit as before, so I feel relieved. I want the care of the beautiful lady more than the hug of Vice Captain Heian. After hearing what Yi Cheng said, Heian on the side also showed a helpless expression and said, you are still as out of tune as before. But if you actually appear here, it means that the special individual Daxu Jillian should have been eliminated by you. Quote. Heian has never doubted Yi Cheng's strength. Although he is only a 5-seat leader, he is quite clear that when Yi Cheng becomes serious, even he may not be able to withstand it. Well, that special Killian has been eliminated by me. As for how it was born and what happened before, I don't know anything. After all, I just fought with it. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of his position to go to Karakura town to increase his favorability, but the arrival of Heian and the others forced Yi Cheng to give up this idea temporarily. Suzukawa Sanchi, could you please temporarily take care of Yukio town on behalf of Ikika Asakusa? Regarding this matter, I need to take her back with Yi Cheng to report to Captain Yukitaki. Quote, it is an extremely rare time for Daxu to appear in this world, not to mention that a 6th person died this time. It is obvious that it can no longer be treated as an ordinary incident. When they returned to the 13th Division team building, Yoroki and the others happened to meet Captain Yukitaki, who was talking outside the team building, and the 8th Division Captain Kyoraku Shunsui. The 8th Division is the intelligence team, and Kyoraku Shunsui is Yukitaki's old friend. This time Yukitaki asked Kyoraku Shunsui to come over, mainly because he hoped that the other party could help and go to the broken world with him to search for Night City again. Joining the Gotei 13 is often accompanied by a very high mortality rate. Generally, the captain of a division will not be so concerned about the death of a mere member, even if this member is the captain of the team. However, after Yi Cheng disappeared, Yukitaki not only went to the broken world in person once, but after the search failed, he also roped in his old friends this time and planned to search again. For being so concerned about Yi Cheng's life and death, on the one hand, it is mainly due to Yukitaki's character that he is a good person. On the other hand, Yukitaki has always believed that something will happen to Yi City this time, and he will bear a certain responsibility. Because if it weren't for him, Yi Cheng would not have gone to the real world to perform the mission, nor would he have been killed in the broken world. And although Yi Cheng is the 5th seat, Yukitaki, like Heian, knows that Yi Cheng's strength and potential are more than that. As someone who has the potential to become a vice captain or even captain, Yukitaki is naturally more interested in Yi Cheng. Originally, he was thinking that in a few hundred years, he would retire and recuperate, and then let Heian take over his position as captain, and let Yi Cheng be the vice captain. But he never expected that Yi Cheng would encounter such a thing when he went to the real world for the first time to perform a mission. According to Yukitaki's understanding of Yi City, with his strength, he should have a certain ability to protect himself even if he encounters danger in the world. He had been to the broken world before, and it was easy to tell from the traces of spiritual pressure left there that Yi Cheng must have been very unlucky to encounter a jutsu there, and a battle broke out. However, it is not difficult to see from the traces left at the scene that Yi Cheng was not directly killed, but disappeared in the broken world. It is not easy to find someone in the world, and in such a dangerous place, it would be useless for ordinary Shinigami to go there, so Yukitaki found his old friend Kyoraku Shunsui, who was very powerful but too idle every day. Captain Yukitaki didn't expect that just when he and his old friend were about to leave for the broken world, Yi Cheng would come back by himself or with Heian. Jashiro, it seems I can go back and drink. That kid in your team came back safely, didn't he? I'm starting to get curious about this brat now. When he just graduated from the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy a few years ago, he got into trouble because of a fight between Captain Unohana of the 4th Division and Captain Saraki of the 11th Division. There must be an uproar. After joining the 13th Division, and now that you are so interested in him, it seems that he is even better than I thought. In order to thank me for giving you such a good team member back then, and also to celebrate the safe return of this kid in your team, you have to treat me to a drink tonight. Quote. Seeing Kyoraku Shunsui carelessly hooking his neck, Yukitaki also had a wry smile on his face. After knowing each other for many years, he naturally understood the character of his old friend, and he understood that what Kyoraku Shunsui said was just to kill him and make him pay the bill. However, Yukitaki didn't pay too much attention to this. After all, he usually went drinking with Kyoraku Shunsui, and he paid more than 80% of the bill. In addition, although Kyoraku Shunsui didn't help this time, he was worried about him going to the end of the world together, so Yukitaki, who is a good old man, will naturally not refuse. Then I'll be waiting for you at the izakaya in my old place. After you finish handling the affairs of the team, remember to come over as soon as possible. When Kyoraku Shunsui saw the dusty Yi city in Heian, he also understood that Yukitake had other things to do, so he did not choose to stay long and left quickly. Okay, you guys come with me to Yugon Hall first. You should be planning to report to me about this matter, right? Yi Cheng, you just came back from the broken world, do you need to take a rest first? It won't be too late for you to report to me after Heian finishes reporting on his mission. Quote. Taking a closer look at all the captains of the 13th Division, Yukitake is definitely the one with the best personality. Although he is ruthless towards enemies and possible threats, for himself, he is really good. The title of the best good guy in Soul Society is no joke. He was born into a noble family but has no heirs. To put it bluntly, almost all the Shinigami in Soul Society would give Yukitake a thumbs up. Those who are more powerful than him know his true identity, and those who are weaker than him or at the same level respect and admire his character will also give him face. Captain, in fact, when I went to Yukio Town in the present world this time, I was not able to eliminate Killian, who was the special individual in the intelligence. Hearing what Heian said, Yukitake was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said with a surprised look on his face, the strength of that Killian has reached a level that makes you feel troublesome. Yukitake, as his captain, is naturally aware of Heian's strength, otherwise Yukitake would not have personally invited him to join the team. Looking at the current Gotei 13th Division, Yukitake even believed that Heian, who had always been a genius, was at the forefront of all the vice-captains. But now Heian said that even he couldn't destroy the Killian in Yukio Town, so how powerful should the opponent be? Is Killian, who can't even be eliminated by a vice-captain of Heian's strength, really still Killian? Well, it's not that I couldn't defeat that Killian, but when I got there, that Killian had already been defeated by Yi Cheng. So the ones who need to report this time are Yashira and the Shinigami stationed in Yukio Town. As for me, I'm just the one leading the way. In Yugon Hall, Yi Cheng explained in brief words how he was in trouble in the broken world, escaped to the real world, and eliminated the special individual Jillian. During the report, Yi Cheng emphatically explained the process of fighting Killian. As for the crisis encountered in the world break, he lightly explained it. Yukitake is one of the intellectual leaders in the 13th Division. If he talks too much, the other party will find out that something is wrong. After the report at Night City, Asakusa Aikika, the Shinigami girl who is responsible for stationing in the living Yukio Town, also quickly reported the birth process of the Killian and the reason why the 6th seat was killed. I see. Thank you for your hard work this time. Just leave the rest to me. You can go back and rest. Asakusa, the death of Rokuchi this time is not your responsibility, so you don't need to take it to heart. Also, you reported the situation in a timely manner this time, plus you have been stationed in the present world for many years, and you should have accumulated enough experience. You should return to the team this time. As for the new garrison Death God, I will arrange for others to hand over to you soon. Quote. It is the duty of the purification team to garrison the living city, but for the members of the 13th Division, not many are willing to do this job. Because compared to staying in Jinglingting, being a resident Shinigami in this world is basically equivalent to being sent to the frontier. Not to mention the endless tedious work that you do every day, you occasionally encounter difficult situations, and you may even regret the world. Just like Asakusa Aikika this time, if he hadn't been smart enough to contact Soul Society as soon as he realized that he was no match, and he was lucky enough, he might not have had enough grass on the grave now, 10 feet taller. So when he heard that he could return to the Seraiti from the real world to work, Aikika Asakusa was naturally very happy. On the side, Yi Cheng heard that Yukitake was planning to find someone to take over. At this moment, he had some thoughts in his mind and quickly answered, Captain, why don't you let me take over? I have also been to Yukio Town, and I usually have nothing to do in the team, so why not let me go to the living world and be a resident Shinigami? Quote. Yi Cheng's idea is very simple. For an ordinary god of death, although the task of stationing in the world is quite cumbersome and dangerous, for him, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Because of the upgrade of plugins, as more and more bosses appear in the mysterious space, it is inevitable that their strength will skyrocket. Although it is not impossible to hide one's own spiritual pressure, it is very inconvenient to do a lot of things. After all, there are too many big guys in Soul Society. Not to mention Hairspray Hand Eisen, there is another big boss in the shadow of Jing Lingting. You want to go to the real world to garrison. Although this is not impossible, in the history of the 13th Division, there is no precedent for a chief officer to go to the real world to garrison. Generally, the Shinigami stationed in the present world are those who lack experience and training for the job. Because the hollows that appear in this world are not too strong, they are used to hone the Shinigami in the team. You, a 5th ranking official, and perhaps far superior in strength, are actually preparing to serve as a garrison death god in this world. Quote. Hearing Yi Cheng's request, Asakusa Aikika, who had just been able to return to work at the Seraiti because of her, looked even more speechless. She found that her Genius Junior's various behaviors were really puzzling. The Shinigami of the 13th Division basically avoided the job, but this powerful 5th seat actually wanted to rush to work. However, compared to Asakusa Aikika, who looked puzzled, Yukitake quite understood Yojo's thoughts. Yi Cheng has been in the team for a few years, and he found that the 13th Division all have a very distinctive feature, that is, they are unusually salty. Both he, the captain, and Heian, the vice-captain, are extremely good at being the hands-off shopkeeper. Previously, Yukitake had recommended Yoichiro to become the vice-captain of another division, but the other party refused because it was too troublesome. From Yukitake's point of view, Yi Cheng now wants to escape the possibility of becoming the vice-captain by going to the real world to station there. Yecheng, actually, I have rejected your appointment as deputy captain in another division. You have such a strong sense of belonging to the 13th Division. As the captain of the 13th Division, I am also quite happy, but it is really not to this extent. Quote. Yi Cheng. Backquote, the captain is talking about something, why I don't understand it at all. Aikika Asakusa. Underscore, the 5th seat of Night City was actually recommended to other divisions as deputy captain. Doesn't that mean that he already has the spiritual pressure and strength of the deputy captain level? No, the point is that this guy, in order to avoid becoming the vice captain, actually plans to escape to the present world. Shouldn't it be the dream of every Shinigami of the Gotei 13 to become captain and vice captain? Yukitake left, leaving behind Yoriho and Asakusa Aikika, who looked at each other. Yi Cheng himself didn't have much hope that he could be stationed in the real world. After all, the stronger the Shinigami, the greater the impact his spiritual pressure would have on the real world. The spiritual pressure on Yi Cheng's face is already comparable to that of the deputy captain. With his level of strength, it is impossible to be sent to the real world. That night, 2 different wine bureaus were going on in one of the busiest commercial streets in Jinglingting. On one side was a bar where Kyoraku Shunsui called the guests and Captain Yukitake paid the bill. The people invited were also some captains. On the other side, the bureau was organized by Shiba Heian, and he still paid the bill. The main purpose was to celebrate Yi Cheng's safe return from the world. In addition to some members of the 13th Division, others such as Akaku, Yumashika, and Rengaku, the most heroic drinking partner in Night City, were also invited. Yuchi, I heard that because there were many vacancies for captains and vice-captains in the 13th Division, you were recommended by Captain Yukitake to become the vice-captain of another division, right? During the drinking party, Rengaku's drinking posture was still bold. Rengaku, who was obviously a little drunk at the moment, held the wine glass in his hand and hooked his hand on Yashira's shoulder, saying in a vague tone. It's not unreasonable that Yi Cheng likes to drink with Rangju. Although the other party is similar to Kyoraku Shunsui and rarely pays for it, the point is that they won't drink your wine for nothing. The Shiba uniform is originally very loose clothing, and Rengaku doesn't like to tie her breasts, especially when drinking, because she feels that drinking like that is not enough fun, and if she drinks too much, she won't even be able to breathe. As for the other party's casual movements of hooking up with each other, if you look down from the perspective of Night City, you can really see everything. It's said without intention, but it sounds intentional. Rengaku was well informed, but that didn't mean that the others present were the same. When Akaku, Yumashika, and Shota, all of whom were friends of the same period as Yashira, found out that Yashira was actually going to be promoted to vice captain, they all showed extremely surprised expressions at this moment. They also didn't expect that Yi Cheng was usually tepid. Even when he was in the Junyuan Spiritual Arts Academy, he was like a salted fish and always maintained mediocre results. But now among their group, he is the first to be promoted to vice captain. I still lost to this guy like you, but don't be complacent, Yi Chang, I will catch up with you soon. Originally, he wanted to brag to Yi Chang that he had finally become the chief officer of the 11th Division. But now that he heard the news, he felt that he was instantly outclassed by Yi Chang. So I was going to wait until the banquet was over and have a good fight with Yi City. As a combat squad, Squad 11 is very much in line with Akaku's taste in terms of promotion methods and daily tasks. Every day he was either fighting or on the way to fight. The continuous fierce battles made Akaku feel that his strength had improved a lot in the past few years, so he wanted to find Yi City to regain his former position. At the shooting range, I will challenge you soon. When the time comes, you must use all your strength to let me have a good time. The current shooting range is also in the 11th Division, and the chief officer's ranking is still above one corner. Unlike other divisions, Division 11, as a combat division, has always followed the rule of survival of the fittest, from the captain down to the chief officer. Even a Shinigami who has just joined the team can challenge the team leader as long as he feels he is strong enough. As long as you defeat the opponent, you can directly replace him and obtain the opponent's official position. Since joining the team, Akaku has continuously challenged the team's seats. Now he is the 4th seed of the 11th team, and his next goal is to become the 3rd seed of the shooting range. However, in the face of Akaku's provocation, the shooting range guy wearing big sunglasses in the pub at night obviously did not listen to Akaku's words, but was thinking about his own affairs. I see, because Vice Captain Heian is too good, Yi Cheng cannot become the vice captain in the 13th Division. Can he only be promoted by being transferred to another division? The shooting range brother also has his own dream. His mother used to be the vice captain of the Gotei 13, so he also wants to become a vice captain level figure. However, the situation of Division 11 is different from the rules of other divisions. If possible, shooting range would naturally like to stay in the 11th Division of the combat division, but he has challenged the current vice captain Kusanoga more than once. God knows why Loli has such strong spiritual pressure and strength. In short, so far, the shooting range has challenged no less than 10 figures, but they have all failed with a record of total defeat, and the gap in strength is quite large. So when I heard Rangaku say that Yoroi was recommended by Captain Yukitaki because there were a lot of vacancies for captains and vice captains in other divisions, I had a lot of thoughts in my mind at this moment. As for that matter, I have asked Captain Yukitaki to refuse it for me. The vice captain of the Gotei 13 is a position that only a guy who is as strong as a monster has the opportunity to be. I am just a little Kurami and I don't want to stand out. What's wrong with being a 5-seat employee? You don't have to do big things or small things. You can just go shopping every day and get a high salary. Quote. Hearing Yi Cheng's speech, everyone present was speechless again. However, they had known Yi Cheng for more than a year or two, and they knew that this was his personality. After drinking and drinking, everyone got drunk very quickly. Akaku originally planned to have a fight with Yi Cheng, but it didn't work out in the end. The little steel ball head looked like a real man with an awesome style, but it turned out that his drinking capacity was not even a fraction of Rangaku's. He peed after a few drinks and fell unconscious in an instant. In the end, he was helped by his good friend Yumika. Back to the team building. Of course, Rangaku was sent back to the team building by Yashira himself. Among the male Shinigami present, Yashira had the best relationship with him. Moreover, having known each other for many years, Rangaku indeed had considerable trust in Yojo's character. As the famous drunkards in the 13th Division, the two of them continued to get drunk as drinking partners many times. Every time Yi Cheng helped her back, he would indeed take the opportunity to eat a lot of tofu from her, but it was just a sneaky bite of tofu. Yecheng, you guy, did you just touch my butt with your hands? Even though she was drunk, Rangaku could still clearly feel that Yashira, who was supporting her, acted very dishonestly. Don't blame someone's innocence out of thin air. Everyone is drunk. Why do you say that I touched your butt? You must be drunk and hallucinating. Who in the entire Jinglingting doesn't know that I, Yi City, am famous gentleman? If it weren't for the fact that you are my old friend, I would have left you at the door of the tavern just now. Maybe you would have been picked up by someone while you were so drunk. And then I'm not sure, there will be headlines in Jingling Ting tomorrow saying that a certain hot young female death god was raped because she was extremely drunk. Rengoku is very charming, but Yoroi really doesn't dare to mess around because a certain Squint is also a monster. The hairspray hand boss only stabbed Rengoku in her chest when she was little. Shiro Hair narrowed his eyes and endured it for many years. First, he attracted the boss as a genius, and finally he went undercover for many years, just to stab him in the back at the end. Avenge Rangju and regain the stolen spiritual power. You can eat tofu, but if you really do something to Rengoku, Yashura can guarantee that a certain Squinty Eye will really regard Yashura as one of his mortal enemies, and use his magic gun to shoot Yashura's heart. Even as he and Rengoku were walking on the street like this, Yi Cheng could faintly feel a line of sight coming from the darkness, and a force of energy that was always locking on him. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to have any intention of exposing themselves. If it weren't for Yashura touching Rengoku's butt and the aura hidden in the dark fluctuating slightly, it would have been difficult for Yashura to notice that they were being followed. The charm of G-Cup was indeed unstoppable. Yi Cheng could even feel the gaze watching them in the dark, following them for several streets. It wasn't until Yashura finally sent Rengoku back to the team building and chose to leave alone that the feeling of being spied on finally disappeared. After the masked army defected Soul Society with Urahara Kazuki and others, and returned to the present world, Soul Society also ushered in a relatively long period of stability. Aizen excluded Hiriko and others, on the one hand, for experiments, and on the other hand, because if he wanted to further complete the Hanyu, a higher status was indispensable. Previously, he was only the vice-captain of the 5th team, and Hiriko Mako was the captain. If he wanted to become the captain, he could only find a way to get rid of Hiriko Mako first. Moreover, Hiriko Mako usually seems to have a carefree personality, but in fact he is as meticulous as a hare. Aizen believes that if he keeps such a guy around, he will be in danger of being exposed sooner or later. That's why he chose to make a non-stop plan to kill Hiriko. As for Cha Kenshi and Fengxiao Rojuro, they were just the unlucky ones who stayed with Hiriko. As the number of experimental subjects increases, Aizen will not refuse, and this is a good thing for them who are engaged in scientific research. With more experimental subjects, he can observe the differences in the changes caused by the deformation of the god of death in each individual, thereby collecting more data. About 50 years have passed since the masked forces, Urahara Kazuki and the others left Soul Society. Over the past 50 years, the staffing of the Gotei 13 has also undergone some changes. I finally mastered the swastika on the Eizaiho, and replaced Shifunjin Yoruichi as the captain of the 2nd team. Ichimaru Jin was also recommended by Aizen and passed the assessment of the captains, becoming the captain of the 3rd team. The original Kuchiki Ginzu of the 6th division resigned, and Kuchiki Byakuya took over as captain. In the same year, Kuchiki Byakuya, the heir to the Kuchiki family, one of the 4 nobles, defied all odds and married Kuchiki Hyjin, who was born as an ordinary soul. First he succeeded to the position of captain, and then he got married. That year, Byakuya Kuchiki could be said to be the real winner in life. As one of the 4 great nobles, the heir to the Kuchiki family got married, so the ceremony was naturally very impressive. Because he had just entered the workplace, Kuchiki Byakuya's qualifications as a Shinigami were not even as high as those of some of the vice-captains and chief officers of the 13th Division. Therefore, under the guidance of his grandfather, at the wedding of Byakuya Kuchiki, most of the Shinigami from the Gotei 13 were invited, including 5 seats from the unpopular 13th Division in Night City. During the wedding, Yi Cheng also took a curious look at the legendary Kuchiki Hyjin. The other person didn't say that he looked like Kuchiki Rukia, he could only say that he was exactly the same. The same nails, the same octopus hairstyle, and a pretty androgynous appearance, but apart from the first time, he has almost no characteristics. Not to mention that Hana-san and Rengoku are so beautiful, even with her body shape that can be put into various poses, she is not less attractive than Kuchiki Hyjin. It stands to reason that Byakuya Kuchiki is the Shinigami captain, and he is also the heir to one of the 4 nobles. In terms of appearance, he is also one of the few beings in the entire Soul Society who can compete with Yojo. The top tall, rich and handsome man. It can only be said that the tastes of rich people are probably a little different, or maybe the octopus hairstyle provides Feijun with a lot of charm bonus. Anyway, Yi Cheng is a pretty vulgar person, and he likes people who are tolerant. As expected of the Kuchiki family, even the wine served to us, the chief officer and the vice captain, is the best Wadiao wine, and the food is also the top-notch sashimi cuisine. This is the so-called wealth. I don't know what the quality of the food the captain and the others eat is. Quote, the person sitting next to Yi Cheng is the former female god of death named Asakusa Aikika. In the past 50 years, she has also worked hard to reach the position of 7 seats. Originally, she was not qualified to attend Kuchiki Byakuya's grand wedding, but because Suzukawa Sanchi had a mission, Yukitake brought her along with him. The Kuchiki family is one of the 4 major nobles in Seoul society, and is even vaguely the head of the 4 major nobles. This level is nothing to them. But what I didn't expect was that Byakuya Kuchiki, who had been known as a genius since he was a child and came from a very prestigious Kuchiki family, would actually marry an ordinary soul from Rukongai. Quote, regarding noble matters, Shiba Heian was the one with the most say among all the chairs and vice captains present. Because the Seoul society in the past did not belong to the 4 major noble families, but to the 5 major noble families, and the one among them that is now in decline is the original Shiba family. Heian originally had an identity no less than Byakuya Kuchiki. Even in terms of talent and hard work, Heian was not inferior to Byakuya. However, as heirs of both great nobles, their fates were completely different. When Heian inherited the family, Zibo's family was nothing but chicken feathers. Heian not only had to find a way to revitalize the family, but also take care of her younger siblings. As for Byakuya, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and received the best education. Before he became a Shinigami, his grandfather paved the way for him in life, and even became the captain before Heian. The same background, the same great talent, but the fates of Heian and Byakuya are worlds apart. Heian is a tragic character from the beginning to the end, while Byakuya is completely a cheater. Although a wife died later, she was immediately assigned a sister-in-law who looked exactly the same. Heian not only lost her wife, but even her own spirit body was taken away by metastasia. Ironically, Heian was Rukia's mentor, and the sister-in-law who killed Byakuya was the one who finally swallowed Heian. Just when Heian was in a sad mood and Yi Cheng was about to open her mouth to comfort her, there was sudden movement in the main hall where the wedding was taking place. What happened? Did someone attack the Kuchiki family at this juncture? Attacking the Kuchiki family? Do you think such a thing is possible? He could be one of the 4 nobles, but you thought he was a cat or a dog. And the people in the main hall now are the captains of each division. Who would be so unimaginable to challenge the authority of the captains of the 13th division at this time? Quote, soon, the cause of the commotion in the main hall spread, because Kuchiki Hyjin, who was preparing for the wedding ceremony, fainted and fell to the ground under a violent cough. As one of the protagonists of the wedding, the bride suddenly falls unconscious and falls to the ground, which is bound to cause a commotion. The newlywed wife of Kuchiki Byakuya, the heir to the Kuchiki family, suddenly fell into a coma during the wedding, and there were many guests present. Not to mention the Shinigami of the Seraiti, it was natural that the Kuchiki family, one of the 4 nobles, would hold a wedding without inviting other nobles. Kuchiki Hyjin's ordinary background had already caused him to be criticized, and now he suddenly fell into a coma during the wedding ceremony. It is conceivable that if any rumors leak out, their entire Kuchiki family may be discredited tomorrow. What nobles care about most is face and reputation, not to mention that Byakuya Kuchiki is still the heir of the Kuchiki family, and Hyjin is also the well-deserved mistress of the Kuchiki family after marrying him. Kuchiki Ginrei originally disagreed with Byakuya and Hyjin's marriage. If Byakuya hadn't been too persistent and determined to marry each other even if he left the Kuchiki family, he wouldn't have finally chosen to compromise. Now that something like this happened during the sacred wedding, in order to prevent the reputation of the Kuchiki family from being damaged, Kuchiki Ginrei responded immediately and blocked the information. Then Kuchiki Ginrei turned to look at the seat next to him. A female Shinigami who always had Yamato Nadeshiko's smile on her face said, Captain Unohana, I made you laugh. Can you please help me, my unborn daughter-in-law, check the situation? Captain Unohana is the captain of the treatment team. Although he was an executioner in the past, he has been the captain of the medical team for hundreds of years. It is undeniable that he is now the strongest medical staff in Seoul society. The head of the Kuchiki family made a strong statement. Even if we don't mention the Kuchiki family's repeated support for the Gotei 13, I will not choose to sit idly by after being a colleague for many years. Kuchiki Heijun's condition was not actually caused by any problem with his own soul or spirit, but was caused by years of overwork and illness. Due to the pressure of life, the former Feijun abandoned his sister Lucia. In order to atone for his sin, Feijun also thought about getting his sister back, but to no avail. Due to excessive worries and all kinds of fatigue in life, when she met her male god Byakuya Kuchiki, Heijun's body had already suffered from such diseases. For such a disease, even return is helpless. Captain Unohana is good at treating problems with his own spiritual pressure or injuries caused by battles. For such a stubborn disease, Maojihua is powerless. Moreover, Heijun is just an ordinary soul from Rukongai, and its soul strength itself is not strong. Even if Captain Unohana wants to use stronger spiritual pressure to treat him, he doesn't know whether the opponent's body can withstand it. Captain Unohana, is there really nothing you can do? Looking at Heijun, who was still unconscious in his arms, Byakuya Kuchiki looked anxious at this moment. Compared to Kuchiki Ginrei, who cares more about the Kuchiki family's reputation, Byakuya is now more worried about his lover's condition. He knew that Heijun was frail and sick, but he never imagined that even Captain Unohana of the 4th Division was helpless about it. You must know that he had promised Feijun before that after they got married, he would take her to the team building of the 4th team to seek help from Captain Unohana. Her body is too fragile and may not be able to withstand my stronger spiritual pressure treatment. And the treatment of diseases has never been my strong point. I am better at treating various injuries caused by combat. Quote, the spiritual pressure and soul strength of the Shinigami are generally much stronger than those of ordinary souls, and they rarely get sick. To put it simply, Captain Unohana is a professional surgeon. After all, she liked to cut people in her early years and has an incomparable understanding of the structure of the human body. But internal diseases are really not what she is good at. If she is willing to let her play with it, there may be some hope. But the point is that Feijun's body was already fragile, and now it was sick from overwork, so it couldn't withstand her torture. Actually, Captain Kuchiki, don't be too disappointed. Although I am not good at treating this type of disease, there are Shinigami in Soul Society who are better than me. After hearing Captain Unohana's words, everyone present was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Retsu Unohana to give such an answer. The opponent is already the captain of the Gotei 13 medical team. In the entire Soul Society, there are people with better medical skills than him. Captain Unohana, please tell me who that person is. As long as he can help Heijun, Byakuya will never forget your kindness. Regardless of the reactions of others, at this moment, after hearing Captain Unohana's words, Kuchiki Byakuya suddenly rekindled hope in his heart, and said as if he was grasping the last life-saving straw. Among the captains present, there is someone who is as frail and sick as your new wife. But over the past few decades, because someone has been helping him to keep recuperating, his physical condition is now much better than before. Are you right, Captain Yukitaki? Quote, 10 minutes later, due to the commotion in the main hall of the Kuchiki family, Yashira and others were arranged to sit in the outer hall. They were still curious about what happened. However, soon, Kuchiki Byakuya, wearing a formal suit, appeared here, and under the instructions of the Kuchiki family servants, he found the location of Night City. Excuse me, you are the 5th seat of the 13th Division, Your Excellency Nanya-chung, right? Seeing Kuchiki Byakuya greeting him with a serious look on his face, Yoroi was also a little confused. It stands to reason that Kuchiki Byakuya should not know him. The other party is a reclusive nobleman, and he became one of the captains not long after he became a Shinigami. There is no communication between the two at all. Yes, I am indeed the 5th seat of Nanye City from the 13th Division. I don't know what Captain Kuchiki wants to see me for. It's really rude to meet you in this way, but this time I really have something important to ask of you. Can you please take a trip with me from Night City 5 seats? Because the situation is urgent, I will explain the situation to you in detail on the way. Quote, this is the territory of the Kuchiki family, and they are the captain. I am only a 5th seat member. Even if they are not in the same division, there is no problem for the other party to transfer me. And as a man who is familiar with the plot, Yashira also knows that Kuchiki Byakuya is a decent person, so he has no reason to refuse, both in public and private matters. And soon, Yashira followed Byakuya Kuchiki and was taken to the backyard of the Kuchiki family. When he followed Byakuya to a room, he realized that many important people were already here. Captain Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, former captain of the 6th Division Ginrei Kuchiki, captain of the 4th Division Hana Retsu Uno, and Captain Yukitaki Jashiro of the division where Yashira is located. After Kuchiki Hyjin fell into coma, he was moved to the backyard to rest, while the other captains stayed in the main hall. After all, this is the backyard of the Kuchiki family, and even Byakuya's room. It's really inappropriate for a lot of captains to stand here. Kuchiki Ginrei is Byakuya's grandfather, so there is no problem, and the captain has a good personal relationship with Kuchiki Ginrei, so he is here. Captain Unohana is the medical captain, so it is understandable that he would appear here. As for Captain Yukitaki, he is here to support Yoshiro. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.